into English verse. By Ralph T. H. Griffith, M.A. Principal of the Benners College. London, T. R. Nur & Co. Benners, E. J. Lazarus and Company. 1870–1874. Contents Invocation. Book I Canto I an Ad. Canto 2 Brahma's Visit. Canto 3 The Argument. Canto 4 The Rhapsodists. Canto 5 Iadhi. Canto 6 The King. Canto 7 The Ministers. Canto 8 Sumantra's Speech. Canto 9 Rishi Asring. Canto 10 Rishi Asring Invited. Canto Xi. The Sacrifice Decreed. Canto XII. The Sacrifice Begun. Canto XII. The Sacrifice Finished. Canto XIV. Are Undoomed. Canto XV. The Nectar. Canto XVI. The VRs. Canto XVII. Rishi Asring's Return. Canto XVII. Rishi Asring's Departure. Canto XIX. The Birth of the Princes. Canto XX. Visvitra's Visit. Canto XXI. Visvitra's Speech. Canto XXII. Dasarath's Speech. Canto XXII Vasishtha's Speech. Canto XXIV. The Spells. Canto XXV. The Hermitage of Love. Canto XXVI. The Forest of Tiak. Canto XXVII. The Birth of Tiak. Canto XXVII. The Death of Tiak. Canto XXIX. The Celestial Arms. Canto XXX. The Mysterious Powers. Canto XXXI. The Perfect Hermitage. Canto XXXII Visvitra's Sacrifice. Canto XXXII. The Sown. Canto XXXIV Brahmadatta. Canto XXXV. Visvitra's Lineage. Canto XXXVI. The Birth of Gang. Canto XXXIX. The Sons of Sagar. Canto XL. The Cleaving of the Earth. Canto XLI. Kapil. Canto XLII. Sagar's Sacrifice. Canto XLII Bhagath. Canto XLIV. The Descent of Gang. Canto XLV. The Quest of the Amrit. Canto XLVI. Diddy's Hope. Canto XLVII Sumati. Canto XLVII. Indra and Ahali. Canto XLIX. Ahali freed. Canto Elyanik. Canto Li. Visvitra. Canto Lii. Vasishtha's Feast. Canto Lii. Visvitra's Request. Canto Live. The Battle. Canto LV. The Hermitage Burnt. Canto LVI. Visvitra's Vow. Canto LVII. Trisanku. Canto LVII Trisanku Cursed. Canto LIX. The Sons of Vasishtha. Canto LX. Trisanku's Ascension. Canto LXI. Sunasetha. Canto LXII. Ambaraha's Sacrifice. Canto LXII Mana. Canto LXIV. Rambh. Canto LXV. Visvitra's Triumph. Canto LXVI. Yannick's Speech. Canto LXVII. The Breaking of the Bow. Canto LXVII. The Envoy's Speech. Canto LXIX. Dasaratha's Visit. Canto LXX. The Maiden Sought. Canto LXXI. Yannick's Pedigree. Canto LXXII. The Gift of Kine. Canto LXXII. The Nuptials. Canto LXXIVRA with the Axe. Canto LXXV. The Pearl. Canto LXXVI Debarred from Heaven. Canto LXXVII. Bard's Departure. Book 2 Canto I. The Heir Apparent. Canto 2 The People's Speech. Canto 3 Dasaratha's Precepts. Canto 4 Ra summoned. Canto 5 Ra's fast. Canto 6 The city decorated. Canto 7 Manthar's lament. Canto 8 Manthar's speech. Canto 9 The plot. Canto 10 De Serapha's speech. Canto Xi. The Queen's demand. Canto XII. De Serapha's lament. Canto XII. De Serapha's distress. Canto XIV. Ra summoned. Canto XV. The preparations. Canto XVI. Ra summoned. Canto XVII. Ra's approach. Canto XVII. The sentence. Canto XIX. Ra's promise. Canto XX. Causali's lament. Canto XXI. Causally calmed. Canto XXII. Lakshman calmed. Canto XXII. Lakshman's anger. Canto XXIV. Causally calmed. Canto XXV. Causali's blessing. Canto XXVI. Alone with S. Canto XXVII's speech. Canto XXVII. The dangers of the wood. Canto XXIX's appeal. Canto XXX. The triumph of love. Canto XXXI. Lakshman's prayer. Canto XXXII. The gift of the treasures. Canto XXXII. The people's lament. Canto XXXIVRA in the palace. Canto XXXV. Keiki reproached. Canto XXXVISIDDHTH's speech. Canto XXXVII. The coats of bark. Canto XXVI care for causally. Canto XXXIX counsel to S. Canto XLRA's departure. Canto XLI. The citizens' lament. Canto XLII. De Serapha's lament. Canto XLII. Causali's lament. Canto XLIV. Sumitra's speech. Canto XLV. The Thomas. Canto XLVI. The halt. Canto XLVII. The citizens' return. Canto XLVII. The women's lament. Canto XLIX. The crossing of the rivers. Canto L. The halt under the Ingad. Canto Li. Lakshman's lament. Canto Lii. The crossing of Gang. Canto Lii. Ra's lament. Canto Live. A's hermitage. Canto LV. The passage of Yaman. Canto LVI. Chitrika. Canto LVII. Sumitra's return. Canto LVII. Ra's message. Canto LIX. De Serapha's lament. Canto LX. Causally consoled. Canto LXI. Causali's lament. Canto LXII. De Serapha consoled. Canto LXII. The hermit's son. Canto LXIV. De Serapha's death. Canto LXV. The women's lament. Canto LXVI. The embalming. Canto LXVII. The praise of kings. Canto LXVII. The envoys. Canto LXIX. Bhart's dream. Canto LXX. Bhart's departure. Canto LXXI. Bhart's return. Canto LXXII. Bhart's inquiry. Canto LXXII. Keiki reproached. Canto LXXIV. Bhart's lament. Canto LXXV. The aberration. Canto LXXVI. The funeral. Canto LXXVII. The gathering of the ashes. Canto LXXVI. Manthar punished. Canto LXXIX. Bhart's commands. Canto LXXX. The way prepared. Canto LXXXI. The assembly. Canto LXXXII. The departure. Canto LXXVI. The journey begun. Canto LXXXIV. Yuha's anger. Canto LXXXV Guha and Bharat. Canto LXXXVI. Guha's speech. Canto LXXXVII Guha's story. Canto LXXXVII. The Inga tree. Canto LXXXIX. The passage of Gang. Canto XC. The hermitage. Canto XCI. Broad A's feast. Canto XCII. Bard's farewell. Canto XCII Chitrika inch sight. Canto XCIV. Chitrika. Canto XCV. Mandan. Canto XCVI. The magic shaft. Canto XCVII Lakshman's anger. Canto XCVII. Lakshman calmed. Canto XCIX. Bharat's approach. Canto C. The meeting. Canto CI. Bharata questioned. Canto CII. Bharat's tidings. Canto CII. The funeral libation. Canto CIV. The meeting with the queens. Canto CVRA's speech. Canto CVI. Bharat's speech. Canto CVIRA's speech. Canto CVIIJI's speech. Canto CIX. The praises of truth. Canto CX. The sons of IKSHVU. Canto CXI. Counsel to Bharat. Canto CXII. The sandals. Canto CXII Bharat's return. Canto CXIV. Bharat's departure. Canto CXV. Nandigr. Canto CXVI. The hermit's speech. Canto CXVII Annis. Canto CXVII. Annis' gifts. Canto CXIX. The forest. Book 3 Canto I. The hermitage. Canto 2 Virha. Canto 3 Virha attacked. Canto 4 Virha's death. Canto 5 Sarabhanga. Canto 6 Ra's promise. Canto 7 Sut Shna. Canto 8 The hermitage. Canto 9 SS speech. Canto 10 Ra's reply. Canto Xi. Agastya. Canto XII. The heavenly bow. Canto XII. Agastya's counsel. Canto XIV. Jedus. Canto XV. Panchavit. Canto XVI. Winter. Canto XVII's panic. Canto XVII. The mutilation. Canto XIX. The rousing of Kara. Canto XX. The giant's death. Canto XXI. The rousing of Kara. Canto XXII. Kara's wrath. Canto XXII. The omens. Canto XXIV. The host in sight. Canto XXV. The battle. Canto XXVID Han's death. Canto XXVII. The death of Trisar. Canto XXVII. Kara dismounted. Canto XXIX. Kara's defeat. Canto XXX. Kara's death. Canto XXXIRN. Canto XXXIRN roused. Canto XXXII. S panic S speech. Canto XXXIV S panic S speech. Canto XXXVRN's journey. Canto XXXVIRN's speech. Canto XXXVII. Mha's speech. Canto XXVI Mha's speech. Canto XXXIX Mha's speech. Canto XLRN's speech. Canto XLI. Mha's reply. Canto XLII Mha transformed. Canto XLII. The wondrous deer. Canto XLIV Mha's death. Canto XLV. Lakshman's departure. Canto XLVI. The guest. Canto XLVI Iron's wooing. Canto XLVII. Iron's speech. Canto XLIX. The rape of S. Canto L. Jedus. Canto LI. The combat. Canto Lii. Arn's flight. Canto Liiss threats. Canto live. Lang Canto LVS in prison. Canto LVI. SS disdain. Canto LVIIS comforted. Canto LVII. The brothers meeting. Canto LIX. RA's return. Canto LX. Lakshman reproved. Canto LXI. RA's lament. Canto LXII RA's lament. Canto LXII RA's lament. Canto LXIV RA's lament. Canto LXV. RA's wrath. Canto LXVI. Lakshman's speech. Canto LXVII RA appeased. Canto LXVII. Jadus. Canto LXIX. The death of Jadus. Canto LXX. Kabantha. Canto LXXI. Kabantha's speech. Canto LXXII Kabantha's tale. Canto LXXII. Kabantha's counsel. Canto LXXIV Kabantha's death. Canto LXXV. Sabar Canto LXXVI Pam Book 4 Canto IRA's lament. Canto 2 SUGRA's alarm. Canto 3 Hanuma's speech. Canto 4 Lakshman's reply. Canto 5 The League. Canto 6 The tokens. Canto 7 RA consoled. Canto 8 RA's promise. Canto 9 SUGRA's story. Canto 10 SUGRA's story. Canto XI. Dandubi. Canto XII. The palm trees. Canto XII. The return to Kishkind. Canto XIV. The challenge. Canto XVT. Canto XVI. The fall of BI. Canto XVII BI's speech. Canto XVII RA's reply. Canto XIX. TS grief. Canto XX TS lament. Canto XXI. Hanuma's speech. Canto XXII BI dead. Canto XXII TS lament. Canto XXIV. SUGRA's lament. Canto XXV. RA's speech. Canto XXVI. The coronation. Canto XXVII RA on the hill. Canto XXVII. The reigns. Canto XXIX. Hanuma's counsel. Canto XXX. RA's lament. Canto XXXI. The envoy. Canto XXXII Hanuma's counsel. Canto XXXII. Lakshman's entry. Canto XXXIV Lakshman's speech. Canto XXXVT's speech. Canto XXXVISUGRA's speech. Canto XXXVII. The gathering. Canto XXVISUGRA's departure. Canto XXXIX. The VR host. Canto XL. The Army of the East. Canto XLI. The Army of the South. Canto XLII. The Army of the West. Canto XLII. The Army of the North. Canto XLIV. The ring. Canto XLV. The departure. Canto XLVI. SUGRA's tale. Canto XLVII. The return. Canto XLVII. The Asur's death. Canto XLIX. Angkad's speech. Canto L. The enchanted cave. Canto LI. Svaamprab Canto LII. The exit. Canto LII. Angkad's counsel. Canto live. Hanuma's speech. Canto LV. Angkad's reply. Canto LVI. Samp I. Canto LVII. Angkad's speech. Canto LVII tidings of S. Canto LIX. Samp I's story. Canto LX. Samp I's story. Canto LXI. Samp I's story. Canto LXII. Samp I's story. Canto LXII Samp I's story. Canto LXIV. The sea. Canto LXV. The council. Canto LXVI. Hanem. Canto LXVII Animus speech. Book 5 Canto I Animus leap. Canto 2 Link. Canto 3 The guardian goddess. Canto 4 Within the city. Canto 6 The court. Canto 7 Aran's palace. Canto 8 The enchanted car. Canto 9 The lady's bower. Canto 10 Aran asleep. Canto XI. The banquet hall. Canto XII. The search renewed. Canto XII. Despair and hope. Canto XIV. The Asoka Grove. Canto XVS. Canto XVI. Hanumas lament. Canto XVIISS guard. Canto XVIIRN. Canto XIX. SS fear. Canto XXRN's wooing. Canto XXI. SS scorn. Canto XXIRN's threat. Canto XXII. The demon's threats. Canto XXIVSS reply. Canto XXV. SS lament. Canto XXVISS lament. Canto XXVII Trijat S dream. Canto XXX. Hanumas deliberation. Canto XXXI. Hanumas speech. Canto XXXIISS doubt. Canto XXXII. The colloquy. Canto XXXIV Hanumas speech. Canto XXXV. Hanumas speech. Canto XXXVIRA's ring. Canto XXXVII. SS speech. Canto XXVISS gem. Canto XLI. The ruin of the grove. Canto XLII. The giants roused. Canto XLII. The ruin of the temple. Canto XLIV. Jambum I's death. Canto XLV. The seven defeated. Canto XLVI. The captains. Canto XLVII. The death of Aksha. Canto XLVII. Hanum captured. Canto XLIXRN. Canto L Prahasta's questions. Canto LI. Hanumas reply. Canto LII. Vibhasan's speech. Canto LII. The punishment. Canto live. The burning of Link. Canto LV. Fear for us. Canto LVI. Mount Erishta. Canto LVII. Hanumas return. Canto LVII. The feast of honey. Canto LXV. The tidings. Canto LXVIRA's speech. Book 6 Canto IRA's speech. Canto 2 SUGRA's speech. Canto 3 Link. Canto 4 The march. Canto 5 RA's lament. Canto 6 Aran's speech. Canto 7 Aran encouraged. Canto 8 Prahasta's speech. Canto 9 Vibhasan's counsel. Canto 10 Vibhasan's counsel. Canto XI. The summons. Canto XII. Aran's speech. Canto XII Aran's speech. Canto XIV. Vibhasan's speech. Canto XV. Indra's speech. Canto XVI. Aran's speech. Canto XVII. Vibhasan's flight. Canto XVIIIRA's speech. Canto XIX. Vibhasan's counsel. Canto XX. The spies. Canto XXI. Ocean threatened. Canto XXII. Ocean threatened. Canto XXII. The omens. Canto XXIV. The spies return. Canto XXV. Aran spies. Canto XXVI. The VR chiefs. Canto XXVII. The VR chiefs. Canto XXVII. The chieftains. Canto XXIXSDA captured. Canto XXX. SDA's speech. Canto XXXI. The Magic Head. Canto XXXIISS Lament. Canto XXXII. Sarum Canto XXXIV Sarum S Tidings. Canto XXXV. Malyaves Speech. Canto XXXVI Aaron's Reply. Canto XXXVII. Preparations. Cantos XXVI. The Ascent of Suvela. Canto XXXIX Link Canto XL Aaron Attacked. Canto XLI. RA's Envoy. Canto XLII. The Sally. Canto XLII. The Single Combats. Canto XLIV. The Night. Canto XLV. Indra's Victory. Canto XLVI. Indra's Triumph. Canto XLVIIS Canto XLVII. SS Lament. Canto XLIXRA's Lament. Canto L. The Broken Spell. Canto LI. Dhr Shah's Sally. Canto LII. Dhr Shah's Death. Canto LIII. Vajradhara's Sally. Canto Live. Vajradhara's Death. Canto LIX. Aaron's Sally. Canto LX. Kumbhakarna Roused. Canto LXI. The VR Shalarm. Canto LXI Aaron's Request. Canto LXII Kumbhakarna's Boast. Canto LXIV. Mahadara's Speech. Canto LXV. Kumbhakarna's Speech. Canto LXVI. Kumbhakarna's Sally. Canto LXVII Kumbhakarna's Death. Canto LXVII. Aaron's Lament. Canto LXIX. Nartak's Death. Canto LXX. The Death of Trisar. Canto LXXI. Attic-A's Death. Canto LXXI Aaron's Speech. Canto LXXII. Indra's Victory. Canto LXXIV. The Medicinal Herbs. Canto LXXV. The Night Attack. Canto XCII Aaron's Lament. Canto XCVI Aaron's Sally. Canto C Aaron in the Field. Canto CI. Lakshman's Fall. Canto CII. Lakshman Healed. Canto CII. Indra's Car. Canto CVI. Glory to the Sun. Canto CVII. The Battle. Canto CIX. The Battle. Canto CX Aaron's Death. Canto CXI. Vibhasan's Lament. Canto CXII. The Arshas Dames. Canto CXII Mandodara's Lament. Canto CXIV. Vibhasan Consecrated. Canto CXV. SS Joy. Canto CXVI. The Meeting. Canto CXVIISS Disgrace. Canto CXVII. SS Reply. Canto CXIX. Glory to Vishnu. Canto CXX. Est Restored. Canto CXXI. Dasaratha. Canto CXXI Indra's Boon. Canto CXXII. The Magic Car. Canto CXXIV. The Departure. Canto CXXV. The Return. Canto CXXVI Bharat Consoled. Canto CXXVII. RA's Message. Canto XXVI Hanuman's Story. Canto CXXIX. The Meeting with Bharat. Canto CXXX. The Consecration. Appendix. Section XII Iron Doomed. Caput XIV. Ratio Nakandi Ravani Excigitata. Caput XIV. Il mezzo stabilito per oxidare XIV. Uttarakta. Additional notes Queen Fortune. Indra. Vishnu. Siva. Apsarases. Vishnu's incarnation as Ra. Kusa and Lava. Parasara, page 87. YA, page 68. Fate, page 68. vis vitra, page 76. Household gods, page 102. Page 107. Page 108. Page 109. Page 110. Page 120. Page 125. Page 125. Page 136. Page 152. Page 157. Page 161. Page 169. Page 174. The Praise of Kings, page 176. Esmal, page 178. Bard's Return, page 183. Page 203. Page 219. Page 249. Page 250. Page 257. Page 286. Irva's, page 324. Page 326. Page 329. RA's alliance with SUGRA. Page 342. The fall of BI. Page 370. The VR host. Page 372. Page 374. Page 378. Northern Kurus. Page 428. Page 431. Page 434. Page 436. Page 452. Page 462. Page 466. Page 470. Page 497. Page 489. Page 489. Page 492. Aaron's funeral. Page 496. Page 503. The meeting. Final notes. Index of principal names, footnotes, P001 Invocation 1 Praise to VMI, 2 Bird of charming song, 3 Who mounts on poesy's sublimest spray, and sweetly sings with accent clear and strong IRA, in his deathless lay. Where breathes the man can listen to the strain that flows in music from VMI's tongue, nor feel his feet the path of bliss attain when RA's glory by the saint is sung. The stream Rn leaves its sacred fount the whole wide world from sin and stain to free, for the Prince of Hermits is the parent mount, the lordly Ra is the darling sea. Glory to him whose fame is ever bright. Glory to him, Praketa's 5 holy Son, whose pure lips quaff with ever new delight the nectar sea of deeds by Ra done. Hail, arch ascetic, pious, good, and kind. Hail, Saint VMI, Lord of every lore. Hail, holy hermit, calm and pure of mind. Hail, first of bards, VMI, hail once more. Book I6 Canto IN Ad 7 OM8 to Sainted Enad, Prince of those whose lore in words of wisdom flows, whose constant care and chief delight were scripture and ascetic rite, the good VMI, first and best P002 of hermit saints, these words addressed, 9 in all this world, I pray thee, who is virtuous, heroic, true, firm in his vows, of grateful mind, to every creature good and kind, bounteous, and holy, just, and wise, alone most fair to all men's eyes, devoid of envy, firm, and sage, whose tranquil soul ne'er yields to rage, whom, when his warrior wrath is high, do gods embattled fear and fly, whose noble might and gentle skill the triple world can guard from ill, who is the best of princes, he who loves his people's good to see, the store of bliss, the living mine where brightest joys and virtues shine, Queen Fortune's 10 best and dearest friend, whose steps her choicest gifts attend, who may with sun and moon compare, with Indra, 11 Vish, you, 12 fire, and air? Grant, Saint Divine, 13 the boon I ask, for thee, I ween, an easy task, to whom the power is given to know if such a man breathe here below. Then add, clear before whose eye the present, past, and future lie, 14 made ready answer, Hermit, where are graces found so high and rare? Yet listen, and my tongue shall tell in whom alone these virtues dwell. From old IKSHVU's 15 line he came, known to the world by RA's name, with soul subdued, a chief of might, in scripture versed, in glory bright, his steps and virtue's paths are bent, obedient, pure, and eloquent. In each emprise he wins success, and dying foes his power confess. Tall and broad-shouldered, strong of limb, fortune has set her mark on him. Graced with the conch shell's triple line, his throat displays the auspicious sign 16P003. High destiny is clear impressed on massive jaw and ample chest, his mighty shafts he truly aims, and foemen in the battle tames. Deep in the muscle, scarcely shown, embedded lies his collarbone. His lordly steps are firm and free, his strong arms reach below his knee. 17 all fairest graces join to deck his head, his brow, his stately neck, and limbs in fair proportion set, the manliest form e'er fashioned yet. Graced with each high imperial mark, his skin is soft and lustrous dark. Large are his eyes that sweetly shine with majesty almost divine. His plighted word he ne'er forgets. On erring sense a watch he sets. By nature wise, his teacher's skill has trained him to subdue his will. Good, resolute and pure, and strong, he guards mankind from scathe and wrong, and lends his aid, and ne'er in vain, the cause of justice to maintain. Well has he studied o'er and o'er the Vedas 18 and their kindred lore. Well skilled is he the bow to draw, 19 well trained in arts and versed in law. High-souled and meet for happy fate, most tender and compassionate. The noblest of all lordly givers, whom good men follow, as the rivers follow the king of floods, the sea, so liberal, so just is he. The joy of Queen Kausalia's 20 heart, in every virtue he has part, firm as Himalayas 21 snowy steep, unfathomed like the mighty deep, the peer of Vish. Use power and might, and lovely as the lord of night. 22 patient as earth, but, roused to ire, fierce as the world-destroying fire. In bounty like the lord of gold, 23 and justice self in human mold, with him, his best and eldest son, by all his princely virtues one King Dasaratha 24 will to share his kingdom as the regent heir. But when Kaki youngest queen, with eyes of envious hate had seen the solemn pomp and regal state prepared the prince to consecrate, she bade the hapless king bestow 2 gifts he promised long ago, that Ra to the woods should flee, and that her child the heir should be. By chains of duty firmly tied, the wretched king perforce complied. P004 to please Kaki went obedient forth to banishment. Then Lakshma's truth was nobly shown, then were his love and courage known, when for his brother's sake he dared all perils, and his exile shared. And Sra's darling wife, loved even as he loved his life, whom happy marks combined to bless, a miracle of loveliness, of Yannick's royal lineage sprung, most excellent of women, clung to her dear lord, like Rohi. Rejoicing with the moon to be 25 the king and people, sad of mood, the hero's car a while pursued. But when Prince Ra lighted down at Sringavera's pleasant town, where Ganges holy waters flow, he bade his driver turn and go. Yuha, Nish as king, he met, and on the farther bank was set. Then on from wood to wood they strayed, o'er many a stream, through constant shade, as Bhardva bade them, till they came to Chitrika's hill. And Ra there, with Lakshma's aid, a pleasant little cottage made, and spent his days with S dressed in coat of bark and deerskin vest 26 and Chitrika grew to be as bright with those illustrious 3 as Meru's 27 sacred peaks that shine with glory, when the gods recline beneath them, Siva's 28 self between the Lord of Gold and Beauty's Queen. The aged king for Ra pined, and for the skies the earth resigned. Bharat, his son, refused to reign, though urged by all the twice-born 29 train. Forth to the woods he fared to meet his brother, fell before his feet, and cried, "Thy claim all men allow, O come, our lord and king be thou." But Ra nobly chose to be observant of his sire's decree. He placed his sandals 30 inches his hand a pledge that he would rule the land, and bade his brother turn again. Then Bharat, finding prayer was vain, the sandals took and went away. Nor in Yadhi would he stay, but turned to Nandigra, where he ruled the realm with watchful care, still longing eagerly to learn tidings of Ra's safe return. Then, lest the people should repeat their visit to his calm retreat, away from Chitrika's hill fared Ra ever onward till P.G.005 beneath the shady trees he stood of Ak's primeval wood, Virha, giant fiend, he slew, and then Agastya's friendship knew. Counselled by him he gained the sword and bow of Indra, heavenly lord, a pair of quivers too, that bore of arrows an exhaustless store. While there he dwelt in greenwood shade the trembling hermit sought his aid, and bade him with his sword and bow destroy the fiends who worked them woe, to come like Indra strong and brave, a guardian god to help and save. And Ra's falcon left its trace deep cut on Ak's face, a hideous giantess who came burning for him with lawless flame. Their sisters' cries the giants heard, and vengeance in each bosom stirred, the monster of the triple head. And Diha to the contest sped. But they and myriad fiends beside beneath the might of Ra died. When Ra, dreaded warrior, knew the slaughter of his giant crew, Ra, the king, whose name of fear earth, hell, and heaven all shook to hear, he bade the fiend Mha aid the vengeful plot his fury laid. In vain the wise Mha tried to turn him from his course aside, not Ra's self, he said, might hope with Ra and his strength to cope. Impelled by fate and blind with rage he came to Ra's hermitage. There, by Mha's magic art, he wiled the princely youths apart, the vulture 31 slew, and bore away the wife of Ra as his prey. The son of Rahu 32 came and found Yu slain upon the ground. He rushed within his leafy cot. He sought his wife, but found her not. Then the hero's senses failed. In mad despair he wept and wailed. Upon the pile that bird he laid, and still in quest of strayed. A hideous giant then he saw, Kabandha named, a shape of awe. The monstrous fiend he smote and slew, and in the flame the body threw. When straight from out the funeral flame in lovely form Kabandha came, and bade him seek in his distress a wise and holy hermitas. By counsel of this saintly dame to Pamp's pleasant flood he came, and there the steadfast friendship won of Hanum the wine god's son. Counselled by him he told his grief to great Sugra, Vir chief, who, knowing all the tale, before the sacred flame alliance swore. Sugra to his new-found friend told his own story to the end, his hate of Bi for the wrong and insult he had borne so long. And Ra lent a willing ear and promised to allay his fear. Sugra warned him of the might of Bi, matchless in the fight, and, credence for his tale to gain, showed the huge fiend 33 by Bi slain. The prostrate course of mountain size seemed nothing in the hero's eyes. He lightly kicked it, as it lay, and cast it 20 leagues 34 away. To prove his might his arrows through 7 palms in line, uninjured, flew. He cleft a mighty hill apart, and down to hell he hurled his dart. Then high Sugra's spirit rose, assured of conquest o'er his foes. With his new champion by his side to vast Kishkin's cave he hied. Then, summoned by his awful shout, King Bi came in fury out, first comforted his trembling wife, then sought Sugra in the strife. One shaft from Ra's deadly bow the monarch in the dust laid low. Then Ra bade Sugra reign in place of royal Bi slain. Then speedy envoys hurried forth eastward and westward, south and north, commanded by the grateful king tidings of Ra's spouse to bring. Then by Sampi's counsel led, brave Hanum, who mocked at dread, sprang at one wild tremendous leap 200 leagues across the deep. To Lanka's 35 town he urged his way, where Ra held his royal sway. P.G.006 there pensive 'neath Asoka 36 boughs he found poor Ra's spouse. He gave the hapless girl a ring, a token from her lord and king. A pledge from her fair hand he bore. Then battered down the garden door. 5 captains of the host he slew, 7 sons of counsellors o'erthrew. Crushed youthful Aksha on the field, then to his captors chose to yield. Soon from their bonds his limbs were free, But honoring the high decree which Brahm Seven had pronounced of yore, he calmly all their insults bore. The town he burned with hostile flame, and spoke again with R.A.'s dame, then swiftly back to R.A. flew with tidings of the interview. Then with Sugrf for his guide, came R.A. to the ocean side. He smote the sea with shafts as bright as sunbeams in their summer height, and quick appeared the river's king 38 obedient to the summoning. A bridge was thrown by Nala o'er the narrow sea from shore to shore 39 they crossed to Lank's golden town, where R.A.'s hand smote R.A. down. Vibhisha? There was left to reign over his brother's wide domain. To meet her husband came. But R.A., stung with ire and shame, with bitter words his wife addressed before the crowd that round her pressed. But touched with noble ire, gave her fair body to the fire. Then straight the god of wind appeared, and words from heaven her honor cleared. And R.A. clasped his wife again, uninjured, pure from spot and stain, obedient to the Lord of Fire and the high mandate of his sire. Led by the Lord who rules the sky, the gods and heavenly saints drew nigh, and honored him with worthy meed, rejoicing in each glorious deed. His task achieved, his foe removed, he triumphed, by the gods approved. By grace of heaven he raised to life the chieftain slain in mortal strife. Then in the magic chariot through the clouds to Nandigra flew. Met by his faithful brothers there, he loosed his votive coil of hair, thence Faryadhi's town he gained, and o'er his father's kingdom reigned. Disease or famine ne'er oppressed his happy people, richly blessed with all the joys of ample wealth, of sweet content and perfect health. No widow mourned her well-loved mate, no sire his son's untimely fate. They feared not storm or robber's hand. No fire or flood laid waste the land. The golden age 40 had come again to bless the days of R.A.'s reign. From him, the great and glorious king, shall many a princely scion spring. And he shall rule, beloved by men, 10,000 years and hundreds 41 and when his life on earth is past Brahma's world shall go at last. Whoe'er this noble poem reads that tells the tale of R.A.'s deeds, good as the scriptures, he shall be from every sin and blemish free. Whoever reads the saving strain, with all his kin the heavens shall gain. Brahmans who read shall gather hence the highest praise for eloquence. The warrior, o'er the land shall reign, the merchant, luck in trade obtain. And Esdras listening 42 ne'er shall fail to reap advantage from the tale 43 pg 007 Canto 2 Brahma's visit 5 mi, graceful speaker, heard, to highest admiration stirred. To him whose fame the tale rehearsed he paid his mental worship first. Then with his pupil humbly bent before the saint most eloquent. Thus honored and dismissed the seer departed to his heavenly sphere. Then from his cot VMI hied to Thomas S44 sequestered side, not far remote from Ganges tide. He stood and saw the ripples roll pellucid o'er a pebbly shoal. To Baradva 45 by his side he turned in ecstasy, and cried, "See, pupil dear, this lovely sight, the smooth-floored shallow, pure and bright, with not a speck or shade to mar, and clear as good men's bosoms are. Here on the brink thy pitcher lay, and bring my zone of bark, I pray. Here will I bathe, the rill has not, to lave the limbs, a fairer spot. Do quickly as I bid, nor waste the precious time. Away, and haste." Obedient to his master's hest, quick from the cot he brought the vest. The hermit took it from his hand, and tightened round his waist the band. Then duly dipped and bathed him there, and muttered low his secret prayer. To spirits and to gods he made libation of the stream, and strayed viewing the forest deep and wide that spread its shade on every side. Close by the bank he saw a pair of curlews sporting fearless there. But suddenly with evil mind an outcast fowler stole behind, and, with an aim too sure and true, the male bird near the hermit slew. The wretched hen in wild despair with fluttering pinions beat the air, and shrieked a long and bitter cry when low on earth she saw him lie, her loved companion, quivering, dead, his dear wings with his lifeblood red. And for her golden-crested mate she mourned, and was disconsolate. The hermit saw the slaughtered bird, and all his heart with ruth was stirred. The fowler's impious deed distressed his gentle sympathetic breast, and while the curlew's sad cries rang within his ears, the hermit sang, "No fame be thine for endless time, because, base outcast, of thy crime, whose cruel hand was fain to slay one of this gentle pair at play." E'en as he spoke his bosom wrought and labored with a wondering thought what was the speech his ready tongue had uttered when his heart was wrung. He pondered long upon the speech, recalled the words and measured each, and thus exclaimed the saintly guide to Birdva by his side, with equal lines of even feet, with rhythm and time and tone complete, the measured form of words I spoke in shock of grief be termed a sloke. 46 And Birdva, nothing slow his faithful love and zeal to show, answered those words of wisdom, "Be the name, my lord, as pleases thee." As rules prescribed, the hermit took some lustral water from the brook. But still on this his constant thought kept brooding, as his home he sought. While Birdva paced behind, a pupil sage of lowly mind, and in his hand a pitcher bore with pure fresh water brimming o'er. Soon as they reached their calm retreat, the holy hermit took his seat. His mind from worldly cares recalled, and mused in deepest thought enthralled. Then glorious Brahm 47, Lord Most High, Creator of the earth and sky, P.G.008 the four-faced God, to meet the sage came to VMI's hermitage. Soon as the mighty God he saw, up sprang the saint in wondering awe. Mute, with clasped hands, his head he bent, and stood before him reverent. His honored guest he greeted well, who bade him of his welfare tell. Gave water for his blessed feet, brought offerings, 48 and prepared a seat. In honored place the God Most High sate down, and bade the saint sit nigh. There sate before VMI's eyes the Father of the earth and skies. But still the hermit's thoughts were bent on one thing only, all intent on that poor curlew's mournful fate, lamenting for her slaughtered mate. And still his lips, in absent mood, the verse that told his grief, renewed, "Woe to the fowler's impious hand that did the deed that folly plan, that could to needless death devote the curlew of the tuneful throat." The heavenly Father smiled in glee, and said, "O best of hermits, see, a verse, unconscious, thou hast made. No longer be the task delayed. Seek not to trace, with labor vain, the unpremeditated strain. The tuneful lines thy lips rehearsed spontaneous from thy bosom burst. Then come, O best of seers, relate the life of R.A. good and great, the tale that saintly Anad told, in all its glorious length unfold. Of all the deeds his arm has done upon this earth, omit not one, and thus the noble life record of that wise, brave, and virtuous lord. His every act today displayed, his secret life to none betrayed, how Lakshma, how the giants fought with high emprise and hidden thought, and all that Yannick's child 49 befell, where all could see, where none could tell. The whole of this shall truly be made known, O best of saints, to thee. In all thy poem, through my grace, no word of falsehood shall have place. Begin the story, and rehearse the tale divine in charming verse. As long as in this firm set land the streams shall flow, the mountains stand, so long throughout the world, be sure, the great Aran shall endure 50, while the Aran's ancient strain shall glorious in the earth remain. To higher spheres shalt thou arise and dwell with me above the skies." He spoke, and vanished into air, and left VMI wondering there. The pupils of the holy man, moved by their love of him, began to chant that verse, and evermore they marvelled as they sang it o'er. Behold, the four-lined balanced rhyme, repeated over many a time, in words that from the hermit broke in shock of grief, becomes a sloke. This measure now VMI chose wherein his story to compose. In hundreds of such verses, sweet with equal lines and even feet, the saintly poet, lofty souled, the glorious deeds of R.A. told. Canto 3 The Argument. The hermit thus with watchful heed received the poem's pregnant seed, and looked with eager thought around if fuller knowledge might be found. P.G.009 His lips with water first bedewed, 51 He sate, in reverent attitude on holy grass, 52 The points all bent together toward the Orient, 53 And thus in meditation he entered the path of poesy. Then clearly, through his virtue's might, all lay discovered to his sight, Waiter befell, through all their life, R.A., his brother, and his wife, and Dasaratha and each queen at every time, in every scene, his people too, of every sort. The nobles of his princely court, waiter was said, waiter decreed, each time they said each plan and deed, for holy thought and fervent rite had so refined his keener sight that by his sanctity his view the present, past, and future knew, and he with mental eye could grasp, like fruit within his fingers clasp, the life of R.A., great and good, roaming with S in the wood. He told, with secret piercing eyes, the tale of R.A.'s high emprise, each listening ear that shall entice, a sea of pearls of highest price. Thus good VMI, sage divine, rehearsed the tale of Rahu's line, as an heavenly saint, before had traced the story's outline o'er. He sang of R.A.'s princely birth, his kindness and heroic worth, his love for all, his patient youth, his gentleness and constant truth, and many a tale and legend old by holy Visvitra told. How Yannick's child he wooed and won, and broke the bow that bent to none. How he with every virtue fraught his namesake R.A. 54 met and fought. The choice of R.A. for the throne. The malice by Kaki shown, whose evil counsel marred the plan and drove him forth a banished man. How the king grieved and groaned, and cried, and swooned away and pining died. The subjects woe when thus bereft. And how the following crowds he left, with Guhat talked, and firmly stern ordered his driver to return. How Gang's farther shore he gained. By Bhradva entertained, by whose advice he journeyed still and came to Chitraga's hill. How there he dwelt and built a cot. How Bharat journeyed to the spot. His earnest supplication made. Drink offerings to their father paid. The sandals given by R.A.'s hand, as emblems of his right, to stand. How from his presence Bharat went and years in Nandigra spent. How R.A. entered Da. Wood and in Sut H.'s presence stood. The favor Anna showed, the wondrous balsam she bestowed. How Sarabhanga's dwelling place they sought. Saw Indra face to face. The meeting with Agastya gained. The heavenly bow from him obtained. How R.A. with Virha met. Their home in Panchava? A set. How Spa. Underwent the mockery and disfigurement of Trisur south and Kar's fall, of R.A. roused at vengeance call, had doomed, without escape, the fair Vidhan 55 ladies rape. How R.A. wept and raved in vain, and how the vulture king was slain. How R.A. fierce Kabandha slew. Then to the side of Pamp drew, met Hanum, and her whose vows were kept beneath the greenwood boughs. How Rahu's son, the lofty Sould, on Pamp's bank wept uncontrolled, then journeyed, Rishyam to reach, and of Sugra then had speech. The friendship made, which both had sought, how Bin Sugra fought. How Bin the strife was slain, and how Sugra came to reign. The treaty, Ta's wild lament. The rainy nights in watching spent. The wrath of Rahu's lion son. The gathering of the hosts in one. The sending of the spies about, and all the regions pointed out. The ring by R.A.'s hand bestowed. The cave wherein the bear abode. The fast proposed, their lives to end. Sampati gained to be their friend. Pgo10 the scaling of the hill, the leap of Hanum across the deep ocean's command that bade them seek Mane of the lofty peak. The death of Sinhik, the sight of Lank with her palace bright, how Hanum stole in at eve. His plan the giants to deceive. How through the square he made his way to chambers where the women lay, within the Asoka garden came and there found R.A.'s captive dame. His colloquy with her he sought, and giving of the ring he brought. How gave a gem o'erjoyed. How Hanum the grove destroyed. How giantesses trembling fled, and servant fiends were smitten dead. How Hanum was seized. Their ire when Link blazed with hostile fire. His leap across the sea once more. The eating of the honey store. How R.A. he consoled, and how he showed the gem from S.S. brow. With ocean, R.A.'s interview. The bridge that Nala o'er it threw. The crossing, and the sitting down at night round Lanka's royal town. The treaty with Vibha? Made, the plan for our slaughter laid, how come Hawker? Inch his pride and Megan have fought and died. How R.A. in the flight was slain, and captive brought again. Vibha? Set upon the throne. The flying chariot pushpack shone. How Brahman the gods appeared, and doubted honor cleared. How in the flying car they rode to Brad's cabin abode. The wine god's son sent on afar. How Bharat met the flying car. How Ra then was king ordained. The legions their discharge obtained. How Ra cast his queen away. How grew the people's love each day. Thus did the Saint Vmi tell waiter in Ra's life befell, and in the closing verses all that yet to come will once befall. Canto for the Rhapsodists. When to the end the tale was brought, rose in the sage's mind the thought. Now who throughout this earth will go, and tell it forth that all may know? As thus he mused with anxious breast, behold, in hermit's raiment dressed, Kus and Lava 56 came to greet their master and embrace his feet. The twins he saw, that princely pair sweet-voiced, who dwelt beside him there none for the task could be more fit, for skilled were they in holy writ. And so the great RN, fraught with lore divine, to these he taught, the lay whose verses sweet and clear take with delight the listening ear, that tell of noble life and Ra's fallen battle strife. Great joy to all who hear they bring, sweet to recite and sweet to sing. For music's sevenfold notes are there, and triple measure, 57 wrought with care with melody and tone and time, and flavors 58 that enhance the rhyme. Heroic might has ample place, and loathing of the false and base, with anger, mirth, and terror, blent with tenderness, surprise, content. When, half the hermit's grace to gain, and half because they loved the strain, the youth within their hearts had stored the poem that his lips outpoured, Vmi kissed them on the head, as at his feet they bowed, and said, recite ye this heroic song in tranquil shades where sages throng, recite it where the good resort, in lowly home and royal court. The hermit ceased. The tuneful pair, like heavenly minstrels sweet and fair, in music's art divinely skilled, their saintly master's word fulfilled. Like Ra's self, from whom they came, they show their sire in face and frame, Pgo11 as though from some fair sculptured stone two self-same images had grown. Sometimes the pair rose up to sing, surrounded by a holy ring, where seated on the grass had met full many a musing anchoret. Then tears bedimmed those gentle eyes, as transport took them and surprise, and as they listened every one cried in delight, well done! Well done! Those sages versed in holy lore praised the sweet minstrels more and more, and wondered at the singer's skill, and the bard's verses sweeter still, which laid so clear before the eye the glorious deeds of days gone by. Thus by the virtuous hermits praised, inspirited their voice they raised. Pleased with the song this holy man would give the youths a water can. One gave a fair ascetic dress, or sweet fruit from the wilderness. One saint a black deer's hide would bring, and one a sacrificial string, one, a clay pitcher from his hoard, and one, a twisted munja cord 59 one in his joy an axe would find, one braid, their plaited locks to bind. One gave a sacrificial cup, one rope to tie their faggots up, while fuel at their feet was laid, or hermit's stool of fig tree made. All gave, or if they gave not, none forgot at least a benison. Some saints, delighted with their lays, would promise health and length of days. Others with surest words would add some boon to make their spirit glad. In such degree of honor then that song was held by holy men, that living song which life can give, by which shall many a minstrel live. In seat of kings, in crowded hall, they sang the poem, praised of all. And Ra chanced to hear their lay, while he the votive steeds 60 would slay, and sent fit messengers to bring the minstrel pair before the king. They came, and found the monarch high enthroned in gold, his brothers nigh, while many a minister below, and noble, sate in lengthened row. The youthful pair while he viewed graceful and modest attitude, and then in words like these addressed his brother Lakshma. and the rest. Come, listen to the wondrous strain recited by these godlike twain, sweet singers of a story fraught with melody and lofty thought. The pair, with voices sweet and strong, roll the full tide of noble song, with tone and accent deftly blent to suit the changing argument. Mid that assembly loud and clear rang forth a lay so sweet to hear, that universal rapture stole through each man's frame and heart and soul. These minstrels, blessed with every sign that marks a high and princely line, in holy shades who dwell, enshrined in St. VMI's lay, a monument to live for I, my deeds in song shall tell. Thus R.A. spoke, their breasts were fired, and the great tale, as if inspired, the youths began to sing, while every heart with transport swelled, and mute and rapt attention held the concourse and the king. Canto 5 Yadhi Ikshvu's sons from days of old were ever brave and mighty Sould. The land their arms had made their own was bounded by the sea alone. Their holy works have won them praise, through countless years, from Manu's days. Their ancient sire was Sagar, he whose high command dug out the sea, 61 with 60,000 sons to throng around him as he marched along. From them this glorious tale proceeds, the great Arun tells their deeds. This noble song whose lines contain lessons of duty, love, and gain, we too will now at length recite, while good men listen with delight. On Sarj's 62 bank, of ample size, the happy realm of Kozal lies. Pgo 12 with fertile length of fair champaign and flocks and herds and wealth of grain. There, famous in herald renown, Yadhi 3 stands, the royal town, in bygone ages built and planned by sainted Manu's 64 princely hand. Imperial seat. Her walls extend 12 measured leagues from end to end, and 3 in width from side to side, with square and palace beautified. Her gates at even distance stand. Her ample roads are wisely planned. Right glorious is her royal street where streams allay the dust and heat. On level ground an even row her houses rise in goodly show, terrace and palace, arch and gate the queenly city decorate. High are her ramparts, strong and vast, by ways at even distance passed, with circling moat, both deep and wide, and store of weapons fortified. King Dasaratha, lofty Sould, that city guarded and controlled, with towering trees belted round, 65 and many a grove and pleasure ground, as royal Indra, throned on high, rules his fair city in the sky. 66 She seems a painted city, fair with chessboard line and even square. 67 And cool boughs shade the lovely lake where weary men their thirst may slake. Their gilded chariots gleam and shine, and stately piles the gods enshrine. Their gay sleek people ever throng to festival and dance and song. A mine is she of gems and sheen, the darling home of fortune's queen. With noblest sort of drink and meat, the fairest rice and golden wheat, and fragrant with the chaplets sent with holy oil and incense blent. With many an elephant and steed, and wains for draught and cars for speed. With envoys sent by distant kings, and merchants with their precious things, with banners o'er her roofs that play, and weapons that 100 slay. 68 All warlike engines framed by man, and every class of artisan. A city rich beyond compare, with bards and minstrels gathered there, and men and damsels who entrance the soul with play and song and dance. In every street is heard the lute, the drum, the tabret, and the flute, the Veda chanted soft and low, the ringing of the archer's bow. With bands of godlike heroes skilled in every warlike weapon, filled, and kept by warriors from the foe, as in Asgard their home below. 69 Their wisest branch mans evermore the flame of worship feed, and versed in all the Vedas lore, their lives of virtue lead. Truthful and pure, they freely give. They keep each sense controlled, and in their holy fervor live like the great saints of old. Canto 6 The King. There reigned a king of name revered, to country and to town endeared, great Dasaratha, good and sage, well read in Scripture's holy page. Pgo 13 Upon his kingdom's will intent, mighty and brave and provident. The pride of old Ikshvu's seed for lofty thought and righteous deed. Peer of the saints, for virtues famed, for foes subdued and passions tamed, a rival in his wealth untold of Indra and the Lord of Gold. Like Manu first of kings, he reigned, and worthily his state maintained. For firm and just and ever true love, duty, gain he kept in view, and ruled his city rich and free. Like Indra's Amarat and worthy of so fair a place, there dwelt a just and happy race with troops of children blessed. Each man contented sought no more, nor longed with envy for the store by richer friends possessed. For poverty was there unknown, and each man counted as his own kine, steeds, and gold, and grain. All dressed in raiment bright and clean, and every townsman might be seen with earrings, wreath, or chain. None deigned to feed on broken fare, and none was false or stingy there. A piece of gold, the smallest pay, was earned by labor for a day. On every arm were bracelets worn, and none was faithless or forsworn, a braggart or unkind. None lived upon another's wealth, none pined with dread or broken health, or dark disease of mind. High-souled were all. The slanderous word, the boastful lie, were never heard. Each man was constant to his vows, and lived devoted to his spouse. No other love his fancy knew, and she was tender, kind, and true. Her dames were fair of form and face, with charm of wit and gentle grace, with modest rhyme and simply neat, and winning manners soft and sweet. The twice-born sages, whose delight was Scripture's page and holy rite, their calm and settled course pursued, nor sought the menial multitude. In many a scripture each was versed, and each the flame of worship nursed, and gave with lavish hand. Each paid to heaven the offerings due, and none was godless or untrue in all that holy band. To be our mans, as the laws ordain, the warrior caste were ever fain the reverence due to pay. And these the vaisesh peaceful crowd, who trade and toil for gain, were proud to honor and obey. And all were by the Esras 70 served, who never from their duty swerved, their proper worship all addressed to be our man, spirits, God, and guest. Pure and unmixed their rites remained, their race's honor ne'er was stained. 71 cheered by his grandsons, sons, and wife, each passed a long and happy life. Thus was that famous city held by one who all his race excelled, blessed in his gentle reign, as the whole land aforetime swayed by Manu, prince of men, obeyed her king from main to main. And heroes kept her, strong and brave, as lions guard their mountain cave. Fierce as devouring flame they burned, and fought till death, but never turned. Horses had she of noblest breed, like Indra's for their form and speed, from 5 72 hills and Sindhu's 73 sand, Vanu 74 and Kambodja's land 75 pgo 14. Her noble elephants had strayed through Vindhyan and Himalayan shade, gigantic in their bulk and height, yet gentle in their matchless might. They revolved well the world spread fame of the great stock from which they came, of 5n, vast of size, of Mahatma's glorious line, thine, Anjan, and, Arat, thine 76 upholders of the skies. With those, enrolled in fourfold class, who all their mighty kin surpass, whom men Matanga's name, and Murgas spotted black and white, and Padras of unwearied might, and Mandras hard to tame. 77 thus, worthy of the name she bore, 78 Yodhi for a league or more cast a bright glory round, where Dasaratha wise and great govern his fair ancestral state, with every virtue crowned. Like Indra in the skies he reigned in that good town whose wall contained high domes and turrets proud, with gates and arcs of triumph decked, and sturdy barriers to protect her gay and countless crowd. Canto 7. The Ministers. 2 sages, holy saints, had he, his ministers and priests to be, Vaisesh, faithful to advise, and 5 a Deva, scripture-wise. 8 other lords around him stood, all skilled to counsel, wise and good, Jawanta, Vijay, Dhrish. I bold in fight, affairs of war controlled, Siddhth and Arthashak true watched o'er expense and revenue, and Dharmapan wise Asak of right and law and justice spoke. With these the sage Sumitra, skilled to urge the car, high station filled. All these in knowledge duly trained, each passion and each sense restrained, with modest manners, nobly bred each plan and nod and look they read, Upon their neighbours' good intent, most active and benevolent, as sit the vastest 79 round their king, they sate around him counselling. They ne'er in virtue's loftier pride another's lowly gifts decried. In fair and seemly garb arrayed, no weak uncertain plans they made. Well skilled in business, fair and just, they gained the people's love and trust, and thus without oppression stored the swelling treasury of their lord. Bound in sweet friendship each to each, they spoke kind thoughts in gentle speech. They looked alike with equal eye on every caste, on low and high. Devoted to their king, they sought, ere his tongue spoke, to learn his thought, and knew, as each occasion rose, to hide their counsel or disclose. In foreign lands or in their own, whatever passed, to them was known. By secret spies they timely knew what men were doing or would do. Skilled in the grounds of war and peace, they saw the monarch's state increase, watching his will with conquering eye that never let occasion by, while nature lent her aid to bless their labors with unbowed success. Never for anger, lust, or gain, would they their lips with falsehood stain. Inclined to mercy, they could scan the weakness and the strength of man. They fairly judged both high and low, and ne'er would wrong a guiltless foe. Yet if a fault were proved, each one would punish e'en his own dear son. But there and in the kingdoms bound no thief or man impure was found, none of loose life or evil fame, no tempter of another's dame. Contented with their lot, each caste pgo 15 calm days in blissful quiet past. And, all in fading tasks employed, country and town deep rest enjoyed. With these wise lords around his throne the monarch justly reigned, and making every heart his own the love of all men gained. With trusty agents, as beseems, each distant realm he scanned, as the sun visits with his beams each corner of the land. Ne'er would he on the mightier foe with hostile troops advance, nor at an equal strike a blow in war's delusive chance. These lords in council bore their part with ready brain and faithful heart, with skill and knowledge, sense and tact, good to advise and bold to act. And high and endless fame he won with these to guide his schemes, as, risen in his might, the sun wins glory with his beams. Canto 8 Sumantra's speech. But splendid, just, and great of mind, the childless king for offspring pined. No son had he his name to grace, transmitter of his royal race. Long had his anxious bosom wrought, and as he pondered rose the thought, a votive steed 'twere good to slay, so might a son the gift repay. Before his lords his plan he laid, and bade them with their wisdom aid. Then with these words Sumantra, best of royal counsellors, addressed, "Hither, Vasish. Ha at their head, let all my priestly guides be led." To him Sumantra made reply, "Hear, sire, a tale of days gone by. To many a sage in time of old, Sanatkim, the saint, foretold how from thine ancient line, O king, a son, when years came round, should spring. Here dwells, 'twas thus the seer began, of Kasnap's 80 race, a holy man, Vibdok named, to him shall spring a son, the famous Rishi Asring. Bred with the deer that round him roam, the wood shall be that hermit's home. To him no mortal shall be known except his holy sire alone. Still by those laws shall he abide which lives of youthful be our man's guide, obedient to the strictest rule that forms the young ascetic's school, and all the wondering world shall hear of his stern life and penance drear. His care to nurse the holy fire and do the bidding of his sire. Then, seated on the Unga's 81 throne, shall Omap to fame be known. But folly wrought by that great king a plague upon the land shall bring. No rain for many a year shall fall, and grievous drought shall ruin all. The troubled king with many a prayer shall bid the priests some cure declare. The lore of heaven 'tis yours to know, nor are ye blind to things below. Declare, O holy men, the way this plague to expiate and stay. Those best of Brahmans shall reply, by every art, O monarch, try hither to bring Vidok's child, persuaded, captured, or beguiled. And when the boy is hither led, to him thy daughter duly wed. But how to bring that wondrous boy his troubled thoughts will long employ, and hopeless to achieve the task he counsel of his lords will ask. and bid his priests and servants bring with honor saintly Rishyasring. But when they hear the monarch's speech, all these their master will beseech, with trembling hearts and looks of woe, to spare them, for they fear to go. And many a plan will they declare and crafty plots will frame, and promise fair to show him there, unforced, with none to blame. On every word his lords shall say, the king will meditate, and on the third returning day recall them to debate. Then this shall be the plan agreed, that damsels shall be sent attired in holy hermit's weed, and skilled in blandishment, that they the hermit may beguile with every art and amorous wile Pgo16 whose use they know so well, and by their witcheries seduce the unsuspecting young recluse to leave his father's cell. Then when the boy with willing feet shall wander from his calm retreat and in that city stand, the troubles of the king shall end, and streams of blessed rain descend upon the thirsty land. Thus shall the holy Rishyasring to Lomap, the mighty king, by wedlock be allied. For St fairest of the fair, in mind and grace beyond compare, shall be his royal bride. He, at the offering of the steed, the flames with holy oil shall feed, and for King Dasaratha gain sons whom his prayers have begged in vain. I have repeated, sire, thus far, the words of old Sanatkim, in order as he spoke them then amid the crowd of holy men. Then Dasaratha cried with joy, say how they brought the hermit boy. Canto 9 Rishyasring. The wise Sumantra, thus addressed, unfolded at the king's behest the plan the lords in council laid to draw the hermit from the shade. The priest, amid the lordly crowd, to Lomap thus spoke aloud, hear, king, the plot our thoughts have framed, a harmless trick by all unblamed. Far from the world that hermit's child lives lonely in the distant wild, a stranger to the joys of sense, his bliss is pain and abstinence. And all unknown are women yet to him, a holy anchoret. The gentle passions we will wake that with resistless influence shake the hearts of men. And he drawn by enchantment strong and sweet shall follow from his lone retreat, and come and visit thee. Let ships be formed with utmost care that artificial trees may bear, and sweet fruit deftly made. Let goodly raiment, rich and rare, and flowers, and many a bird be there beneath the leafy shade. Upon the ships thus decked a band of young and lovely girls shall stand, rich in each charm that wakes desire, and eyes that burn with amorous fire. Well skilled to sing, and play, and dance and ply their trade with smile and glance, let these, attired in hermit's dress, betake them to the wilderness, and bring the boy of life austere a voluntary captive here. He ended. And the king agreed, by the priest's counsel won. And all the ministers took heed to see his bidding done. In ships with wondrous art prepared away the lovely women fared, and soon beneath the shade they stood of the wild, lonely, dreary wood. And there the leafy cot they found where dwelt the devotee, and looked with eager eyes around the hermit's son to see. Still, of Vibdox or afraid, they hid behind the creeper's shade. But when by careful watch they knew the elder saint was far from view, with bolder steps they ventured nigh to catch the youthful hermit's eye. Then all the damsels, blithe and gay, at various games began to play. They tossed the flying ball about with dance and song and merry shout, and moved, their scented tresses bound with wreaths, in mazy motion round. Some girls as if by love possessed, sank to the earth in feigned unrest, upstarting quickly to pursue their intermitted game anew. It was a lovely sight to see those fair ones, as they played, while fragrant robes were floating free, and bracelets clashing in their glee a pleasant tinkling made. The anklets chime, the Coes 82 cry with music filled the place as 'twere some city in the sky which heavenly minstrels grace. With each voluptuous art they strove to win the tenant of the grove, and with their graceful forms inspire his modest soul with soft desire. With arch of brow, with beck and smile, with every passion waking while Pgo17 of glance and lotus hand, with all enticements that excite the longing for unknown delight which boys in vain withstand. Forth came the hermit's son to view the wondrous sight to him so new, and gazed in rapt surprise, for from his natal hour till then on woman or the sons of men he ne'er had cast his eyes. He saw them with their waists so slim, with fairest shape and faultless limb, in variegated robes arrayed, and sweetly singing as they played. Near and more near the hermit drew, and watched them at their game, and stronger still the impulse grew to question whence they came. They marked the young ascetic gaze with curious eye and wild amaze, and sweet the long-eyed damsels sang, and shrill their merry laughter rang. Then came they nearer to his side, and languishing with passion cried, "Whose son, O youth, and who art thou, come suddenly to join us now? And why dost thou all lonely dwell in the wild wood? We pray thee, tell, we wish to know thee, gentle youth. Come, tell us, if thou wilt, the truth." He gazed upon that sight he ne'er had seen before, of girls so fair, and out of love a longing rose his sire and lineage to disclose. "My father," thus he made reply, "is Casnap's son, a saint most high, Vibdoc styled. From him I came, and Rishyasring he calls my name. Our hermit cot is near this place, come thither, O ye fair of face. There be it mine, with honour due, ye gentle youths, to welcome you." They heard his speech, and gave consent, and gladly to his cottage went. Vibdoc's son received them well beneath the shelter of his cell with guest gift, water for their feet, and woodland fruit and roots to eat. They smiled, and spoke sweet words like these, delighted with his courtesies: "We too have goodly fruit in store, grown on the trees that shade our door. Come, if thou wilt, kind hermit, haste the produce of our grove to taste. And let, O good ascetic, first this holy water quench thy thirst." They spoke, and gave him comfits sweet prepared ripe fruits to counterfeit. And many a dainty cake beside and luscious mead their stores supplied. The seeming fruits, in taste and look, the unsuspecting hermit took, for, strange to him, their form beguiled the dweller in the lonely wild. Then round his neck fair arms were flung, and there the laughing damsels clung, and pressing nearer and more near with sweet lips whispered at his ear, while rounded limb and swelling breast the youthful hermit softly pressed. The pleasing charm of that strange bowl, the touch of a tender limb, over his yielding spirit stole and sweetly vanquished him. But vows, they said, must now be paid. They bade the boy farewell, and, of the aged saint afraid, prepared to leave the dell. With ready guile they told him where their hermit dwelling lay, then, lest the sire should find them there, sped by wild paths away. They fled and left him there alone by longing love possessed. And with a heart no more his own he roamed about distressed. The aged saint came home, to find the hermit boy distraught, revolving in his troubled mind one solitary thought. "Why dost thou not, my son," he cried, "thy due obeisance pay? Why do I see thee in the tide of welling thought to-day? A devotee should never wear a mien so sad and strange. Come, quickly, dearest child, declare the reason of the change." And Rishyasring, when questioned thus, made answer in this wise: "O sire, there came to visit us some men with lovely eyes. About my neck soft arms they wound and kept me tightly held to tender breasts so soft and round, that strangely heaved and swelled. They sing more sweetly as they dance than e'er I heard till now, and play with many a sidelong glance and arching of the brow. My son," said he, "thus giants roam where holy hermits are, and wander round their peaceful home their rites austere to mar. I charge thee, thou must never lay thy trust in them, dear boy, they seek thee only to betray, and woo but to destroy." Thus having warned him of his foes that night at home he spent. And when the morrow's sun arose Pgo 18 forth to the forest went. But Rishyasring with eager pace sped forth and hurried to the place where he those visitants had seen of daintily waist and charming mien. When from afar they saw the son of Saint Vibdoc toward them run, to meet the hermit boy they hied, and hailed him with a smile, and cried, "O come, we pray, dear lord, behold our lovely home of which we told you honor there to thee we'll pay, and speed thee on thy homeward way." Pleased with the gracious words they said he followed where the damsels led. As with his guides his steps he bent, that beer man high of worth, a flood of rain from heaven was sent that gladdened all the earth. Vibdoc took his homeward road, and wearied by the heavy load of roots and woodland fruit he bore entered at last his cottage door. Fain for his son he looked around, but desolate the cell he found. He stayed not then to bathe his feet, though fainting with the toil and heat, but hurried forth and roamed about calling the boy with cry and shout. He searched the wood, but all in vain, nor tidings of his son could gain. One day beyond the forest bound the wandering saint a village found, and asked the swains and neophytes there who owned the land so rich and fair, with all the hamlets of the plain, and herds of kine and fields of grain. They listened to the hermit's words, and all the guardians of the herds, with suppliant hands together pressed, this answer to the saint addressed: the Angais lord who bears the name of Lomap, renowned by fame, bestow these hamlets with their kine and all their riches, as a sign of grace, on Rishyasring, and he Vibdog's son is said to be. The hermit with exulting breast the mighty will of fate confessed, by meditations I discerned, and cheerful to his home returned. A stately ship, at early morn, the hermit's son away had borne. Loud roared the clouds, as on he sped, the sky grew blacker overhead, till, as he reached the royal town, a mighty flood of rain came down. By the great rain the monarch's mind the coming of his guest divined. To meet the honored youth he went, and low to earth his head he bent. With his own priest to lead the train, he gave the gift high guests obtain, and sought, with all who dwelt within the city walls, his grace to win. He fed him with the daintiest fare, he served him with unceasing care, and ministered with anxious eyes lest anger in his breast should rise, and gave to be the Br man's bride his own fair daughter, lotus-eyed. Thus loved and honored by the king, the glorious Br man Rishyasring passed in that royal town his life with St his beloved wife. Canto 10 Rishyasring invited. Again, O best of kings, give ear, my saving words attentive hear, and listen to the tale of old by that illustrious Br man told. Of famed Ikshvu's line shall spring. 'Twas thus he spoke: a pious king, named Dasaratha, good and great, true to his word and fortunate. He with the Angais mighty lord shall ever live in sweet accord, and his daughter fair shall be, St of happy destiny. But Lomap, the Angais chief, still pining in his childless grief, to Dasaratha thus shall say: give me thy daughter, friend, I pray, thy St of the tranquil mind, the noblest one of womankind. The father, swift to feel for woe, shall on his friend his child bestow, and he shall take her and depart to his own town with joyous heart. The maiden home in triumph led, to Rishyasring the king shall wed, and he with loving joy and pride shall take her for his honored bride. And Dasaratha to a rite that best of Br mans shall invite with supplicating prayer, to celebrate the sacrifice to win him sons and paradise, 83 that he will fain prepare. Pgo 19 From him the Lord of men at length the boon he seeks shall gain, and see 4 sons of boundless strength his royal line maintain. Thus did the godlike saint of old the will of fate declare, and all that should befall unfold amid the sages there. O Prince supreme of men, go thou, consult thy holy guide, and win, to aid thee in thy vow, this Br man to thy side. Sumantra's counsel, wise and good, King Dasaratha heard, then by Vasish Ha's side he stood and thus with him conferred. Sumantra counsels thus: do thou my priestly guide, the plan allow. Vasish Ha gave his glad consent, and forth the happy monarch went with lords and servants on the road that led to Rishyasring's abode. Forests and rivers duly passed, he reached the distant town at last of Lomap the Angais king, and entered it with welcoming. On through the crowded streets he came, and, radiant as the kindled flame, he saw within the monarch's house the hermit's son most glorious. There Lomap, with joyful breast, to him all honor paid, for friendship for his royal guest his faithful bosom swayed. Thus entertained with utmost care 7 days, or 8, he tarried there, and then that best of men thus broke his purpose to the king, and spoke: O king of men, mine ancient friend, thus Dasaratha prayed thy St with her husband send my sacrifice to aid. Said he who ruled the Angais, yea, and his consent was won, and then at once he turned away to warn the hermit's son. he told him of their ties beyond their old affection's faithful bond. This king, he said, from days of old a well-beloved friend I hold. To me this pearl of dames he gave from childless woe mine age to save, the daughter whom he loved so much, moved by compassion's gentle touch. In him thy Father see, as I am even so is he. For sons the childless monarch yearns, to thee alone for help he turns. Go thou, the sacred right ordained to win the sons he prays to gain, go, with thy wife thy succor lend, and give his vows a blissful end. The hermit's son with quick accord obeyed the Anga's mighty lord, and with fair St at his side to day Serapha's city hied. Each king, with suppliant hands upheld, gazed on the other's face, and then by mutual love impelled met in a close embrace. Then day Serapha's thoughtful care, before he parted thence, bade trusty servants homeward bear the glad intelligence, let all the town be bright and gay with burning incense sweet. Let banners wave, and water lay the dust in every street. Glad were the citizens to learn the tidings of their lord's return, and through the city every man obediently his task began. And fair and bright he showed, as following his guest he rode through the full streets where shell and drum proclaimed aloud the king was come. And all the people with delight kept gazing on their king, attended by that youth so bright, the glorious Rishi Asring. When to his home the king had brought the hermit's saintly son, he deemed that all his task was wrought, and all he prayed for won. And lords who saw that stranger dame so beautiful to view, rejoiced within their hearts, and came and paid her honor too. Their Rishi Asring passed blissful days, graced like the king with love and praise, and shone in glorious light with her, sweet St for his minister, as Rama's son Vasish. Ha, he who wedded Saint Arundhite 84 cantos I. The sacrifice decreed. The dewy season 85 came and went. The spring returned again, then would the king, with mind intent, his sacrifice ordain. Pgo he came to Rishi Asring, and bowed to him of look divine, and bade him aid his offering vowed for heirs, to save his line. Nor would the youth his aid deny, he spake the monarch fair, and prayed him for that right so high all requisites prepare. The king to wise Sumantra cried who stood I ready near. Go summon quick each holy guide, to counsel and to hear. Obedient to his lord's behest away Sumantra sped, and brought Vasish. Ha and the rest, in scripture deeply read. Sai A. Viyadeva came, Jayali, Kasnap's son, and old Vasish. Ha, dear to fame, obedient every one. King Dasaratha met them there and duly honored each, and spoke in pleasant words his fair and salutary speech. In childless longing doomed to pine, no happiness, O lords, is mine. So have I for this cause decreed to slay the sacrificial steed. Fain would I pay that offering high wherein the horse is doomed to die, with Rishi Asring his aid to lend, and with your glory to befriend. With loud applause each holy man received his speech, approved the plan, and, by the wise Vasish, Haled, gave praises to the king, and said, the sons thou cravest shalt thou see, of fairest glory, born to thee, whose holy feelings bid thee take this righteous course for offspring's sake. Cheered by the ready praise of those whose aid he sought, his spirits rose, and thus the king his speech renewed with looks of joy and gratitude. Let what the coming rites require be ready as the priests desire, and let the horse, ordained to bleed, with fitting guard and priest, be freed. 86 yonder on SARJS northern side the sacrificial ground provide. And let the saving rites, that not ill omened may occur, be wrought. The offering I announce today each lord of earth may claim to pay, provided that his care can guard the holy rite by flaws unmarred. For wandering fiends, whose watchful spite waits eagerly to spoil each rite, hunting with keenest eye detect the slightest slip, the least neglect. And when the sacred work is crossed the workman is that moment lost. Let preparation due be made, your powers the charge can meet, that so the noble rite be paid in every point complete. And all the Brahmans answered, yea, his mandate honoring, and gladly promised to obey the order of the king. They cried with voices raised aloud, success attend thine aim. Then bade farewell, and lowly bowed, and hastened whence they came. King Dasaratha went within, his well-loved wives to see, and said, "Your lustral rites begin, for these shall prosper me. A glorious offering I prepare that precious fruit of sons may bear." Their lily faces brightened fast those pleasant words to hear, as lilies, when the winter's past, in Lovellier hues appear. Canto XII. The sacrifice begun. Again the spring with genial heat returning made the year complete. To win him sons, without delay his vow the king resolved to pay, and to Vaisish. Ha, saintly man, in modest words this speech began, prepare the rite with all things fit as is ordained in holy writ, and keep with utmost care if our waiter its sacred forms might mar. Thou art, my lord, my trustiest guide, kind-hearted, and my friend beside. So is it meet thou undertake this heavy task for duty's sake. Then he, of twice-born men the best, his glad assent at once expressed, "Fain will I do whate'er may be desired, O honored king, by thee." To ancient priests he spoke, who, trained in holy rites, deep skill had gained, here guards be stationed, good and sage religious men of trusted age. And various workmen send and call, who frame the door and build the wall, with men of every art and trade, who read the stars and ply the spade. Pgo21 and mimes and minstrels hither bring, and damsels trained to dance and sing. Then to the learned men he said, "In many a page of scripture read, be yours each rite performed to see according to the king's decree. And stranger be our mans quickly called to this great rite that welcomes all. Pavilions for the princes, decked with art and ornament, erect, and handsome booths by thousands made the Beerman visitors to shade, arranged in order side by side, with meat and drink and all supplied. And ample stables we shall need for many an elephant and steed, and chambers where the men may lie, and vast apartments, broad and high, fit to receive the countless bands of warriors come from distant lands. For our own people to provide sufficient tents, extended wide, and stores of meat and drink prepare, and all that can be needed there. And food in plenty must be found for guests from all the country round. Of various vines presents make, for honor, not for pity's sake, that fit regard and worship be paid to each caste in due degree. And let not wish or wrath excite your hearts the meanest guest to slight. But still observe with special grace those who obtain the foremost place, whether for happier skill in art or bearing in the right their part. Do you, I pray, with friendly mind perform the task to you assigned, and work the right, as bids the law, without omission, slip, or flaw. They answered, "As thou seest fit so will we do and not omit." The sage Vasi Ha then addressed Sumantra called at his behest, the princes of the earth invite, and famous lords who guard the right, priest, warrior, merchant, lowly thrall, in countless thousands summon all. Where'er their home be, far or near, gather the good with honor here, and Yanak, whose imperial sway the men of M-Hill 7 obey. The firm of vow, the dread of foes, who all the lore of scripture knows, invite him here with honor high, King Dasaratha's old ally. And Kis 88 lord of gentle speech, who finds a pleasant word for each, in length of days our monarch's peer, illustrious king, invite him here. The father of our ruler's bride, known for his virtues far and wide, the king whom Kakai's 89 realms obey, him with his son invite, I pray. And Lomap the Angais king, true to his vows and godlike, bring. For be thine invitations sent to west and south and orient. Call those who rule Sir H. Ra's 90 land, Sarv's 91 realm and Sindhu's strand, and all the kings of earth beside in friendship's bonds with us allied, invite them all to hasten in with retinue and kith and kin. Vaisish Ha's speech without delay Sumantra bent him to obey, and sent his trusty envoys forth eastward and westward, south and north. Obedient to the saint's request himself he hurried forth, and pressed each nobler chief and lord and king to hasten to the gathering. Before the saint Vaisish Ha stood all those who wrought with stone and wood, and showed the work which every one in furtherance of the right had done, rejoiced their ready zeal to see. Thus to the craftsmen all said he, I charge ye, masters, see to this, that there be nothing done amiss, and this, I pray, in mind be borne, that not one gift ye give in scorn, whenever scorn of gift attends great sin is his who thus offends. And now some days and nights had passed, and kings began to gather fast, and precious gems in liberal store as gifts to Dasaratha bore. Then joy thrilled through Vaishish's breast as thus the monarch he addressed: "Obedient to thy high decree the kings, my lord, are come to thee. Pgo22 and it has been my care to greet and honor all with reverence meet. Thy servant's task is ended quite, and all is ready for the rite. Come forth then to the sacred ground where all in order will be found." Then Rishyasring confirmed the tale, nor did their words to move him fail. The stars propitious influence lent when forth the world's great ruler went. Then by the sage Vaishish's led the priest begun to speed those glorious rites wherein is shed the lifeblood of the steed. Canto XIII. The sacrifice finished, the circling year had filled its course, and back was brought the wandering horse. Then upon Sarj's northern strand began the rite the king had planned. With Rishyasring the forms to guide, the Brahmans to their task applied. At that great offering of the steed their lofty-minded king decreed. The priests, who all the scripture knew, performed their part in order due, and circled round in solemn train as precepts of the law ordain. Pravargya rites 92 were duly sped, for Upasads 93 the flames were fed. Then from the plant 94 the juice was squeezed, and those high saints with minds well pleased performed the mystic rites begun with bathing ere the rise of sun they gave the portion Indra's claim, and hymned the king whom none can blame. The midday bathing followed next, observed as bids the holy text. Then the good priests with utmost care, informed that scripture's rules declare, for the third time pure water shed on high Sul Dasaratha's head. Then Rishyasring and all the rest to Indra and the gods addressed their sweet-toned hymn of praise and prayer, and called them in the right to share. With sweetest song and hymn entoned they gave the gods in heaven enthroned, as duty bids, the gifts they claim, the holy oil that feeds the flame. And many an offering there was paid, and not one slip in all was made. For with most careful heed they saw that all was done by Veda law. None, all those days, was seen oppressed by hunger or by toil distressed. Why speak of humankind? No beast was there that lacked an ample feast. For there was store for all who came, for orphan child and lonely dame. The old and young were well supplied, the poor and hungry satisfied. Throughout the day ascetics fed, and those who roamed to beg their bread, while all around the cry was still, give forth, and eat your fill. Give forth with liberal hand the meal, and various robes in largesse deal." Urged by these cries on every side unweariedly their task they plied, and heaps of food like hills in size and boundless plenty met the eyes, and lakes of sauce, each day renewed, refreshed the weary multitude. And strangers there from distant lands, and women folk in crowded bands the best of food and drink obtained at the great rite the king ordained. Apart from all, the Brahmans there, thousands on thousands, took their share of various dainties sweet to taste, on plates of gold and silver placed, already set, as, when they willed, the twice-born men their places filled. And servants in fair garments dressed waited upon each Brahman guest. Of cheerful mind and mien were they, with gold and jewelled earrings gay. The best of Brahmans praised the fare of countless sorts, of flavor rare, and thus to Rahu's son they cried, "We bless thee, and are satisfied." Between the rites some Brahmans spent the time in learned argument, Pgo23 with ready flow of speech, sedate, and keen to vanquish in debate 95 there day by day the holy train performed all rites as rules ordain. No priest in all that host was found but kept the vows that held him bound, none, but the holy Vedas knew, and all their sixfold science 96 too. No Brahman there was found unfit to speak with eloquence and wit. And now the appointed time came near the sacrificial posts to rear. They brought them, and prepared to fix of bell 97 and kh ear 98 6 and 6. 6. Made of the pala 99 tree, of figwood 1, apart to be, of SLESHM 100 and of D that 101 one column each, the mightiest far, so thick the two, the arms of man their ample girth would fail to span. All these with utmost care were wrought by hand of priests in scripture taught, and all with gold were gilded bright to add new splendor to the rite, 21 those stakes in all, each 1 and 20 cubits tall, and 1 and 20 ribbons there hung on the pillars, bright and fair. Firm in the earth they stood at last, where cunning craftsmen fixed them fast. And there unshaken each remained, octagonal and smoothly planed. Then ribbons over all were hung, and flowers and scent around them flung. Thus decked they cast a glory forth like the great saints who star the north. 102 The sacrificial altar then was raised by skillful twice-born men, in shape and figure to behold an eagle with his wings of gold, with 9 pits and formed threefold each for some special god. Beside the pillars were the victims tied. The birds that roam the wood, the air, the water, and the land were there, and snakes and things of reptile birth, and healing herbs that spring from earth, as texts prescribe, in scripture found. 300 victims there were bound. The steed devoted to the host of gods, the gem they honor most, was duly sprinkled. Then the queen causally with delighted mien, with reverent steps around him paced, and with sweet wreaths the victim graced. Then with 3 swords in order due she smote the steed with joy, and slew. That night the queen, a son to gain, with calm and steady heart was fain by the dead charger's side to stay from evening till the break of day. Then came 3 priests, their care to lead the other queens to touch the steed, upon causally to attend, their company and aid to lend. As by the horse she still reclined, with happy mien and cheerful mind, with Rishi answering the twice-born came and praised and blessed the royal dame. The priest who well his duty knew, and every sense could well subdue, from out the bony chambers freed and boiled the marrow of the steed. Above the steam the monarch bent, and, as he smelt the fragrant scent, in time and order drove afar all error that his hopes could mar. Then 16 priests together came and cast into the sacred flame the severed members of the horse, made ready all in ordered course. On piles of holy fig tree raised PGO2 for the meaner victims' bodies blazed. The steed, of all the creatures slain, alone required a pile of cane. 3 days, as is by law decreed, lasted that offering of the steed. The Chatish began the rite, and when the sun renewed his light, the Ukthya followed, after came the Atira's holy flame. These were the rites, and many more arranged by light of holy lore, the aptery of mighty power, and, each performed in proper hour, the Abhijit and Visvajit with every form and service fit. And with the sacrifice at night the Jyotish and us right 103 the task was done, as laws prescribe. The monarch, glory of his tribe, bestowed the land in liberal grants upon the sacred ministrants. He gave the region of the east, his conquest, to the Hatri priest. The west, the celebrant obtained, the south, the priest presiding gained, the northern region was the share of him who chanted forth the prayer. 104 Thus did each priest obtain his meat at the great slaughter of the steed, ordained, the best of all to be, by self-existent deity. IKSHVU's son with joyful mind this noble fee to each assigned, but all the priests with one accord addressed that unpolluted Lord, 'tis thine alone to keep the whole of this broad earth in firm control. PGO25 No gift of lands from thee we seek, to guard these realms our hands were weak. On sacred lore our days are spent, let other gifts our wants content. The chief of old IKSHVU's line gave them 10,100,000 kine, 100 millions of fine gold, the same in silver 4 times told. But every priest in presence there with one accord resigned his share. To Saint Vasish, high of soul, and Rishi answering they gave the whole. That largesse pleased those Brahmans well, who bade the prince his wishes tell. Then Dasaratha, mighty king, made answer thus to Rishi answering, O holy hermit, of thy grace, vouchsafe the increase of my race. He spoke, nor was his prayer denied. The best of Brahmans thus replied, 4 sons, O monarch, shall be thine, upholders of thy royal line. Canto XIV. Are undoomed. The saint, well read in holy lore, pondered a while his answer o'er, and thus again addressed the king, his wandering thoughts regathering: another rite will I begin, which shall the sons thou cravest win, where all things shall be duly sped, and first Atharva texts be read. Then by Vibdok's gentle son was that high sacrifice begun, the king's advantage seeking still, and zealous to perform his will. Now all the gods had gathered there, each one for his allotted share. Brahm, the ruler of the sky, Sthuna, Lord Most High, and holy Indra men might view with merits 105 for his retinue. The heavenly chorister, and saint, and spirit pure from earthly taint, with one accord had sought the place the high-souled monarch's right to grace. Then to the gods who came to take their proper share the hermit spake: for you has Dasaratha slain the votive steed, a son to gain. Stern penance rites the king has tried, and in firm faith on you relied, and now with undiminished care a second rite would fain prepare. But, O ye gods, consent to grant the longing of your supplicant. For him beseeching hands I lift, and pray you all to grant the gift, that four fair sons of high renown the offerings of the king may crown. They to the hermit's son replied: his longing shall be gratified. 4. Be our man, in most high degree we love the king and honor thee. These words the gods in answer said, and vanished thence by Indra led. Thus to the Lord, the worlds who made, the immortals all assembled prayed: O Brahm, mighty by thy grace, who rules the giant race, torments us in his senseless pride, and penance-loving saints beside. For thou, well pleased in days of old, gavest the boon that makes him bold, that god nor demon e'er should kill his charmed life, for so thy will. We, honoring that high behest, bear all his rage though sore distressed. That lord of giants fierce and fell scourges the earth and heaven and hell. Mad with thy boon, his impious rage smites saint and bard and god and sage. The sun himself withholds his glow, the wind in fear forbears to blow. The fire restrains his wonted heat where stand the dreaded Ra's feet, and, neck-laced with the wandering wave, the sea before him fears to rave. Kuvra's self in sad defeat is driven from his blissful seat. We see, we feel the giant's might, and woe comes o'er us and affright. To thee, O Lord, thy suppliants pray to find some cure this plague to stay. Thus by the gathered gods addressed he pondered in his secret breast, and said: one only way I find to slay this fiend of evil mind. He prayed me once his life to guard from demon, god, and heavenly bard, and spirits of the earth and air, and I consenting heard his prayer. But the proud giant in his scorn recked not of man of woman born. None else may take his life away, but only man the fiend may slay. The gods, with Indra at their head, rejoiced to hear the words he said. Then crowned with glory like a flame, Lord Vish, you to the council came. His hands shell, mace, and discus bore, and saffron were the robes he wore. Pgo26 riding his eagle through the crowd, as the sun rides upon a cloud, with bracelets of fine gold, he came loud welcomed by the gods' acclaim. His praise they sing with one consent, and cried, in lowly reverence bent: O Lord, whose hand fierce Madhu 106 slew, be thou our refuge, firm and true. Friend of the suffering worlds art thou, we pray thee help thy suppliants now. Then Vish, you spake: ye gods, declare, what may I do to grant your prayer? King Dasaratha, thus cried they, fervent in penance many a day, the sacrificial steed has slain, longing for sons, but all in vain. Now, at the cry of us forlorn, incarnate as his seed be born. 3 queens has he, each lovely dame like beauty, modesty, or fame. Divide thyself in 4, and be his offspring by these noble 3. Man's nature take, and slay in fight who laughs at heavenly might, this common scourge, this rankling thorn whom the 3 worlds too long have borne for Ra. In the senseless pride of might unequaled has defied the host of heaven, and plagues with woe angel and bard and saint below, crushing each spirit and each maid who plays in Nandan's 107 heavenly shade. O conquering Lord, to thee we bow. Our surest hope and trust art thou. Regard the world of men below, and slay the god's tremendous foe. When thus the suppliant gods had prayed, his wise reply N.A. 108 made, "What task demands my presence there, and whence this dread, ye gods declare?" The gods replied, "We fear, O Lord, fierce are Ravener abhorred. Be thine the glorious task, we pray, in human form this fiend to slay. By thee of all the blessed alone the sinner may be overthrown. He gained by penance long and dire the favor of the mighty Sire. Then he who every gift bestows guarded the fiend from heavenly foes, and gave a pledge his life that kept from all things living, man except. On him thus armed no other foe than man may deal the deadly blow. Assume, O King, a mortal birth, and strike the demon to the earth." Then Vish, "You, God of gods, the Lord supreme by all the worlds adored, to Brahman the suppliant spake, dismiss your fear, for your dear sake in battle will I smite him dead, the cruel fiend, the immortals dread. And lords and ministers and all his kith and kin with him shall fall. Then, in the world of mortal men, 10,000 years and hundreds 10 I as a human king will reign, and guard the earth as my domain." God, saint, and nymph, and minstrel throng with heavenly voices raised their song in hymns of triumph to the God whose conquering feet on manhood trod, champion of gods, as man appear, this cruel R.A. slay, the thorn that saints and hermits fear, the plague that none can stay. In savage fury uncontrolled his pride forever grows, he dares the Lord of gods to hold among his deadly foes. Canto XV. The Nectar. When wisest Vish, you thus had given his promise to the gods of heaven, he pondered in his secret mind a suited place of birth to find, then he decreed, the lotus-eyed, in for his being to divide, and Dasaratha, gracious king, he chose as sire from whom to spring. That childless prince of high renown, who smote in war his foeman down, at that same time with utmost care prepared the right that wins an heir. 109 Then Vish, you, fain on earth to dwell, bade the almighty Sire farewell, and vanished while a reverent crowd of gods and saints in worship bowed. The monarch watched the sacred rite, when a vast form of awful might, of matchless splendor, strength, and size was manifest before his eyes. Pgo27 From forth the sacrificial flame, dark, robed in red, the being came. His voice was drum-like, loud and low, his face suffused with rosy glow. Like a huge lion's mane appeared the long locks of his hair and beard. He shone with many a lucky sign, and many an ornament divine. A towering mountain in his height, a tiger in his gait and might. No precious mine more rich could be, no burning flame more bright than he. His arms embraced in loving hold, like a dear wife, a vase of gold whose silver lining held a draught of nectar as in heaven is quaffed, a vase so vast, so bright to view, they scarce could count the vision true. Upon the king his eyes he bent, and said, "The Lord of life has sent his servant down, O Prince, to be a messenger from heaven to thee." The king with all his nobles by raised reverent hands and made reply, "Welcome, O glorious being. Say how can my care thy grace repay?" Envoy of him whom all adore, thus to the king he spake once more, "The gods accept thy worship, they give thee the blessed fruit today. Approach and take, O glorious king, this heavenly nectar which I bring, for it shall give thee sons and wealth, and bless thee with the store of health. Give it to those fair queens of thine, and bid them quaff the drink divine, and they the princely sons shall bear long sought by sacrifice and prayer." "Yea, O my lord," the monarch said, and took the vase upon his head, the gift of gods, of fine gold wrought, with store of heavenly liquor fraught. He honored, filled with transport new, that wondrous being, fair to view, as round the envoy of the god with reverential steps he trod. 110 His errand done, that form of light arose and vanished from the sight. High rapture filled the monarch's soul, possessed of that celestial bowl, as when a man by want distressed with unexpected wealth is blessed. And rays of transport seemed to fall illuminating bower and hall, as when the autumn moon rides high, and floods with lovely light the sky. Quick to the lady's bower he sped, and thus to Queen Causalie said, This genial nectar take and quaff." He spoke, and gave the lady half. Part of the nectar that remained Sumitra from his hand obtained. He gave, to make her fruitful too, Kaki half the residue. A portion yet remaining there, he paused a while to think. Then gave Sumitra with her share the remnant of the drink. Thus on each queen of those fair 3 part the king bestowed, and with sweet hope a child to see their yearning bosoms glowed. The heavenly bowl the king supplied their longing souls relieved, and soon, with rapture and with pride, each royal dame conceived. He gazed upon each lady's face, and triumphed as he gazed, as Indra in his royal place by gods and spirits praised. Canto XVI. The VRs. When Vishnu thus had gone on earth, from the great king to take his birth, the self-existent Lord of all addressed the gods who heard his call, for Vishnu's sake, the strong and true, who seeks the good of all of you, make helps, in war to lend him aid, in forms that change at will, arrayed, of wizard skill and hero might, outstrippers of the wind in flight, skilled in the arts of counsel, wise, and Vishnu's peers in bold emprise. With heavenly arts and prudence fraught, by no devices to be caught. Skilled in all weapons lore and use as they who drink the immortal juice 111 PGO28 and let the nymphs supreme in grace, and maidens of the minstrel race, monkeys and snakes, and those who rove free spirits of the hill and grove, and wandering daughters of the air, in monkey form brave children bear. So erst the Lord of Bears I shaped, born from my mouth as wide I gaped. Thus by the mighty sire addressed they all obeyed his high behest, and thus begotten countless swarms brave sons disguised in sylvan forms. Each god, each sage became a sire, each minstrel of the heavenly choir, 112 each fawn, 113 of children strong and good whose feet should roam the hill and wood. Snakes, bards, 114 and spirits, 115 serpents bold had sons too numerous to be told. Bi, the woodland hosts who led, high as Mahendra's 116 lofty head, was Indra's child. That noblest fire, the sun, was great Sugra's sire, Ta, the mighty monkey, he was offspring of Ihospati, 117 Ta the matchless chieftain, boast for wisdom of the Vr host. Of Gantam and brave and bold the father was the lord of gold. Nala the mighty, dear to fame, of skillful Visvakarma 18 came, from 119 Nila bright as flame, who in his splendor, might, and worth, surpassed the sire who gave him birth. The heavenly Aspens, 120 swift and fair, were fathers of a noble pair, who, Dvivita and Mainda named, for beauty like their sires were famed. Veru? 121 was father of Sush? Of Sarab, he who sends the rain. 122 Han best of monkey kind, was son of him who breathes the wind, like thunderbolt in frame was he, and swift as Garu? S123 self could flee. These thousands did the gods create endowed with might that none could mate, in monkey forms that changed at will. So strong their wish the fiend to kill. In mountain size, like lions thewed, up sprang the wondrous multitude, auxiliar hosts in every shape, monkey and bear and highland ape. In each the strength, the might, the mien of his own parent god were seen. Some chiefs of Vr mothers came, some of she-bear and minstrel dame, skilled in all arms in battle's shock. The brandished tree, the loosened rock. And prompt, should other weapons fail, to fight and slay with tooth and nail. Their strength could shake the hills amain, and rend the rooted trees in twain. Disturb with their impetuous sweep the river's lord, the ocean deep, rend with their feet the seated ground, and pass wide floods with airy bound, or forcing through the sky their way the very clouds by force could stay. Mad elephants that wander through the forest wilds, could they subdue, and with their furious shout could scare dead upon earth the birds of air. So were the sylvan chieftains formed. Thousands on thousands still they swarmed. These were the leaders honored most, the captains of the Vr host, and to each lord and chief and guide was monkey offspring born beside. Then by the bear's great monarch stood the other roamers of the wood, PGO29 and turned, their pathless homes to seek, to forest and to mountain peak. The leaders of the monkey band by the two brothers took their stand, Sugra, offspring of the sun, and Bi, Indra's mighty one. They both endowed with Garu's might, and skilled in all the arts of fight, wandered in arms the forest through, and lions, snakes, and tigers slew. But every monkey, ape, and bear ever was Bi's special care. With his vast strength and mighty arm he kept them from all scathe and harm. And so the earth with hill, wood, seas, was filled with mighty ones like these, of various shape and race and kind, with proper homes to each assigned. With our A's champions fierce and strong the earth was overspread, high as the hills and clouds, a throng with bodies vast and dread. 124 Canto XVI. Rishi Asring's Return. Now when the high-souled monarch's rite, the Asvamed, was finished quite, their sacrificial dues obtained, the gods their heavenly homes regained. The lofty-minded saints withdrew, each to his place, with honor due, and kings and chieftains, one and all, who came to grace the festival. And Dasaratha, ere they went, addressed them thus benevolent: Now may you, each with joyful heart, to your own realms, O kings, depart. Peace and good luck attend you there, and blessing is my friendly prayer. Let cares of state each mind engage to guard his royal heritage. A monarch from his throne expelled no better than the dead is held. So he who cares for power and might must guard his realm and royal right. Such care a maid in heaven will bring better than rites and offering. Such care a king his country owes as man upon himself bestows, when for his body he provides raiment and every need besides. For future days should kings foresee, and keep the present error free. Thus did the kings exhort, they heard, and turned them from the court, and, each to each in friendship bound, went forth to all the realms around. The rites were o'er, the guests were sped, the train the best of Beermans led, in which the king with joyful soul, with his dear wives, and with the whole of his imperial host and train of cars and servants turned again, and, as a monarch dear to fame, within his royal city came. Next, Rishi Asring, well-honored sage, and sought their hermitage. The king himself, of prudent mind, attended him, with troops behind. And all her men the town outpoured with Saint Vasish, and their lord. High mounted on a car of state, o'er canopied fair sate, drawn by white oxen, while a band of servants marched on either hand. Great gifts of countless price she bore, with sheep and goats and gems in store. Like beauty's self the lady shone with all the jewels she had on, as, happy in her sweet content, peerless amid the fair she went. Not Queen Palame's 125 self could be more loving to her lord than she. She who had lived in happy ease, honored with all her heart could please, while dames and kinsfolk ever vied to see her wishes gratified, soon as she knew her husband's will again to seek the forest, still was ready for the hermit's cot, nor murmured at her altered lot. The king attended to the wild that hermit and his own dear child, and in the center of a throng of noble courtiers rode along. The sage's son had let prepare a lodge within the wood, and there while they lingered blithe and gay. Then, duly honored, went their way. The glorious hermit Rishi Asring drew near and thus besought the king, Pgo30 return, my honored lord, I pray, return, upon thy homeward way. The monarch, with the waiting crowd, lifted his voice and wept aloud, and with eyes dripping still to each of his good queens he spake this speech, Kausali and Sumitra dear, and thou, my sweet Kaki hear. All upon feast your gaze, the last time for a length of days. To St's arms the ladies leapt, and hung about her neck and wept, and cried, Oh, happy be the life of this great Beer man and his wife. The wind, the fire, the moon on high, the earth, the streams, the circling sky, preserve thee in the wood, true spouse, devoted to thy husband's vows. And O dear St, ne'er neglect to pay the dues of meek respect to the great saint, thy husband's sire, with all observance and with fire. And, sweet one, pure of spot and blame, forget not thou thy husband's claim. In every change, in good and ill, Let thy sweet words delight him still, and let thy worship constant be. Her Lord is woman's deity. To learn thy welfare, dearest friend, the king will many a beer man send. Let happy thoughts thy spirit cheer, and be not troubled, daughter dear. These soothing words the ladies said, and pressed their lips upon her head. Each gave with sighs her last adieu, then at the king's command withdrew. The king around the hermit went with circling footsteps reverent, and placed at Rishyasring's command some soldiers of his royal band. The beer man bowed in turn and cried, "May fortune never leave thy side, O mighty king, with justice reign, and still thy people's love retain." He spoke, and turned away his face, and, as the hermit went, the monarch, rooted to the place, pursued with eyes intent. But when the sage had passed from view, King Dasaratha turned him to, still fixing on his friend each thought. With such deep love his breast was fraught. Amid his people's loud acclaim home to his royal seat he came, and lived delighted there, expecting when each queenly dame, upholder of his ancient fame, her promised son should bear. The glorious sage his way pursued till close before his eyes he viewed sweet Champlamap's fair town, wreathed with her Champak's 126 leafy crown. Soon as the saint's approach he knew, the king, to yield him honor due, went forth to meet him with a band of priests and nobles of the land. "Hail, sage!" he cried, "O joy to me! What bliss it is, my lord, to see thee with thy wife and all thy train returning to my town again. Thy father, honored sage, is well, who hither from his woodland cell has sent full many a messenger for tidings both of thee and her." Then joyfully, for due respect, the monarch bade the town be decked. The king and Rishyasring elate entered the royal city's gate, in front the chaplain rode. Then, loved and honored with all care by monarch and by courtier, there the glorious saint abode. Canto XVII. Rishyasring's departure. The monarch called a beer man near and said, "Now speed away to Kasnap's son, 127 the mighty seer, and with all reverence say the holy child he holds so dear, the hermit of the noble mind, whose equal it were hard to find, returned, is dwelling here. Go, and instead of me do thou before that best of hermits bow, that still he may, for his dear son, show me the favor I have won." Soon as the king these words had said, to Kasnap's son the beer man sped. Before the hermit low he bent and did obeisance, reverent. Then with meek words his grace to crave the message of his lord he gave. The high-souled father of his bride had called thy son his rites to guide. Those rites are o'er, the steed is slain. Thy noble child is come again. Soon as the saint that speech had heard, his spirit with desire was stirred to seek the city of the king and to his cot his son to bring. Pgo31 with young disciples at his side forth on his way the hermit hied, while peasants from their hamlets ran to reverence the holy man. Each with his little gift of food, forth came the village multitude, and, as they humbly bowed the head, "What may we do for thee?" they said. Then he, of beer man's first and best, the gathered people thus addressed, "Now tell me, for I fain would know, why is it I am honored so?" They to the high-souled saint replied, "Our ruler is with thee allied. Our master's order we fulfill. O beer man, let thy mind be still." With joy the saintly hermit heard each pleasant and delightful word, and poured a benediction down on king and ministers and town. Glad at the words of that high saint, some servants hastened to acquaint their king, rejoicing to impart the tidings that would cheer his heart. Soon as the joyful tale he knew, to meet the saint the monarch flew. The guest gift in his hand he brought, and bowed before him and besought, "This day by seeing thee I gain not to have lived my life in vain. Now be not wroth with me, I pray, because I wiled thy son away." 128 The best of beer man's answer made, "Be not, great lord of kings, afraid. Thy virtues have not failed to win my favor, O thou pure of sin." Then in the front the saint was placed. The king came next in joyous haste, and with him entered his abode, mid glad acclaim as on they rode. To greet the sage the reverent crowd raised suppliant hands and humbly bowed. Then from the palace many a dame following well-dressed St came, stood by the mighty saint and cried, "See, honor's source, thy son's dear bride." The saint, who every virtue knew, his arms around his daughter threw, and with a father's rapture pressed the lady to his wondering breast. Arising from the saint's embrace, she bowed her low before his face, and then, with palm to palm applied, stood by her hermit father's side. He for his son, as laws ordain, performed the rite that frees from stain. 129 And, honored by the wise and good, with him departed to the wood. Canto XIX. The birth of the princes. The seasons 6 in rapid flight had circled since that glorious rite. 11 months had passed away. 'Twas Chaitra's 9th returning day. 130 The moon within that mansion shone which a deity looks kindly on. Raised to their apex in the sky, 5 brilliant planets beamed on high. Shone with the moon, in Cancer's sign, V. I Hospati 131 with light divine. Causally bore an infant blessed with heavenly marks of grace impressed. Ra, the universe's Lord, a prince by all the worlds adored. New glory Queen causally one reflected from her splendid sun. So Aditi shone more and more, the mother of the gods, when she the king of the immortals 132 bore, the thunder-wielding deity. Pgo32 The lotus-eyed, the beauteous boy, he came fierce Ra to destroy. From half of Vish, U's vigor born, he came to help the world's forlorn. And Queen Kaki bore a child of truest velour, Bharat styled, with every princely virtue blessed. 1/4 of Vish, U manifest. Sumitra to a noble pair, called Lakshma and Citruna, bear, of high emprise, devoted, true, sharers in Vish, U's essence too. Neath Pashaya's 133 mansion, Meena's 134 sign, was Bharat born, of soul benign. The sun had reached the crab at morn when Queen Sumitra's babes were born. What time the moon had gone to make his nightly dwelling with the snake. The high-souled monarch's consorts bore at different times those glorious 4, like to himself and virtuous, bright as Prash. Hapad's 135 fourfold light. Then dense the nymph celestial throng, the minstrels raised their strain. The drums of heaven pealed loud and long, and flowers came down in rain. Within the Adhi blithe and gay, all kept the joyous holiday. The spacious square, the ample road with mimes and dancers overflowed, and with the voice of music rang where minstrels played and singers sang, and shone, a wonder to behold, with dazzling show of gems and gold. Nor did the king his largesse spare, for minstrel, driver, bard, to share. Much wealth the beermans bore away, and many thousand dined that day. Soon as each babe was 12 days old, 'twas time the naming rite to hold. When Saint Vasish, rapt with joy, assigned a name to every boy. Ra, to him the high-souled heir, Bharat, to him Kaki bare, of Queen Sumitra one fair son was Lakshma, and Citruna 136 one Ra, his sire's supreme delight, like some proud banner cheered his sight, and to all creatures seemed to be the self-existent deity. All heroes, versed in holy lore, to all mankind great love they bore. Fair stores of wisdom all possessed, with princely graces all were blessed. But mid those youths of high descent, with lordly light pre-eminent, like the full moon unclouded, shone Ra, the world's dear paragon. He best the elephant could guide. 137 Urged the fleet car, the charger ride, a master he of bowman's skill, joying to do his father's will. The world's delight and darling, he loved Lakshma best from infancy, and Lakshma, lord of lofty fate, upon his elder joyed to wait, striving his second self to please with friendship's sweet observances. His limbs the hero ne'er would rest unless the couch his brother pressed. Except beloved Ra shared, he could not taste the meal prepared. When Ra, pride of Rahu's race, sprang on his steed to urge the chase, behind him Lakshma loved to go and guard him with his trusty bow. As Ra was to Lakshma dear more than his life and ever near, so fond Citruna prized above his very life his Bharat's love. Illustrious heroes, noddly kind in mutual love they all combined, and gave their royal sire delight with modest grace and warrior might, supported by the glorious force shown de Saratha more and more, as though, with every guardian god who keeps the land and skies, the father of all creatures trod the earth before men's eyes. Canto XX. Visv's visit. Now Dasaratha's pious mind meet wedlock for his sons designed. Pgo 3 with priests and friends the king began to counsel and prepare his plan. Such thoughts engaged his bosom, when, to see Yadhi's Lord of Men, a mighty saint of glorious fame, the hermit Visvitra 138 came. For evil fiends that roam by night disturbed him in each holy rite, and in their strength and frantic rage assailed with witcheries the sage. He came to seek the monarch's aid to guard the rites the demons stayed, unable to a close to bring one unpolluted offering. Seeking the king in this dire strait he said to those who kept the gate, "Haste, warders, to your master run, and say that here stands Jihi's son." Soon as they heard the holy man, to the king's chamber swift they ran with minds disordered all, and spurred to wildest zeal by what they heard. On to the royal hall they sped, there stood and lowly bowed the head, and made the Lord of Men aware that the great saint was waiting there. The king with priest and peer arose and ran the sage to meet, as Indra from his palace goes Lord Brahma's self to greet. When glowing with celestial light the pious hermit was in sight, the king, whose mien his transport showed, the honored gift for guests bestowed. Nor did the saint that gift despise, offered as holy texts advise. He kindly asked the earth's great king how all with him was prospering. The son of Cusick 139 bade him tell if all in town and field were well, all well with friends, and kith and kin, and royal treasures stored within. Do all thy neighbors own thy sway? Thy foes confess thee yet? Dost thou continue still to pay to gods and men each debt? Then he, of hermits first and best, Vasish, with a smile 140 addressed, and asked him of his welfare too, showing him honor as was due. Then with the sainted hermit all went joyous to the monarch's hall, and sate them down by due degree, each one, of rank and dignity. Joy filled the noble prince's breast who thus bespoke the honored guest, as Amrit 141 by a mortal found, as rain upon the thirsty ground, as to an heirless man a son born to him of his precious one, as gain of what we sorely miss, as sudden dawn of mighty bliss, so is thy coming here to me, all welcome, mighty saint, to thee. What wish within thy heart hast thou? If I can please thee, tell me how. Hail, saint, from whom all honors flow, worthy of all I can bestow. Blessed is my birth with fruit today, nor has my life been thrown away. I see the best of our man race and night to glorious morn gives place. Thou, holy sage, in days of old among the royal saints enrolled, didst, penance glorified, within the our man cast high station win. 'Tis meet and right in many a way that I to thee should honor pay. This seems a marvel to mine eyes, all sin thy visit purifies. And I by seeing thee, O sage, have reaped the fruit of pilgrimage. Then say what thou wouldst have me do, that thou hast sought this interview. Favored by thee, my wish is still, O hermit, to perform thy will. Nor needest thou at length explain the object that thy heart would gain. Without reserve I grant it now, my deity, O Lord, art thou. The glorious hermit, far renowned, with highest fame and virtue crowned, rejoice these modest words to hear, delightful to the mind and ear. Canto XXI. Visv's speech. The hermit heard with high content that speech so wondrous eloquent, and while each hair with joy arose, 142 Pgo 34 he thus made answer at the close, Good is thy speech, O noble king, and like thyself in everything. So should their lips be wisdom fraught whom kings begot, Vasish taught. The favor which I came to seek thou grantest ere my tongue can speak. But let my tale attention claim, and hear the need for which I came. O king, as scripture texts allow, a holy rite employs me now. Two fiends who change their forms at will impede that rite with cursed skill 143 oft when the task is nigh complete. These worst of fiends my toil defeat, throw bits of bleeding flesh, and o'er the altar shed a stream of gore. When thus the right is mocked and stayed, and all my pious hopes delayed, cast down in heart the spot I leave, and spent with fruitless labor grieve. Nor can I, checked by prudence, dare let loose my fury on them there, the muttered curse, the threatening word, in such a rite must ne'er be heard. Thy grace the right from check can free, and yield the fruit I long to see. Thy duty bids thee, King, defend the suffering guest, the suppliant friend. Give me thy son, thine eldest born, whom locks like ravens' wings adorn. That hero youth, the truly brave, of thee, O glorious King, I crave. For he can lay those demons low who mar my rights and work me woe. My power shall shield the youth from harm, and heavenly might shall nerve his arm. And on my champion will I shower unnumbered gifts of varied power, such gifts as shall ensure his fame and spread through all the world's his name. Be sure those fiends can never stand before the might of Ra's hand, and mid the best and bravest none can slay that pair but Rahu's son. Entangled in the toils of fate those sinners, proud and obstinate, are, in their fury overbold, no match for Ra mighty Suld. Nor let a father's breast give way too far to fond affection's sway. Count thou the fiends already slain, my word is pledged, nor pledged in vain. I know the hero Ra well in whom high thoughts and valour dwell. So does Vasish. Ha, so do these engaged in long austerities. If thou would do the righteous deed, and win high fame, thy virtues meed, fame that on earth shall last and live, to me, great King, thy Ra give. If to the words that I have said, with Saint Vasish, ha at their head thy holy men, O King, agree, then let thy Ra go with me. 10 nights my sacrifice will last, and ere the stated time be past those wicked fiends, those impious twain, must fall by wondrous Ra slain. Let not the hours, I warn thee, fly, fixed for the right, unheeded by. Good luck have thou, O royal chief, nor give thy heart to needless grief. Thus in fair words with virtue fraught the pious glorious saint besought. But the good speech with poignant sting pierced ear and bosom of the king, who, stabbed with pangs too sharp to bear, fell prostrate and lay fainting there. Canto XXII. De Serapha's speech. His tortured senses all astray, while the hapless monarch lay, then slowly gathering thought and strength to Visvitra spoke at length, my son is but a child, I ween. This year he will be just 16. How is he fit for such emprise, my darling with the lotus eyes? A mighty army will I bring that calls me master, lord, and king, and with its countless squadrons fight against these rovers of the night. My faithful heroes skilled to wield the arms of war will take the field. Their skill the demon's might may break, Ra, my child, thou must not take. I, even I, my bow in hand, will in the van of battle stand, and, while my soul is left alive, with the night-roaming demons strive. Thy guarded sacrifice shall be completed, from all hindrance free. Thither will I my journey make, Ra, my child, thou must not take. A boy unskilled, he knows not yet the bounds to strength and weakness set. No match is he for demon foes who magic arts to arms oppose. PG 0350 Chief of Saints, I have no power, of Ra reft, to live 1 hour, mine aged heart at once would break, Ra, my child, thou must not take. 9,000 circling years have fled with all their seasons o'er my head, and as a hard-won boon, O sage, these sons have come to cheer mine age. My dearest love amid the four is he whom first his mother bore, still dearer for his virtue's sake, Ra, my child, thou must not take. But if, unmoved by all I say, thou needs must bear my son away, let me lead with him, I entreat, a fourfold army 144 all complete. What is the demon's might, O sage? Who are they? What their parentage? What is their size? What beings lend their power to guard them and befriend? How can my son their arts withstand? Or I or all my armed band? Tell me the whole that I may know to meet in war each evil foe whom conscious might inspires with pride. And Visvatra thus replied, sprung from Pulastya's race there came a giant known by our A.'s name. Once favored by the eternal sire he plagues the worlds in ceaseless ire, for peerless power and might renowned, by giant bands encompassed round. Visravas for his sire they hold, his brother is the Lord of Gold. King of the giant hosts is he, and worst of all in cruelty. This our A.'s dread commands impel two demons who in might excel, Amha and Suvu height, to trouble and impede the right. Then thus the king addressed the sage, no power have I, my lord, to wage war with this evil-minded foe. Now pity on my darling show, and upon me of hapless fate, for thee as God I venerate. Gods, spirits, bards of heavenly birth, 145 the birds of air, the snakes of earth before the might of our A. quail, much less can mortal man avail. He draws, I hear, from out the breast the valour of the mightiest. No, ne'er can I with him contend, or with the forces he may send. How can I then my darling lend, godlike, unskilled in battle? No, I will not let my young child go. Foes of thy right, those mighty ones, Sunda and Upasunda's sons, are fierce as fate to overthrow, I will not let my young child go. Amha and Suvu fell are valiant and instructed well. One of the twain I might attack, with all my friends their lord to back. Canto XXII Vasish's speech. While thus the hapless monarch spoke, paternal love his utterance broke. Then words like these the saint returned, and fury in his bosom burned, didst thou, O king, a promise make, and wishest now thy word to break? A son of Rahu's line should scorn to fail in faith, a man forsworn. But if thy soul can bear the shame I will return e'en as I came. Live with thy sons, and joy be thine, false sign of Kakutska's line. As Visvatra, mighty sage, was moved with this tempestuous rage, earth rocked and reeled throughout her frame, and fear upon the immortals came. But Saint Vasish, wisest seer, observant of his vows austere, saw the whole world convulsed with dread, and thus unto the monarch said, Thou, born of old Ikshvu's seed, art justice self in mortal weed. Constant and pious, blessed by fate, the right thou must not violate. Thou, Rahu's son, so famous through the triple world as just and true, perform thy bounden duty still, nor stain thy race by deed of ill. If thou have sworn and now refuse thou must thy store of merit lose. Then, monarch, let thy RA go, nor fear for him the demon foe. The fiends shall have no power to hurt him trained to war or inexpert, nor vanquish him in battlefield, for Cusick's son the youth will shield. He is incarnate justice, he the best of men for bravery. Embodied love of penance drear, among the wise without a peer. Pg036 full well he knows, great Cusick's son, the arms celestial, every one, arms from the gods themselves concealed, far less to other men revealed. These arms to him, when earth he swayed, mighty Krisva, pleased, conveyed. Krisva's sons they are indeed, brought forth by Daksha's lovely seed, 146 heralds of conquest, strong and bold, brilliant, of semblance manifold. J and Vj most fair, and 100 splendid weapons bear. Of J glorious as the morn, first 50 noble sons were born, boundless in size yet viewless too, they came the demons to subdue. And 50 children also came of Vj the beauteous dame, Sana's named, of mighty force, hard to assail or check in course. Of these the hermit knows the use, and weapons new can he produce. All these the mighty saint will yield to our A's hand, to own and wield. And armed with these, beyond a doubt shall our A put those fiends to rout. For our A and the people's sake, for thine own good my counsel take, nor seek, O king, with fond delay, the parting of thy son to stay. Canto XXIV. The spells. Vasish, thus was speaking still, the monarch, of his own free will, bade with quick zeal and joyful cheer Ra and Lakshma hasten near. Mother and sire in loving care sped their dear son with rite and prayer. Vasish, Ha blessed him ere he went. O'er his loved head the father bent, and then to Kusik's son resigned. With Lakshma close behind, standing by Visva's side, the youthful hero, lotus-eyed, the wine god saw, and sent a breeze whose sweet pure touch just waved the trees. There fell from heaven a flowery rain, and with the song and dance the strain of shell and tambour sweetly blent as forth the son of Rahu went. The hermit led, behind him came the bow-armed dear to fame, whose locks were like the raven's wing. 147 Then Lakshma, closely following, the gods and Indra, filled with joy, looked down upon the royal boy, and much they longed the death to see of their 10-headed enemy. 148 And Lakshma paced behind that hermit of the lofty mind, as the young Asvins, 149 heavenly pair, follow Lord Indra through the air. On arm and hand the guard they wore, quiver and bow and sword they bore. Two fire-born gods of war seemed they. 150 He, Siva's self, who led the way. Upon fair Sarj's southern shore they now had walked a league and more, when thus the sage in accents mild to Ra said, "Beloved child, this lustral water duly touch, my counsel will avail thee much. Forget not all the words I say, nor let the occasion slip away. Lo, with two spells I thee invest, the mighty and the mightiest. O'er thee fatigue shall ne'er prevail, nor age or change thy limbs assail. The powers of darkness ne'er shall smite in tranquil sleep or wild delight. No one is there in all the land thine equal for the vigorous hand. Pg 037 Thou, when thy lips pronounce the spell, shalt have no peer in heaven or hell. None in the world with thee shall vie, O sinless one, in apt reply, in fortune, knowledge, wit, and tact, wisdom to plan and skill to act. This double science take, and gain glory that shall for aye remain. Wisdom and judgment spring from each of these fair spells whose use I teach. Hunger and thirst unknown to thee, high in the world thy rank shall be. For these two spells with might endued, are the great Father's heavenly brood, and thee, O chief, may fitly grace, thou glory of Kukut's race. Virtues which none can match are thine, Lord, from thy birth, of gifts divine, and now these spells of might shall cast fresh radiance o'er the gifts thou hast." Then Ra duly touched the wave, raised suppliant hands, bowed low his head, and took the spells the hermit gave, whose soul on contemplation fed. From him whose might these gifts enhanced, a brighter beam of glory glanced, so shines in all his autumn blaze the day god of the thousand rays. The hermit's wants those youths supplied, as pupils used a holy guide. And then the night in sweet content on Sarj's pleasant bank they spent. Canto XXV. The Hermitage of Love. Soon as appeared the morning light uprose the mighty anchorite, and thus to youthful Ra said, who lay upon his leafy bed, "High fate is hers who calls thee son, arise, 'tis break of day. Rise, chief, and let those rites be done to at the morning's ray." 151 At that great sage's high behest up sprang the princely pair, to bathing rites themselves addressed, and breathed the holiest prayer. Their morning task completed, they to Visvatra came that store of holy works, to pay the worship saints may claim. Then to the hallowed spot they went along fair Sarj's side, where mix her waters confluent with three pay Ganges tide. 152 There was a sacred hermitage where saints devout of mind their lives through many a lengthened age to penance had resigned. That pure abode the princes eyed with unrestrained delight, and thus unto the saint they cried, rejoicing at the sight, "Whose is that hermitage we see? Who makes his dwelling there? Full of desire to hear are we, O saint, the truth declare." The hermit smiling made reply to the two boys' request, "Here, Ra, who in days gone by this calm retreat possessed Kandarpa in apparent form, called Ka 153 by the wise, dared Ms 154 new-wed lord to storm and make the god his prize. Gainst Sthus 155 self, on rites austere and vows intent. 156 They say, his bold rash hand he dared to rear, though Sthu cried, "Away!" But the god's eye with scornful glare fell terrible on him. dissolved the shape that was so fair Pgo38 and burnt up every limb. Since the great god's terrific rage destroyed his form and frame, Ka each succeeding age has borne an Anga's 157 name. So, where his lovely form decayed, this land is Anga styled, sacred to him of old this shade, and hermits undefiled. Here scripture-talking elders sway each sense with firm control, and penance rites have washed away all sin from every soul. One night, fair boy, we here will spend, a pure stream on each hand, and with tomorrow's light we'll bend our steps to yonder strand. Here let us bathe, and free from stain to that pure grove repair, sacred to Ka, and remain one night in comfort there. With penance far discerning eye the saintly men beheld their coming, and with transport high each holy bosom swelled. To Cusick's son the gift they gave that honored guest should greet, water they brought his feet to lave, and showed him honor meet. Ra and Lakshma next obtained in due degree their share. Then with sweet talk the guests remained, and charmed each listener there. The evening prayers were duly said with voices calm and low, then on the ground each laid his head and slept till morning's glow. Canto XXVI. The forest of Tiak. When the fair light of morning rose, the princely tamers of their foes followed, his morning worship o'er, the hermit to the river's shore. The high-souled men with thoughtful care a pretty barge had stationed there. All cried, O Lord, this barge ascend, and with thy princely followers bend to yonder side thy prosperous way with naught to check thee or delay. Nor did the saint their rede reject, he bade farewell with due respect, and crossed, attended by the twain, that river rushing to the main. When now the bark was halfway o'er, Ra and Lakshma heard the roar, that louder grew and louder yet, of waves by dashing waters met. Then Ra asked the mighty seer, what is the tumult that I hear of waters cleft in mid-career? Soon as the speech of Ra, stirred by deep desire to know, he heard, the pious saint began to tell what caused the waters roar and swell. On high Kaila's distant hill there lies a noble lake whose waters, born from Brahma's will, the name of Ms 158 take. Thence, hallowing where'er they flow, the streams of Sarj fall, and wandering through the plains below embrace Yadhi's wall. Still preserved in Sarj's name Sarvar's 159 fame we trace. The flood of Brahma whence she came to run her holy race. To meet great gang here she hies with tributary wave, hence the loud roar ye hear arise, of floods that swell and rave. Here, pride of Rahu's line, do thou in humble adoration bow. He spoke. The princes both obeyed, and reverence to each river paid. 160 they reached the southern shore at last, and gaily on their journey passed. A little space beyond there stood a gloomy awe-inspiring wood. The monarch's noble son began to question thus the holy man, whose gloomy forest meets mine eye like some vast cloud that fills the sky. Pathless and dark it seems to be, where birds in thousands wander free, where shrill cicadas' cries resound, Pgo39 and fowl of dismal note abound. Lion, rhinoceros, and bear, boar, tiger, elephant, are there shrubs and thorns run wild, dhs. Begonia, bell, 161 are found, and every tree that grows on ground. How is the forest styled? The glorious saint this answer made, dear child of Rahu, here who dwells within the horrid shade that looks so dark and drear. Where now is wood, long ere this day two broad and fertile lands, Malaja and Karha lay, adorned by heavenly hands. Here, mourning friendship's broken ties, Lord Indra of the thousand eyes hungered and sorrowed many a day, his brightness soiled with mud and clay, when in a storm of passion he had slain his dear friend Mamukhi. Then came the gods and saints who bore their golden pitchers brimming o'er with holy streams that banish stain, and bathed Lord Indra pure again. When in this land the god was freed from spot and stain of impious deed for that his own dear friend he slew, high transport thrilled his bosom through. Then in his joy the lands he blessed, and gave a boon they long possessed, because these fertile lands retained the washings of the blot and stain. 'Twas thus Lord Indra sware, Malaja and Karha's name shall celebrate with deathless fame my malady and care. 162 So be it, all the immortals cried, when Indra's speech they heard, and with acclaim they ratified the names his lips conferred. Long time, O victor of thy foes, these happy lands had sweet repose, and higher still in fortune rose. At length a spirit, loving ill, Tiak wearing shapes at will, whose mighty strength, exceeding vast, 1,000 elephants, surpassed, was to fierce Sunda, lord and head of all the demon armies, wed. From her, Lord Indra's peer and my giant Emha sprang to light, and she, a constant plague and pest, these two fair realms has long distressed. Now dwelling in her dark abode a league away she bars the road, and we, O.R.A., hence must go where lies the forest of the foe. Now on thine own right arm rely, and my command obey, smite the foul monster that she die, and take the plague away. To reach this country none may dare fallen from its old estate, which she, whose fury naught can bear, has left so desolate. And now my truthful tale is told how with accursed sway the spirit plagued this wood of old, and ceases not today. Canto XXVII. The birth of Tiak. When thus the sage without a peer had closed that story strange to hear, R.A. again the saint addressed to set one lingering doubt at rest. O holy man, 'tis said by all that spirit's strength is weak and small, how can she match, of power so slight, 1,000 elephants in might? And Visvatra thus replied to Rahu's son the glorified, listen, and I will tell thee how she gained the strength that arms her now. A mighty spirit lived of yore. Sukatu was the name he bore. Childless was he, and free from crime and rites austere he passed his time. The mighty sire was pleased to show his favor, and a child bestow. Tiak named, most fair to see, a pearl among the maids was she, and matched, for such was Brahma's dower, 1,000 elephants in power. Nor would the eternal sire, although the spirit longed, a son bestow that maiden beauty's youthful pride was given to Sunda for a bride. Her son, Emha was his name, a giant, through a curse, became. She, widowed, dared with him molest Pgo for O Agastya, 163 of all saints the best. Inflamed with hunger's wildest rage, roaring she rushed upon the sage. When the great hermit saw her near, on speeding in her fierce career, he thus pronounced Emha's doom, a giant's form and shape assume. And then, by mighty anger swayed, on Tiak this curse he laid, thy present form and semblance quit, and wear a shape thy mood to fit. Changed form and feature by my ban, a fearful thing that feeds on man. She, by his awful curse possessed, and mad with rage that fills her breast, has on this land her fury dealt where once the saint Agastya dwelt. Go, R.A., smite this monster dead, the wicked plague, of power so dread, and further by this deed of thine the good of Brahmans and of kine. Thy hand alone can overthrow, in all the worlds, this impious foe. Nor let compassion lead thy mind to shrink from blood of womankind. A monarch's son must ever count the people's welfare paramount, and whether pain or joy he deal dare all things for his subjects' weal. Yea, if the deed bring praise or guilt, if life be saved or blood be spilt, such, through all time, should be the care of those a kingdom's weight who bear. Slay, R.A., slay this impious fiend, for by no law her life is screened. So Manthar's bards have told, Virakan's child, was slain of old by Indra, when in furious hate she longed the earth to devastate. So Kaya's mother, Bhrigu's wife, who loved her husband as her life, when Indra's throne she sought to gain, by Vishu's hand of yore was slain, by these and high-souled kings beside, struck down, have lawless women died. Canto XXVII. The death of Tiak. Thus spoke the saint. Each vigorous word the noble monarch's offspring heard, and, reverent hands together laid, his answer to the hermit made. My sire and mother bade me thy word, O mighty saint, obey so will I, O most glorious, kill this Tiak who joys in ill, for such my sire's, and such thy will. To aid with mine avenging hand the Brahmans, kine, and all the land, obedient, heart and soul, I stand. Thus spoke the tamer of the foe, and by the middle grasped his bow. Strongly he drew the sounding string that made the distant welkin ring. Scared by the mighty clang the deer that roamed the forest shook with fear, and Tiac the echo heard, and rose in haste from slumber stirred. In wild amaze, her soul aflame with fury toward the spot she came. When that foul shape of evil mien and stature vast as e'er was seen the wrathful son of Rahu eyed, he thus unto his brother cried, her dreadful shape, O Lakshma! See, a form to shudder at and flee. The hideous monster's very view would cleave a timid heart in two. Behold the demon hard to smite, defended by her magic might. My hand shall stay her course today, and shear her nose and ears away. No heart have I her life to take, I spare it for her sex's sake. My will is but, with minished force, to check her in her evil course. While thus he spoke, by rage impelled roaring as she came nigh, the fiend her course at Ra held with huge arms tossed on high. Her, rushing on, the seer assailed with a loud cry of hate. And thus the sons of Rahu hailed, fight, and be fortunate. Then from the earth a horrid cloud of dust the demon raised, and for a while in darkling shroud wrapped Rahu's sons amazed. Then calling on her magic power the fearful fight to wage, she smote him with a stony shower, till Ra burned with rage. Then pouring forth his arrowy rain that stony flood to stay, Pgo41 with winged darts, as she charged amain, he shore her hands away. As Tiac still thundered near thus maimed by Ra's blows, Lakshma? In fury severed sheer the monster's ears and nose. Assuming by her magic skill a fresh disguise, she tried 1,000 shapes at will, then vanished from their eyes. When Jihai's son of high renown still saw the stony rain pour down upon each princely warrior's head, with words of wisdom thus he said, enough of mercy, Ra, lest this sinful evil-working pest, disturber of each holy rite, repair by magic arts her might. Without delay the fiend should die, for, see, the twilight hour is nigh. And at the joints of night and day such giant foes are hard to slay. Then Ra, skillful to direct his arrow to the sound, with shafts the mighty demon checked who rained her stones around. She sore impeded and beset by Ra and his arrowy net, those skilled in guile and magic lore, rushed on the brothers with a roar. Deformed, terrific, murderous, dread, swift as the levin on she sped, like cloudy pile in autumn sky, lifting her two vast arms on high, when Ra smote her with a dart, shaped like a crescent, to the heart. Sore wounded by the shaft that came with lightning speed and surest aim, blood spouting from her mouth and side, she fell upon the earth and died. Soon as the Lord who rules the sky saw the dread monster lifeless lie, he called aloud, well done! Well done! And the gods honored Rahu's son. Standing in heaven the 1,000-eyed, with all the immortals, joying cried, lift up thine eyes, O saint, and see the gods and Indra nigh to thee. This deed of Ra's boundless might has filled our bosoms with delight, now, for our will would have it so, to Rahu's son some favour show. Invest him with the power which naught but penance gains and holy thought, those heavenly arms on him bestow to thee entrusted long ago by great Krisva best of kings, son of the Lord of living things. More fit recipient none can be than he who joys at following thee. And for our sakes the monarch's seed has yet to do a mighty deed. He spoke. And all the heavenly train rejoicing sought their homes again, while honor to the saint they paid. Then came the evening's twilight shade, the best of hermits overjoyed to know the monstrous fiend destroyed, his lips on Ra's forehead pressed, and thus the conquering chief addressed, O Ra gracious to the sight. Here will we pass the present night, and with the morrow's earliest ray bend to my hermitage our way. The son of Dasaratha heard, delighted, Visva's word, and as he bade, that night he spent in Tiac's wild wood, content. And the grove shone that happy day, freed from the curse that on it lay, like Chaitra with the 164 fair and gay. Canto XXIX. The Celestial Arms. That night they slept and took their rest. And then the mighty saint addressed, with pleasant smile and accents mild these words to Rahu's princely child, well pleased am I. High faith be thine, thou sign of a royal line. Now will I, for I love thee so, all heavenly arms on thee bestow. Victor with these, whoe'er oppose, thy hand shall conquer all thy foes, though gods and spirits of the air, serpents and fiends, the conflict dare. I'll give thee as a pledge of love the mystic arms they use above, for worthy thou to have revealed the weapons I have learned to wield. 165 PGO42 First, son of Rahu, shall be thine the arm of vengeance, strong, divine, the arm of fate, the arm of right, and Vish? Use arm of awful might, that, before which no foe can stand, the thunderbolt of Indra's hand. And Siva's trident, sharp and dread, and that dire weapon Brahma's head. And two fair clubs, O royal child, one charmer and one pointed styled with flame of lambent fire aglow, on thee, O chieftain, I bestow. And fate's dread net and justice noose that none may conquer, for thy use, and the great cord, renowned of old, which Viru ever loves to hold. Take these two thunderbolts, which I have got for thee, the moist and dry. Here Siva's dart to thee I yield, and that which Vish you wont to wield. I give to thee the arm of fire, desired by all and named Aspire. To thee I grant the wine god's dart, named Crusher, O thou pure of heart, this arm, the horse's head, accept, and this, the curlew's billy clept, and these two spears, the best e'er flew, named the invincible and true. And arms of fiends I make thine own, skull wreath and mace that smashes bone. And joyous, which the spirits bear, great weapon of the sons of air. Brave offspring of the best of lords, I give thee now the gem of swords, and offer next, thine hand to arm, the heavenly barge beloved charm. Now with two arms I thee invest of never-ending sleep and rest, with weapons of the sun and rain, and those that dry and burn amain. And strong desire with conquering touch, the dart that Ka prizes much. I give thee arm of shadowy powers that bleeding flesh of men devours. I give thee arms the god of gold and giant fiends exult to hold. This smites the foe in battle strife, and takes his fortune, strength, and life. I give thee arms called false and true, and great illusion give I to the hero's arm called strong and bright that spoils the foeman's strength in fight. I give thee as a priceless boon the dew, the weapon of the moon, and add the weapon, deftly planned, that strengthens Visvakarma's hand. The mortal dart whose point is chill, and slaughter, ever sure to kill. All these and other arms, for thou art very dear, I give thee now. Receive these weapons from my hand, son of the noblest in the land. Facing the east, the glorious saint pure from all spot of earthly taint, to Ra, with delighted mind, that noble host of spells consigned. He taught the arms, whose lore is won hardly by gods, to Rahu's son. He muttered low the spell whose call summons those arms and rules them all, and, each invisible form and frame, before the monarch's son they came. They stood and spoke in reverent guise to Ra with exulting cries, O noblest child of Rahu, see, thy ministers and thralls are we. With joyful heart and eager hand Ra received the wondrous band, and thus with words of welcome cried, I present to my will abide. Then hasted to the saint to pay due reverence, and pursued his way. Canto XXX. The mysterious powers 166 pure, with glad cheer and joyful breast, of those mysterious arms possessed, Ra, now passing on his way, thus to the saint began to say, Lord of these mighty weapons, I can scarce be harmed by gods on high. Now, best of saints, I long to gain the powers that can these arms restrain. Thus spoke the prince. The sage austere, true to his vows, from evil clear, called forth the names of those great charms whose powers restrain the deadly arms. Receive thou true and truly famed, and bold and fleet, the weapons named PGO43 warder in progress, swift of pace, averted head and drooping face. The seen, and that which secret flies. The weapon of the thousand eyes. 10-headed, and the 100-faced, the stargazer and the layer waste, the omen bird, the pure from spot, the pair that wake and slumber not, the fiendish, that which shakes amain, the strong of hand, the rich in gain, the guardian, and the close allied, the gaper, love, and golden side. O Rahu's son, receive all these, bright ones that wear what forms they please. Krisva's mystic sons are they, and worthy thou their might to sway. With joy the pride of Rahu's race received the hermit's proffered grace, mysterious arms, to check and stay, or smite the foeman in the fray. Then, all with heavenly forms endued, nigh came the wondrous multitude. Celestial in their bright attire, some shone like coals of burning fire. Some were like clouds of dusky smoke. And suppliant thus they sweetly spoke, Thy thralls, O Ra, here we stand, command, we pray, thy faithful band depart, he cried, where each may list, but when I call you to assist, be present to my mind with speed, and aid me in the hour of need. To Ra then they lowly bent, and round him in due reverence went, to his command, they answered, Yea, and as they came so went away. When thus the arms had homeward flown, with pleasant words and modest tone, e'en as he walked, the prince began to question thus the holy man, What cloud-like wood is that which near the mountain's side I see appear? Oh, tell me, for I long to know. Its pleasant aspect charms me so. Its glades are full of deer at play, and sweet birds sing on every spray. Past is the hideous wild. I feel so sweet a tremor o'er me steal, and hail with transport fresh and new a land that is so fair to view. Then tell me all, thou holy sage, and who's this pleasant hermitage in which those wicked ones delight to mar and kill each holy rite? And with foul heart and evil deed thy sacrifice, great saint, impede. To whom, O sage, belongs this land in which thine altars ready stand? 'Tis mine to guard them, and to slay the giants who the rites would stay. All this, O best of saints, I burn from thine own lips, my lord, to learn. Canto XXXI. The Perfect Hermitage. Thus spoke the Prince of boundless might, and thus replied the anchorite, chief of the mighty arm of your lord Vish. You whom the gods adore, for holy thought and rites austere of penance made his dwelling here. This ancient wood was called of old grove of the dwarf, the mighty Suld, and when perfection he attained the grove the name of perfect gained. Bali of yore, Virakan's son, dominion over Indra won, and when with power his proud heart swelled, o'er the three worlds his empire held. When Bali then began a rite, the gods and Indra in affright sought Vish. You in this place of rest, and thus with prayers the god addressed, Bali, Virakan's mighty son, his sacrifice has now begun, of boundless wealth, that demon king is bounteous to each living thing. Though suppliants flock from every side, the suit of none is e'er denied. Waiter, where'er howe'er the call, he hears the suit and gives to all. Now with thine own elusive art perform, O Lord, the helper's part, assume a dwarfish form, and thus from fear and danger rescue us. 167 Thus in their dread the immortals sued, the god a dwarf-like shape endued. 168 Before Virakan's son he came, 3 steps of land his only claim. The boon obtained, in wondrous wise Lord Vish. U's form increased in size. Through all the worlds, tremendous, vast, god of the triple step, he passed 169 The whole broad earth from side to side he measured with one mighty stride, spanned with the next the firmament, and with the third through heaven he went. PGO 44 Thus was the king of demons hurled by Vish. U to the nether world, and thus the universe restored to Indra's rule, its ancient lord. And now because the immortal god the spot in dwarf-like semblance trod, the grove has I been loved by me for reverence of the devotee. But demons haunt it, prompt to stay each holy offering I would pay. Be thine, O lion lord, to kill these giants that delight in ill. This day, beloved child, our feet shall rest within the calm retreat, and know, thou chief of Rahu's line, my hermitage is also thine. He spoke. And soon the anchorite, with joyous looks that beamed delight, with Ra and his brother stood within the consecrated wood. Soon as they saw the holy man, with one accord together ran the dwellers in the sacred shade, and to the saint their reverence paid, and offered water for his feet, the gift of honor and a seat. And next with hospitable care they entertained the princely pair. The royal tamers of their foes rested a while in sweet repose. Then to the chief of hermits sued, standing in suppliant attitude, "Begin, O best of saints, we pray, initiatory rites today. This perfect grove shall be anew made perfect, and thy words be true." Then, thus addressed, the holy man, the very glorious sage, began the high preliminary rite. Restraining sense and appetite, calmly the youths that night reposed, and rose when morn her light disclosed, their morning worship paid, and took of lustral water from the brook. Thus purified they breathed a prayer, then greeted Visvitra, whereas celebrant he sate beside the flame with sacred oil supplied. Canto XXXII Visvitra's sacrifice. That conquering pair, of royal race, skilled to observe due time and place, to Cusick's hermit son addressed, in timely words, their meet request: "When must we, Lord, we pray thee tell, those rovers of the night repel? Speak, lest we let the moment fly, and pass the due occasion by." Thus longing for the strife, they prayed, and thus the hermit's answer made: "Till the 5th day be come and past, O Rahu's sons, your watch must last. The saint his diksh 70 has begun, and all that time will speak to none." Soon as the steadfast devotees had made reply in words like these, the youths began, disdaining sleep, 6 days and nights their watch to keep. The warrior pair who tamed the foe, unrevolved benders of the bow, kept watch and ward and weird still to guard the saint from scathe and ill. 'Twas now the 6th returning day, the hour foretold had passed away. Then Ra cried, "O Lakshma! Now firm, watchful, resolute be thou. The fiends as yet have kept afar from the pure grove in which we are, yet waits us, ere the day shall close, dire battle with the demon foes." While thus spoke Ra, borne away by longing for the deadly fray, see! Bursting from the altar came the sudden glory of the flame. Round priest and deacon, and upon grass, ladles, flowers, the splendor shone, and the higher rite, in order due, with sacred texts began anew. But then a loud and fearful roar re-echoed through the sky, and like vast clouds that shadow o'er the heavens in dark July, involved in gloom of magic, my 2 fiends rushed on amain, Emha, rover of the night, Savu, and their train. As on they came in wild career, thick blood and rain they shed, and Ra saw those things of fear impending overhead. Then soon as those accursed 2 who showered down blood be spied, thus to his brother brave and true spoke Ra lotus-eyed: "Now, Lakshma, thou these fiends shalt see, man-eaters, foul of mind, before my mortal weapon flee like clouds before the wind." He spoke. An arrow, swift as thought, upon his bow he pressed, and smote, to utmost fury wrought, Emha on the breast. Deep in his flesh the weapon lay, winged by the mystic spell, Pgo45, and, hurled 100 leagues away, in ocean's flood he fell. Then Ra, when he saw the foe convulsed and mad with pain neath the chill-pointed weapon's blow, to Lakshma spoke again: "See, Lakshma, see! This mortal dart that strikes a numbing chill, hath struck him senseless with the smart, but left him breathing still. But these who love the evil way, and drink the blood they spill, rejoicing holy rites to stay, fierce plagues, my hand shall kill." He seized another shaft, the best, aglow with living flame. It struck Savu on the chest, and dead to earth he came. Again a dart, the wine god's own, upon his string he laid, and all the demons were o'erthrown, the saints no more afraid. When thus the fiends were slain in fight, disturbers of each holy rite, due honor by the saints was paid to Ra for his wondrous aid. So Indra is adored when he has won some glorious victory. Success at last the rite had crowned, and Visvitra gazed around, and seeing every side at rest, the son of Rahu thus addressed: "My joy, O Prince, is now complete. Thou hast obeyed my will, perfect before, this calm retreat is now more perfect still." Canto XXXII. The sown. Their task achieved, the princes spent that night with joy and full content. Ere yet the dawn was well displayed their morning rites they duly paid, and sought, while yet the light was faint, the hermits and the mighty saint. They greeted first that holy sire resplendent like the burning fire, and then with noble words began their sweet speech to the sainted man. Here stand, O Lord, thy servants true, command what thou wouldst have us do. The saints, by Visvh led, to Ra thus in answer said, Yannick the king who rules the land of fertile Hill has planned a noble sacrifice, and we will thither go the right to see. Thou, prince of men, with us shalt go, and there behold the wondrous bow, terrific, vast, of matchless might, which, splendid at the famous rite, the gods assembled gave the king. No giant, fiend, or god can string that gem of bows, no heavenly bard, then, sure, for man the task were hard. When lords of earth have longed to know the virtue of that wondrous bow, the strongest sons of kings in vain have tried the mighty cord to strain. This famous bow thou there shalt view, and wondrous rites shalt witness too. The high-souled king who lords it o'er the realm of Hill of your gain from the gods this bow, the price of his imperial sacrifice. Won by the right the glorious prize still in the royal palace lies, laid up in oil of precious scent with aloe wood and incense blent. Then Ra answering, be it so, made ready with the rest to go. The saint himself was now prepared, but ere beyond the grove he fared, he turned him and in words like these addressed the sylvan deities, farewell. Each holy rite complete, I leave the hermit's perfect seat, to Ganges' northern shore I go beneath Himalayas peaks of snow. With reverent steps he paced around the limits of the holy ground, and then the mighty saint set forth and took his journey to the north. His pupils, deep in Scripture's page, followed behind the holy sage, and servants from the sacred grove 100 wains for convoy drove. The very birds that winged that air, the very deer that harbored there, forsook the glade and leafy brake and followed for the hermit's sake. They traveled far, till in the west the sun was speeding to his rest, and made, their portion journey o'er, their halt on Sona's 171 distant shore. The hermits bathed when sank the sun, and every rite was duly done, oblations paid to fire, and then sate round their chief the holy men. Ra and Lakshma lowly bowed in reverence to the hermit crowd, and Ra, having sate him down before the saint of pure renown, Pgo46 with humble palms together laid his eager supplication made, what country, O my lord, is this, fair smiling in her wealth and bliss? Deign fully, O thou mighty seer, to tell me, for I long to hear. Moved by the prayer of Ra, he told forth the country's history. Canto XXXIV Brahmadatta. A king of Brahma's seed who bore the name of Kusa reigned of yore. Just, faithful to his vows, and true, he held the good and honor due. His bride, a queen of noble name, of old Vidarbha's 172 monarchs came. Like their own father, children four, all valiant boys, the lady bore. In glorious deeds each nerve they strained, and well their warrior part sustained. To them most just, and true, and brave, their father thus his counsel gave, beloved children, ne'er forget protection is a prince's debt, the noble work at once begin, high virtue and her fruits to win. The youths, to all the people dear, received his speech with willing ear. And each went forth his several way, foundations of a town to lay. Kuspa, prince of high renown, was builder of Cosb's town, and Kisanha, just and wise, bade high Mahadaya's towers arise. Amtarjas chose to dwell in Dharma, Yaz citadel, and Vasu bade his city fair the name of Jairivraja bear 173. This fertile spot whereon we stand was once the high-souled Vasu's land. Behold, as round we turn our eyes, 5 lofty mountain peaks arise. See, bursting from her parent hill, some add a lovely rill, bright gleaming as she flows between the mountains, like a wreath is seen, and then through Magad's plains and groves with many a fair emder roves. And this was Vasu's old domain, the fertile Magad's broad champaign, which smiling fields of tilth adorn and diadem with golden corn. The queen great H nymph most fair, married to Kisanha, bare 100 daughters, lovely faced, with every charm and beauty graced. It chanced the maidens, bright and gay as lightning flashes on a day of rain time, to the garden went with song and play and merriment, and there in gay attire they strayed, and danced, and laughed, and sang, and played. The god of wind who roves at will all places, as he lists, to fill, saw the young maidens dancing there, of faultless shape and mien most fair. "I love you all, sweet girls," he cried, "and each shall be my darling bride. Forsake your mortal lot, and gain a life that withers not. A fickle thing is youth's brief span, and more than all immortal man. Receive unending youth, and be immortal, O my loves, with me." The 100 girls, to wonder stirred, the wooing of the wine god heard, laughed, as a jest, his suit aside, and with one voice they thus replied: "O mighty wine, free spirit who all life pervadest, through and through, thy wondrous power we maidens know. Then wherefore wilt thou mock us so? Our sire is Kisan-ha, king. And we, forsooth, have charms to bring a god to woo us from the skies. But honor first we maidens prize. Far may the hour, we pray, be hence, when we, O thou of little sense, our truthful father's choice refuse, and for ourselves our husbands choose. Our honored sire our lord we deem, he is to us a god supreme, and they to whom his high decree may give us shall our husbands be." He heard the answer they returned, and mighty rage within him burned. On each fair maid a blast he sent, each stately form he bowed and bent. Bent double by the wine god's ire they sought the palace of their sire. Pgo-47 there fell upon the ground with sighs, while tears and shame were in their eyes. The king himself, with troubled brow, saw his dear girls so fair but now, a mournful sight all bent and bowed, and grieving thus he cried aloud: "What fate is this, and what the cause? What wretch has scorned all heavenly laws? Who thus your forms could curve and break? You struggle, but no answer make." They heard the speech of that wise king of their misfortune questioning. Again the 100 maidens sighed, touched with their heads his feet, and cried: "The god of wind, pervading space, would bring on us a foul disgrace, and choosing folly's evil way from virtue's path in scorn would stray." But we in words like these reproved the god of wind whom passion moved: "Farewell, O Lord! A sire have we, no women uncontrolled and free. Go, and our sire's consent obtain if thou our maiden hands wouldst gain. No self-dependent life we live, if we offend, our fault forgive." But led by folly as a slave, he would not hear the rede we gave, and even as we gently spoke we felt the wine god's crushing stroke. The pious king, with grief distressed, the noble 100 thus addressed: "With patience, daughters, bear your fate. Yours was a deed supremely great when with one mind you kept from shame the honor of your father's name. Patience, when men their anger vent, is woman's praise and ornament. Yet when the gods inflict the blow hard is it to support the woe. Patience, my girls, exceeds all price, 'tis alms, and truth, and sacrifice. Patience is virtue, patience fame, patience upholds this earthly frame. And now, I think, is come the time to wed you in your maiden prime. Now, daughters, go where'er you will, thoughts for your good my mind shall fill." The maidens went, consoled, away. The best of kings, that very day, summoned his ministers of state about their marriage to debate. Since then, because the wine god bent the damsel's forms for punishment, that royal town is known to fame by Caniabja's 174 borrowed name. There lived a sage called Chi then, devotest of the sons of men. His days in penance rites he spent, a glorious saint, most continent. To him absorbed in tasks austere the child of Ermil drew near, sweet so mad the heavenly maiden lent the saint her pious aid. Long time near him the maiden spent, and served him meek and reverent, till the great hermit, pleased with her, thus spoke unto his minister: "Grateful am I for all thy care, blessed maiden, speak, thy wish declare." The sweet-voiced nymph rejoiced to see the favor of the devotee, and to that eloquent old man, most eloquent she thus began: "Thou hast, by heavenly grace sustained, close union with the Godhead gained. I long, O saint, to see a son by force of holy penance won. Unwed, a maiden life I live, a son to me, thy suppliant, give. The saint with favor heard her prayer, and gave a son exceeding fair. Him, Chi's spiritual child, his mother Brahmadatta 175 styled. King Brahmadatta, rich and great, in Kapil maintained his state, ruling, like Indra in his bliss, his fortunate metropolis. King Kisanha planned that he his 100 daughters' lord should be. To him, obedient to his call, the happy monarch gave them all. Like Indra then he took the hand of every maiden of the band. Soon as the hand of each young maiden Brahmadatta's palm was laid, deformity and cares away, she shone in beauty bright and gay. Their freedom from the wine gods might saw Kisanha with delight. Each glance that on their forms he threw filled him with raptures ever new. Then when the rites were all complete, with highest marks of honor meet the bridegroom with his brides he sent to his great seat of government. The nymph received with pleasant speech her daughters, and, embracing each, upon their forms she fondly gazed, and royal Kisanha praised. PGO 48 Canto XXXV. VISV Itra's lineage. The rites were o'er, the maids were wed, the bridegroom to his home was sped. The sonless monarch bade prepare a sacrifice to gain an heir. Then Kusa, Brahma's son, appeared, and thus King Kisanha cheered, "Thou shalt, my child, obtain a son like thine own self, O Holy One. Through him forever, Jihai named, shalt thou in all the worlds be famed." He spoke, and vanished from the sight to Brahma's world of endless light. Time fled, and, as the saint foretold, Jihai was born, the holy souled. My sire was he. Through him I trace my line from royal Kusa's race. My sister Ldr born was she, the pure and good Saudavat 176 was to the great rich wed. Still faithful to her husband dead, she followed him, most noble dame, and, raised to heaven in human frame, a pure celestial stream became. Down from Himaya's snowy height, in floods forever fair and bright, my sister's holy waves are hurled to purify and glad the world. Now on Himaya's side I dwell because I love my sister well. She, for her faith and truth renowned, most loving to her husband found, high-fated, firm in each pure vow, is queen of all the rivers now. Bound by a vow I left her side and to the perfect convent hied. There, by the aid 'twas thine to lend, made perfect, all my labour's end. Thus, mighty prince, I now have told my race and lineage, high and old, and local tales of long ago which thou, O.R.A., fain wouldst know. As I have said rehearsing thus the midnight hours come on us. Now, R.A., sleep, that nothing may our journey of tomorrow stay. No leaf on any tree is stirred, hushed in repose are beast and bird, where'er you turn, on every side, dense shades of night the landscape hide, the light of eve is fled, the skies, thick-studded with their host of eyes, seem a star forest overhead, where signs and constellations spread. Now rises, with his pure cold ray, the moon that drives the shades away, and with his gentle influence brings joy to the hearts of living things. Now, stealing from their lairs, appear the beasts to whom the night is dear. Now spirits walk, and every power that revels in the midnight hour. The mighty hermit's tale was o'er, he closed his lips and spoke no more. The holy men on every side, "Well done! Well done!" with reverence cried. The mighty men of Kusa's seed were ever famed for righteous deed. Like Brahma's self in glory shine the high-souled lords of Kusa's line, and thy great name is sounded most, O saint, amid the noble host. And thy dear sister heiress she of streams, the high-born Cossack diffusing virtue where she flows, new splendor on thy lineage throws. Thus by the chief of saints addressed the son of Jihai turned to rest. So, when his daily course is done, sinks to his rest the beaming sun. R.A. with Lakshma? Somewhat stirred to marvel by the tales they heard, turned also to his couch, to close his eyelids in desired repose. Canto XXXVI. The birth of Gang. The hours of night now waning fast, on Sona's pleasant shore they passed. Then, when the dawn began to break, to Ra thus the hermit spake: the light of dawn is breaking clear, the hour of morning rites is near. Rise, Ra, rise, dear son, I pray, and make thee ready for the way. Then Ra rose, and finished all his duties at the hermit's call, prepared with joy the road to take, and thus again in question spake: here fair and deep the Sona flows, and many an isle its bosom shows. What way, O saint, will lead us o'er and land us on the farther shore? The saint replied: the way I choose is that which pious hermits use. Pgo 49. For many a league they journeyed on till, when the sun of midday shone, the hermit-haunted flood was seen of Nav 177, the river's queen. Soon as the holy stream they viewed, thronged with the white-winged multitude of S's 178 and swans, 179, delight possessed them at the lovely sight. And then prepared the hermit band to halt upon that holy strand. They bathed as scripture bids, and paid oblations due to God and shade. To fire they burned the offerings meet, and sipped the oil, like amrit sweet. Then pure and pleased they sate around Saint Vitra on the ground. The holy men of lesser note, in due degree, sate more remote, while Rahu's sons took nearer place by virtue of their rank and race. Then Ra said: O saint, I yearn the three-pathed Gang's tale to learn. Thus urged, the sage recounted both the birth of Gang and her growth. The mighty hill with metals stored, Himalaya, is the mountain's lord, the father of a lovely pair of daughters, fairest of the fair, their mother, offspring of the will of Meru. Everlasting hill, men Himalaya's darling, graced with beauty of her dainty waist. Gang was elder born, then came the fair one known by Uma's name. Then all the gods of heaven, in need of Gang's help their vows to speed, to great Himalaya came and prayed the mountain king to yield the maid. He, not regardless of the weal of the three worlds, with holy zeal his daughter to the immortals gave, Gang whose waters cleanse and save, who roams at pleasure, fair and free, purging all sinners, to the sea. The three-pathed Gang thus obtained, the gods their heavenly homes regained. Long time the sister passed in vows austere and rigid fast, and the king gave the devotee immortal Rudra's 180 bride to be, matching with that unequaled lord his through the worlds adored. So now a glorious station fills each daughter of the king of ills, one honored as the noblest stream, one mid the goddesses supreme. Thus Gang King Himalaya's child, the heavenly river, undefiled, rose bearing with her to the sky her waves that bless and purify. I am compelled to omit cantos XXXVII and XXVI, the glory of and the birth of Kaitaikia, as both in subject and language offensive to modern taste. They will be found in Schlegel's Latin translation. Canto XXXIX. The Sons of Sagar. The saint in accents sweet and clear thus told his tale for our ear, and thus anew the holy man a legend to the prince began. There reigned a pious monarch o'er Yadhi in the days of yore, Sagar his name, no child had he, and children much he longed to see. His honored consort, fair of face, sprang from Vidarbha's royal race, Cassini, famed from early youth for piety and love of truth. R.H. Anemi's daughter fair, with whom no maiden might compare in beauty, though the earth is wide, Sumati, was his second bride. With his two queens afar he went, and weary days in penance spent, fervent, upon Himalaya's hill where springs the stream called Bhrig. Nor did he fail that saint to please with his devout austerities. And, when 100 years had fled, thus the most truthful Bhrig said: From thee, O Sagar, blameless king, a mighty host of sons shall spring, and thou shalt win a glorious name which none, O chief, but thou shalt claim. One of thy queens a son shall bear, maintainer of thy race and heir. And of the other there shall be sons 60,000 born to thee. Thus as he spake, with one accord, to win the grace of that high lord, the queens, with palms together laid, in humble supplication prayed, which queen, O be our man, of the pair, the many, or the one shall bear. Most eager, Lord, are we to know, and as thou sayest be it so. Pgo50 with his sweet speech the saint replied, yourselves, O queens, the choice decide. Your own discretion freely use, which shall the one or many choose, one shall the race and name uphold, the host be famous, strong, and bold. Which will have which? Then Cassini the mother of one heir would be. Sumati, sister of the king 181 of all the birds that ply the wing, to that illustrious bear man sued that she might bear the multitude whose fame throughout the world should sound for mighty enterprise renowned. Around the saint the monarch went, bowing his head, most reverent. Then with his wives, with willing feet, resought his own imperial seat. Time passed. The elder consort bare a son called Asaman, the heir. Then Sumati, the younger, gave birth to a gourd, 182 a hero brave, whose rind, when burst and cleft in two, gave 60,000 babes to view. All these with care the nurses laid in jars of oil. And there they stayed, till, youthful age and strength complete, forth speeding from each dark retreat, all peers in valour, years, and might, the 60,000 came to light. Prince Asaman, brought up with care, scourge of his foes, was made the heir. But liegemen's boys he used to cast to SARJS waves that hurried past, laughing the while in cruel glee their dying agonies to see. This wicked prince who I withstood the counsel of the wise and good, who plagued the people in his hate, his father banished from the state. His son, kind-spoken, brave, and tall, was Ansem, beloved of all. Long years flew by. The king decreed to slay a sacrificial steed. Consulting with his priestly band he vowed the rite his soul had planned, and, Veda skilled, by their advice made ready for the sacrifice. Canto XL. The cleaving of the earth. The hermit ceased, the tale was done, then in a transport Rahu's son again addressed the ancient sire resplendent as a burning fire, O holy man, I fain would hear the tale repeated full and clear, how he from whom my sire's descent brought the great rite to happy end. The hermit answered with a smile, then listen, son of Rahu, while my legendary tale proceeds to tell of high-souled Sagar's deeds. Within the spacious plain that lies from where Himaya's heights arise to where proud Vindhya's rival chain looks down upon the subject plain, a land the best for rites declared, 183 his sacrifice the king prepared. And Ansem the prince or so Sagar advised, if ready bow was borne upon a mighty car to watch the steed who roamed afar. But Indra, monarch of the skies, veiling his form in demon guise, came down upon the appointed day and drove the victim horse away. Reft of the steed the priests, distressed, the master of the rite addressed, upon the sacred day by force a robber takes the victim horse. Haste, king! Now let the thief be slain. Bring thou the charger back again, the sacred rite prevented thus brings scathe and woe to all of us. Rise, monarch, and provide with speed that not its happy course impede. King Sagar and his crowded court gave ear unto the priest's report. He summoned straightway to his side his 60,000 sons, and cried, brave sons of mine, I knew not how these demons are so mighty now. The priests began the rite so well, all sanctified with prayer and spell. If in the depths of earth he hide, or lurk beneath the ocean's tide, Pgo51 pursue, dear sons, the robber's track. Slay him and bring the charger back. The whole of this broad earth explore, see garlanded, from shore to shore, yea, dig her up with might and main until you see the horse again. Deep let your searching labor reach, a league in depth dug out by each. The robber of our horse pursue, and please your sire who orders you. My grandson, I, this priestly train, till the steed comes, will here remain. Their eager hearts with transport burned as to their task the heroes turned. Obedient to their father, they through earth's recesses force their way. With iron arms unflinching toil each dug a league beneath the soil. Earth, cleft asunder, groaned in pain, as emulous they plied a main sharp-pointed coulter, pick, and bar, hard as the bolts of Indra are. Then loud the horrid clamour rose of monsters dying 'neath their blows, giant and demon, fiend and snake, that in earth's core their dwelling make. They dug, in ire that naught could stay, through 60,000 leagues their way, cleaving the earth with matchless strength till hell itself they reached at length. Thus digging searched they Jambudvip 184 with all its hills and mountains steep. Then a great fear began to shake the heart of god, bard, fiend, and snake, and all distressed in spirit went before the Sire Omnipotent. With signs of woe in every face they sought the mighty Father's grace, and trembling still and ill at ease addressed their Lord in words like these: The sons of Sagar, Sire benign, pierce the whole earth with mine on mine, and as their ruthless work they ply innumerable creatures die. This is the thief, the princes say, who stole our victim's seed away. This marred the right, and caused us ill, and so their guiltless blood they spill. Canto XLI. Kapil. The father lent a gracious ear and listened to their tale of fear, and kindly to the gods replied whom woe and death had terrified. The wise Isvayadeva, 185 who the immortals foe, fierce Madhu, slew, regards broad earth with love and pride and guards, in Kapil's form, his bride 186 his kindled wrath will quickly fall on the king's sons and burn them all. This cleaving of the earth his eye foresaw in ages long gone by, he knew with prescient soul the fate that Sagar's children should await. The 33, 187 freed from fear, sought their bright homes with hopeful cheer. Still rose the great tempestuous sound as Sagar's children pierced the ground. When thus the whole broad earth was cleft, and not a spot unsearched was left, back to their home the princes sped, and thus unto their father said, We searched the earth from side to side, while countless hosts of creatures died. Our conquering feet in triumph trod on snake and demon, fiend and god. But yet we failed, with all our toil, to find the robber and the spoil. What can we more? If more we can, devise, O king, and tell thy plan. His children's speech King Sagar heard, and answered thus, to anger stirred, Dig on, and ne'er your labor stay till through earth's depths ye force your way. Then smite the robber dead, and bring the charger back with triumphing. PGO 52 The 60,000 chiefs obeyed, deep through the earth their way they made. Deep as they dug and deeper yet the immortal elephant they met, famed 5 Shah 188 vast of size, upon whose head the broad earth lies, the mighty beast who earth sustains with shaggy hills and wooded plains. When, with the changing moon, distressed, and longing for a moment's rest, his mighty head the monster shakes, earth to the bottom reels and quakes. Around that warder strong and vast with reverential steps they passed. Nor, when the honor due was paid, their downward search through earth delayed. But turning from the east aside southward again their task they plied. There Mahatma held his place, the best of all his mighty race, like some huge hill, of monstrous girth, upholding on his head the earth. When the vast beast the princes saw, they marveled and were filled with awe. The sons of high-souled Sagar round that elephant in reverence wound. Then in the western region they with might unwearied cleft their way. There saw they with astonished eyes Samanas, beast of mountain size. Round him with circling steps they went with greetings kind and reverent. On no thought of rest or stay they reached the seat of Soma's sway. There saw they Bhadra, white as snow, with lucky marks that fortune show, bearing the earth upon his head. Round him they paced with solemn tread, and honored him with greetings kind, then downward yet their way they mind. They gained the tract twixt east and north whose fame is ever blazoned forth, 189 and by a storm of rage impelled, digging through earth their course they held. Then all the princes, lofty-souled, of wondrous figure, strong and bold, saw Vivadeva 190 standing there in Kapil's form he loved to wear, and near the everlasting god the victim charger cropped the sod. They saw with joy and eager eyes the fancied robber and the prize, and on him rushed the furious band crying aloud, Stand, villain! Stand! Avaunt! Avaunt! Great Kapil cried, his bosom flushed with passion's tide. Then by his might that proud array all scorched to heaps of ashes lay 191 Canto XLII. Sagar's sacrifice. Then to the prince his grandson, bright with his own fame's unborrowed light, King Sagar thus began to say, marvelling at his son's delay. Thou art a warrior skilled and bold, match for the mighty men of old. Now follow on thine uncle's course and track the robber of the horse. Pgo 53 To guard thee take thy sword and bow, for huge and strong are beasts below. There to the reverence pay, and kill the foes who check thy way. Then turn successful home and see my sacrifice complete through thee. Obedient to the high souled lord grasped Ansem his bow and sword, and hurried forth the way to trace with youth and valour's eager pace. On sped he by the path he found dug by his uncle's underground. The warder elephant he saw whose size and strength pass nature's law, who bears the world's tremendous weight, whom God, fiend, giant venerate, bird, serpent, and each flitting shade, to him the honor meet he paid with circling steps and greeting due, and further prayed him, if he knew, to tell him of his uncle's weal, and who had dared the horse to steal. To him in war and council tried the warder elephant replied, Thou, son of Asaman, shalt lead in triumph back the rescued steed. As to each warder beast he came and questioned all, his words the same, the honored youth with gentle speech drew eloquent reply from each, that fortune should his steps attend, and with the horse he home should wend. Cheered with the grateful answer, he passed on with step more light and free, and reached with careless heart the place where lay in ashes Sagar's race. Then sank the spirit of the chief beneath that shock of sudden grief, and with a bitter cry of woe he mourned his kinsman fallen so. He saw, weighed down by woe and care, the victim charger roaming there. Yet would the pious chieftain fain oblations offer to the slain, but, needing water for the rite, he looked and there was none in sight. His quick eye searching all around the uncle of his kinsman found, King Geru, best beyond compare of birds who wing the fields of air. Then thus unto the weeping man the son of Vinat 92 began, Grieve not, O hero, for their fall who died a death approved of all. Of mighty strength, they met their fate by Kapil's hand whom none can mate. Pour forth for them no earthly wave, a holier flood their spirits crave. If, daughter of the Lord of Snow, Gang would turn her stream below, her waves that cleanse all mortal stain would wash their ashes pure again. Yea, when her flood whom all revere rolls o'er the dust that moulders here, the 60,000, freed from sin, a home in Indra's heaven shall win. Go, and with ceaseless labor try to draw the goddess from the sky. Return, and with thee take the steed. So shall thy grandsire's right succeed. Prince Ansem the strong and brave followed the reed super. A 193 gave. The glorious hero took the horse, and homeward quickly bent his course. Straight to the anxious king he hied, whom lustral rites had purified, the mournful story to unfold and all the king of birds had told. The tale of woe the monarch heard, nor longer was the rite deferred, with care and just observance he accomplished all, as texts decree. The rites performed, with brighter fame, mighty in council, home he came. He longed to bring the river down, but found no plan his wish to crown. He pondered long with anxious thought but saw no way to what he sought. Thus 30,000 years he spent, and then to heaven the monarch went. Canto XLII Bhagath. When Sagar thus had bowed to fate, the lords and commons of the state approved with ready heart and will Prince Ansem his throne to fill. He ruled, a mighty king, unblamed, sire of Dilla justly famed. To him, his child and worthy heir, the king resigned his kingdom's care, and on him Aya's pleasant side his task austere of penance plied. Bright as a god in clear renown he planned to bring pure Gang down. There on his fruitless hope intent twice 16,000 years he spent, and in the grove of hermits stayed till bliss in heaven his rites repaid. Dilla then, the good and great, soon as he learnt his kinsman's fate, bowed down by woe, with troubled mind, Pgo 54 pondering long no cure could find. How can I bring, the mourner sighed, to cleanse their dust, the heavenly tide? How can I give them rest, and save their spirits with the offered wave? Long with this thought his bosom skilled in holy discipline was filled. A son was born, Bhagath named, above all men for virtue famed. Till a many a rite ordained, and 30,000 seasons reigned. But when no hope the king could see his kinsmen from their woe to free, the Lord of men, by sickness tried, obeyed the law of fate, and died. He left the kingdom to his son, and gained the heaven his deeds had won. The good Bhagath, royal sage, had no fair son to cheer his age. He, great in glory, pure in will, longing for sons was childless still. Then on one wish, one thought intent, planning the heavenly stream's descent, leaving his ministers the care and burden of his state to bear, dwelling in far Gokarna 194 he engaged in long austerity. With senses checked, with arms upraised, 5 fires 195 around and o'er him blazed. Each weary month the hermit passed breaking but once his awful fast. In winter's chill the brook his bed, in rain, the clouds to screen his head. Thousands of years he thus endured till Brahma's favor was assured, and the high lord of living things looked kindly on his sufferings. With trooping gods the sire came near the king who plied his task austere, blessed monarch, of a glorious race, thy fervent rites have won my grace. Well hast thou wrought thine awful task, some boon in turn, O hermit, ask. Bhagath, rich in glory's light, the hero with the arm of might, thus to the Lord of earth and sky raised suppliant hands and made reply, if the great God his favor deigns, and my long toil its fruit obtains, let Sagar's sons receive from me libations that they long to see. Let Gang with her holy wave the ashes of the heroes lave, that so my kinsmen may ascend to heavenly bliss that ne'er shall end, and give, I pray, O God, a son, nor let my house be all undone. Sire of the worlds, be this the grace bestowed upon IKSHVU's race. The sire, when thus the king had prayed, in sweet kind words his answer made. High, high thy thought and wishes are, Bhagath of the mighty car. IKSHVU's line is blessed in thee, and as thou priest it shall be. Gang whose waves in Swarga 196 flow, is daughter of the Lord of Snow. Win Silva that his aid be lent to hold her in her mid-descent, for earth alone will never bear those torrents hurled from upper air. And none may hold her weight but he, the trident-wielding deity. Thus having said, the Lord Supreme addressed him to the heavenly stream. And then with gods and merits 197 went to heaven above the firmament. Canto XLIV. The descent of Gang the Lord of life the skies regained, the fervent king a year remained with arms upraised, refusing rest while with one toe the earth he pressed, still as a post, with sleepless eye, the air his food, his roof the sky. The year had passed. Then Ms. Lord, 198 King of creation, world adored, thus spoke to great Bhagath, I, well pleased thy wish will gratify, and on my head her waves shall fling the daughter of the mountains king. He stood upon the lofty crest that crowns the Lord of Snow, and bade the river of the blessed descend on earth below. Himaya's child, adored of all, the haughty mandate heard, and her proud bosom, at the call, with furious wrath was stirred. Down from her channel in the skies with awful might she sped with a giant's rush, and a giant's size, on Silva's holy head. He calls me, in her wrath she cried, and all my flood shall sweep and whirl him in its welling tide to hell's profoundest deep. He held the river on his head, and kept her wandering, where, dense as Himaya's woods, were spread the tangles of his hair. PGO55 no way to earth she found, ashamed, though long and sore she strove, condemned, until her pride were tamed, amid his locks to rove. There, many lengthening seasons through, the wildered river ran, Bhagath saw it, and anew his penance dire began. Then Siva, for the hermit's sake, bade her long wanderings end, and sinking into Vindu's lake her weary waves descend. From Gang by the god set free, 7 noble rivers came. HLNP and she called Nalan by name, these rolled their lucid waves along and sought the eastern side. Suklakshu, fair and strong, and Sindhu's mighty tide 99 these to the region of the west with joyful waters sped, the 7th, the brightest and the best, flowed where Bhagath led. On Silva's head descending first a rest the torrents found, then down in all their might they burst and roared along the ground. On countless glittering scales a beam of rosy morning flashed, where fish and dolphins through the stream fallen and falling dashed. Then bards who chant celestial lays and nymphs of heavenly birth flocked round upon that flood to gaze at streamed from sky to earth. The gods themselves from every sphere, incomparably bright, borne in their golden cars drew near to see the wondrous sight. The cloudless sky was all aflame with the light of 100 suns where'er the shining chariots came that bore those holy ones. So flashed the air with crested snakes and fish of every hue as when the lightning's glory breaks through fields of summer blue. And white foam clouds and silver spray were wildly tossed on high, like swans that urged their homeward way across the autumn sky. Now ran the river calm and clear with current strong and deep, now slowly broadened to a mere, or scarcely seemed to creep. Now o'er a length of sandy plain her tranquil course she held. Now rose her waves and sank again, by refluent waves repelled. So falling first on Silva's head, thence rushing to their earthly bed, in ceaseless fall the waters streamed, and pure with holy lustre gleamed. Then every spirit, sage, and bard, condemned to earth by sentence hard, pressed eagerly around the tide that Siva's touch had sanctified. Then they whom heavenly doom had hurled, accursed, to this lower world, touched the pure wave, and freed from sin resought the skies and entered in. And all the world was glad, whereon the glorious water flowed and shone, for sin and stain were banished thence by the sweet river's influence. First, in a car of heavenly frame, the royal saint of deathless name, Bhagath, very glorious rode, and after him fair gang flowed. God, sage, and bard, the chief in place of spirits and the Na race, nymph, giant, fiend, in long array sped where Bhagath led the way. And all the hosts the flood that swim followed the stream that followed him. Where'er the great Bhagath led, their ever glorious gang fled, the best of floods, the river's queen, whose waters wash the wicked clean. It chanced that Janu, great and good, engaged with holy offerings stood. The river spread her waves around flooding his sacrificial ground. The saint in anger marked her pride, and at one draught her stream he dried. Then God, and sage, and bard, afraid, to noble high-souled Janu prayed, and begged that he would kindly deem his own dear child that holy stream. Moved by their suit, he soothed their fears and loosed her waters from his ears. Hence gang through the world is styled both Jahnavi and Janu's child. Then onward still she followed fast, and reached the great sea bank at last. Thence deep below her way she made to end those rites so long delayed. The monarch reached the ocean's side, and still behind him gang hied. He sought the depths which open lay where Sagar's sons had dug their way. So leading through earth's nether caves the river's purifying waves, Pgo 5-6 over his kinsman's dust the Lord his funeral libation poured. Soon as the flood their dust bedewed, their spirits gained beatitude, and all in heavenly bodies dressed rose to the sky's eternal rest. Then thus to King Bhagath said Brahm when, coming at the head of all his bright celestial train, he saw those spirits freed from stain, "Well done, great prince of men, well done. Thy kinsmen bliss and heaven have won. The sons of Sagar mighty souled, are with the blessed, as gods, enrolled. Long as the ocean's flood shall stand upon the border of the land, so long shall Sagar's sons remain, and, godlike, rank in heaven retain. Gang thine eldest child shall be, called from thy name Bharath named also o'er her waters fell from heaven and flow through earth and hell trip at the stream of the skies, because 3 paths she glorifies. And, mighty king, 'tis given thee now to free thee and perform thy vow. No longer, happy prince, delay drink offerings to thy kin to pay. For this the holiest Sagar sighed, but mourned the boon he sought denied. Then Ansem, dear prince, although no brighter name the world could show, strove long the heavenly flood to gain to visit earth, but strove in vain. Nor was she by the sage's peer, blessed with all virtues, most austere. Thy sire Dilla, hither brought, though with fierce prayers the boon he sought. But thou, O king, earn success, and won high fame which God will bless. Through thee, O victor of thy foes, on earth this heavenly gang flows, and thou hast gained the meed divine that waits on virtue such as thine. Now in her ever holy way thyself, O best of heroes, lave, so shalt thou, pure from every sin, the blessed fruit of merit win. Now for thy kin who died of yore the meet libations duly pour. Above the heavens I now ascend, depart, and bliss thy steps attend. Thus to the mighty king who broke his foeman's smite, Lord Brahm spoke, and with his gods around him rose to his own heaven of blessed repose. The royal sage no more delayed, but, the libation duly paid, home to his regal city hied with water cleansed and purified. There ruled he his ancestral state, best of all men, most fortunate. And all the people joyed again in good Bhagath's gentle reign. Rich, prosperous, and blessed were they, and grief and sickness fled away. Thus, I at length have told how Gang came from heaven of old. Now, for the evening passes swift, I wish thee each auspicious gift. This story of the flood's descent will give o'er 'tis most excellent wealth, purity, fame, length of days, and to the skies its hearers raise Canto XLV. The quest of the Emirate. High and more high their wonder rose as the strange story reached its close, and thus, with Lakshma, R.A., best of Rahu's sons, the saint addressed, most wondrous is the tale which thou hast told of heavenly Gang, how from realms above descending she flowed through the land and filled the sea. In thinking o'er what thou hast said the night has like a moment fled, whose hours in musing have been spent upon thy words most excellent, so much, O holy sage, thy lore has charmed us with this tale of yore. Day dawned. The morning rites were done and the victorious Rahu's son addressed the sage in words like these, rich in his long austerities, the night is past, the morn is clear. Told is the tale so good to hear, now o'er that river let us go, 3 paths, the best of all that flow. This boat stands ready on the shore to bear the holy hermits o'er, who of thy coming warned, in haste, the barge upon the bank have placed. And Cusick's son approved his speech, and moving to the sandy beach, placed in the boat the hermit band, and reached the river's further strand. On the north bank their feet they set, and greeted all the saints they met. On Gang's shore they lighted down, and saw Vis's lovely town. Thither, the princes by his side, the best of holy hermits hied. It was a town exceeding fair Pgo 57 that might with heaven itself compare. Then, suppliant palm to palm applied, famed R.A. asked his holy guide, O best of hermits, say what race of monarchs rules this lovely place? Dear master, let my prayer prevail, for much I long to hear the tale. Moved by his words, the saintly man Vis's ancient tale began, list, R.A., list, with closest heed the tale of Indra's wondrous deed, and mark me as I truly tell what here in ancient days befell. Ere Krita's famous age 200 had fled, strong were the sons of Didi 201 bred. And Didi's brave children too were very mighty, good, and true. The rival brothers fierce and bold were sons of Kasnap lofty souled. Of sister mothers born, they vied, brood against brood, in jealous pride. Once, as they say, band met with band, and, joined in awful council, planned to live, unharmed by age and time, immortal in their youthful prime. Then this was, after due debate, the counsel of the wise and great, to churn with might the milky sea 202 the life-bestowing drink to free. This planned, they seized the serpent king, Vyuki, for their churning string, and Mandar's mountain for their pole, and churned with all their heart and soul. As thus, 1,000 seasons through, this way and that the snake they drew, biting the rocks, each tortured head, a very deadly venom shed. Thence, bursting like a mighty flame, a pestilential poison came, consuming, as it onward ran, the home of God, and fiend, and man. Then all the suppliant gods in fear to Sankar, 203 mighty Lord, drew near. To Rudra, king of herds, dismayed, save us, oh save us, Lord! They prayed. Then Vish, you, bearing shell, and mace, and discus, showed his radiant face, and thus addressed in smiling glee the trident-wielding deity, what treasure first the gods upturn from troubled ocean, as they churn, should or thou art the eldest conferred, O best of gods, on thee. Then come, and for thy birthright's sake, this venom as thy first fruits take. He spoke, and vanished from their sight, when Siva saw their wild affright, and heard his speech by whom is born the mighty bow of bending horn. 204 The poison flood at once he quaffed as 'twere the Amrit's heavenly draught. Then from the gods departing went Siva, the Lord preeminent. The hosts of gods and Asuras still kept churning with one heart and will. But Mandar's mountain, whirling round, pierced to the depths below the ground. Then gods and bars in terror flew to him who mighty Madhu slew. Help of all beings. More than all, the gods on thee for aid may call. Ward off, O mighty armed, our fate, and bear up Mandar's threatening weight. Then Vish, you, as their need was sore, the semblance of a tortoise wore, and in the bed of ocean lay the mountain on his back to stay. Then he, the soul pervading all, whose locks in radiant tresses fall, one mighty arm extended still, and grasped the summit of the hill. So ranged among the immortals, he joined in the churning of the sea. 1,000 years had reached their close, when calmly from the ocean rose the gentle sage 205 with staff and can, lord of the art of healing man. Then as the waters foamed and boiled, as churning still the immortals toiled, of winning face and lovely frame, forth 60 million fair ones came. Born of the foam and water, these were aptly named Apsaras 206 Pgo58 each had her maids. The tongue would fail so vast the throng O count the tale. But when no god or titan would a wife from all that multitude, refused by all, they gave their love in common to the gods above. Then from the sea still vexed and wild rose Sir 207 Veru's maiden child. A fading match she sought to find, but Didi's sons her love declined, their kinsmen of the rival brood to the pure maiden honor sued. Hence those who loved that nymph so fair the hallowed name of Asuras bear. And Asuras are the Titan crowd her gentle claims who disallowed. Then from the foamy sea was freed Ushchasravas, 208 the generous steed, and Kaustuba, of gems the gem, 209 and Soma, moon god, after them. At length when many a year had fled, up floated, on her lotus bed, a maiden fair and tender-eyed, in the young flush of beauty's pride. She shone with pearl and golden sheen, and seals of glory stamped her queen. On each round arm glowed many a gem, on her smooth brows, a diadem. Rolling in waves beneath her crown the glory of her hair flowed down, pearls on her neck of price untold, the lady shone like burnished gold. Queen of the gods, she leapt to land, a lotus in her perfect hand, and fondly, of the lotus sprung, to lotus-bearing Vish, you clung. Her gods above and men below as beauty's queen and fortune know 210 gods, titans, and the minstrel train still churned and wrought the troubled main. At length the prize so madly sought, the Amrit, to their side was brought. For the rich spoil, twixt these and those a fratricidal war arose, and, host gainst host in battle, set, Didi's sons and Didi's met. United, with the giant's aid, their fierce attack the Titans made, and wildly raged for many a day that universe-astounding fray. When wearied arms were faint to strike, and ruin threatened all alike, Vish, you, with art's elusive aid, the Amrit from their side conveyed. That best of beings smote his foes who dared his deathless arm oppose, yea, Vish, you, all-pervading god, beneath his feet the Titans trod Didi's race, the sons of light, slew Didi's brood in cruel fight. Then town-destroying 211 Indra gained his empire, and in glory reigned o'er the three worlds with bard and sage rejoicing in his heritage. Canto XLVI. Didi's hope. But Didi, when her sons were slain, wild with a childless mother's pain, to Kasnap spake, Marha's son, her husband, O thou glorious one. Pgo59 Dead are the children, mine no more, the mighty sons to thee I bore. Long fervor's meed, I crave a boy whose arm may Indra's life destroy. The toil and pain my care shall be, to bless my hope depends on thee. Give me a mighty son to slay fierce Indra, gracious Lord, I pray. Then glorious Kasnap thus replied to Didi, As she wept and sighed, thy prayer is heard, dear saint. Remain pure from all spot, and thou shalt gain a son whose arm shall take the life of Indra in the battle strife. For full 1,000 years endure free from all stain, supremely pure. Then shall thy son and mine appear, whom the three worlds shall serve with fear. These words the glorious Kasnap said, then gently stroked his consort's head, bless her, and bade a kind adieu, and turn him to his rights anew. Soon as her lord had left her side, her bosom swelled with joy and pride. She sought the shade of holy boughs, and there began her awful vows. While yet she wrought her rites austere, Indra, unbidden, hastened near, with sweet observance tending her, a reverential minister. Wood, water, fire, and grass he brought, sweet root and woodland fruit he sought, and all her wants, the 1,000-eyed, with never-failing care, supplied, with tender love and soft caress removing pain and weariness. When, of the 1,000 years ordained, 10 only unfulfilled remained, thus to her son, the 1,000-eyed, the goddess in her triumph cried, best of the mighty, there remain but 10 short years of toil and pain. These years of penance soon will flee, and a new brother thou shalt see. Him for thy sake I'll nobly breed, and lust of war his soul shall feed. Then free from care and sorrow thou shalt see the worlds before him bow. 212 Canto XLVII Sumati. Thus to Lord Indra, 1,000-eyed, softly beseeching did he sighed. When but a blighted bud was left, which Indra's hand in 7 had cleft, 213 no fault, O Lord of gods, is thine. The blame herein is only mine. But for one grace I fain would pray, as thou hast reft this hope away. This bud, O Indra, which a blight has withered ere it saw the light, from this may 7 fair spirits rise to rule the regions of the skies. Be theirs through heaven's unbounded space on shoulders of the winds to race, my children, dressed in heavenly forms, far famed as merits, gods of storms. One god to Brahmasphere assign, let one, O Indra, watch o'er thine. And ranging through the lower air, the third the name of Vu-214 bear. Gods let the 4 remaining be, and roam through space, obeying thee. The town destroyer, 1,000-eyed, who smote fierce Bali till he died, joined suppliant hands, and thus replied, thy children heavenly forms shall wear. The names devised by thee shall bear, and, merits called by my decree, shall Amrit drink and wait on me. From fear and age and sickness freed, through the 3 worlds their wings shall speed. Thus in the hermit's holy shade mother and son their compact made, and then, as fame relates, content, home to the happy skies they went. This is the spot, O men have told, where Lord Mahendra 215 dwelt of old. This is the blessed region where his votar's mother claimed his care. Here gentle LMH bare told IKSHVU, king and sage, vis glory of his age, by whom, a monarch void of guilt, was this fair town vis built. PG060 his son was Hemachandra, still renowned for might and warlike skill. From him the great Suchandra came. His son, Dhrva, dear to fame. Next followed royal Srinjay. Then famed Sahadeva, lord of men. Next came Kusva, good and mild, whose son was Samadatta styled, and Sumati, his heir, the peer of gods above, now governs here. And ever through IKSHVU's grace, Vis's kings, his noble race, are lofty souled, and blessed with length of days, with virtue, and with strength. This night, O Prince, we here will sleep. And when the day begins to peep, our onward way will take with thee, the king of M-Hill to see. Then Sumati, the king, aware of Visvatra's advent there, came quickly forth with honor meet the lofty-minded sage to greet. Girt with his priests and lords the king did low obeisance, worshipping, with suppliant hands, with head inclined, thus spoke he after question kind. Since thou hast deigned to bless my sight, and grace awhile thy servant's seat, high fate is mine, great anchorite, and none may with my bliss compete. Canto XLVII. Indra and Ahali, when mutual courtesies had passed, Visest ruler spoke at last, these princely youths, O sage, who vie in might with children of the sky, heroic, born for happy fate, with elephants or lion's gait, bold as the tiger or the bull, with lotus eyes so large and full, armed with a quiver, sword, and bow, whose figures like the aspens 216 show, like children of the deathless powers, come freely to these shades of ours. 217 How have they reached on foot this place? What do they seek, and what their race? As sun and moon adorn the sky, this spot the heroes glorify. Alike in stature, port, and mien, the same fair form in each is seen. He spoke, and at the monarch's call the best of hermits told him all, how in the grove with him they dwelt, and slaughter to the demons dealt. Then wonder filled the monarch's breast, who tended well each royal guest. Thus entertained, the princely pair remained that night and rested there, and with the morn's returning ray to Mithil pursued their way. When Yannick's lovely city first upon their sight, yet distant, burst, the hermits all with joyful cries hailed the fair town that met their eyes. Then Ra saw a holy wood, close, in the city's neighborhood, o'ergrown, deserted, marked by age, and thus addressed the mighty sage, O reverend Lord, I long to know what hermit dwelt here long ago. Then to the prince his holy guide, most eloquent of men, replied, O Ra, listen while I tell whose was this grove, and what befell when in the fury of his rage the high saint cursed the hermitage. This was the grove most lovely then of Gautam, O thou best of men, like heaven itself, most honored by the gods who dwell above the sky. Here with a holly at his side his fervid task the ascetic plied. Years fled in thousands. On a day it chanced the saint had gone away, when town-destroying Indra came, and saw the beauty of the dame. The sages formed the god endued, and thus the fair holly wooed, love, sweet, should brook no dull delay but snatch the moments when he may. She knew him in the saint's disguise, Lord Indra of the thousand eyes, but touched by love's unholy fire, she yielded to the god's desire. Now, Lord of gods, she whispered, flee from Gautam, save thyself and me. Trembling with doubt and wild with dread, Lord Indra from the cottage fled. But fleeing in the grove he met the home-returning anchoret, whose wrath the gods and fiends would shun, such power his fervent rites had won. Fresh from the lustral flood he came, in splendor like the burning flame, with fuel for his sacred rites, and grass, the best of eremites. The Lord of gods was sad of cheer to see the mighty saint so near, and when the holy hermit spied in hermit's garb the thousand-eyed, Pgo61 he knew the whole, his fury broke forth on the sinner as he spoke, because my form thou hast assumed, and wrought this folly, thou art doomed, for this my curse to thee shall cling, henceforth a sad and sexless thing. No empty threat that sentence came, it chilled his soul and marred his frame, his might and godlike vigor fled, and every nerve was cold and dead. Then on his wife his fury burst, and thus the guilty dame he cursed, for countless years, disloyal spouse, devoted to severest vows, thy bed the ashes, ere thy food, here shalt thou live in solitude. This lonely grove thy home shall be, and not an eye thy form shall see. When Ra, Dasaratha's child, shall seek these shades then drear and wild, his coming shall remove thy stain, and make the sinner pure again. Due honor paid to him, thy guest, shall cleanse thy fond and erring breast, thee to my side and bliss restore, and give thy proper shape once more. 218 Thus to his guilty wife he said, then far the holy Gautam fled, and on him I's lovely heights spent the long years in sternest rites. Canto XLIX. A holly freed. Then Ra, following still his guide, within the grove, with Lakshma hide, her vows a wondrous light had lent to that illustrious penitent. He saw the glorious lady, screened from eye of man, and god, and fiend, like some bright portent which the care of Brahm launches through the air, designed by his elusive art to flash a moment and depart, or like the flame that leaps on high to sink involved in smoke and die, or like the full moon shining through the wintry mist, then lost to view, or like the sun's reflection, cast upon the flood, too bright to last, so was the glorious dame till then removed from gods and mortals' ken. till such was Gautam's high decree. Prince Ra came to set her free. Then, with great joy that dame to meet, the sons of Rahu clapped her feet. And she, remembering Gautam's oath, with gentle grace received them both. Then water for their feet she gave, guest gift, and all that strangers crave. The prince, of courteous rule aware, received, as meet, the lady's care. Then flowers came down in copious rain, and moving to the heavenly strain of music in the skies that rang, the nymphs and minstrels danced and sang, and all the gods with one glad voice praised the great dame, and cried, "Rejoice! Through fervid rites no more defiled, but with thy husband reconciled." Gautam, the holy hermit, knew for naught escaped his godlike view that Ra lodged beneath that shade, and hasting there his homage paid. He took Ahali to his side, from sin and folly purified, and let his new-found consort bear in his austerities a share. Then Ra, pride of Rahu's race, welcomed by Gautam, face to face, who every highest honor showed, to Mithil pursued his road. Canto Yanak. The sons of Rahu journeyed forth, bending their steps twixt east and north. Soon, guided by the sage, they found, enclosed, a sacrificial ground. Then to the best of saints, his guide, in admiration Ra cried, "The high-souled king no toil has spared, but nowly for his right prepared. How many thousand Brahmans here, from every region, far and near, well read in holy lore, appear. How many tents, that sages screen, with wains in hundreds, here are seen. Great Brahman, let us find a place where we may stay and rest a space." The hermit did as Ra prayed, and in a spot his lodging made, Pgo62 far from the crowd, sequestered, clear, with copious water flowing near. Then Yanak, best of kings, aware of Visvitra lodging there, with Saturdayanda for his guide, the priest on whom he most relied, his chaplain void of guile and stain, and others of his priestly train, bearing the gift that greets the guest, to meet him with all honor pressed. The saint received with gladsome mind each honor and observance kind. Then of his health he asked the king, and how his rites were prospering. Yanak, with chaplain and with priest, addressed the hermits, chief and least, accosting all, in due degree, with proper words of courtesy. Then, with his palms together laid, the king his supplication made, "Deign, reverend lord, to sit thee down with these good saints of high renown." Then sate the chief of hermits there, obedient to the monarch's prayer. Chaplain and priest, and king and peer, sate in their order, far or near. Then thus the king began to say, "The gods have blessed my rite today, and with the sight of thee repaid the preparations I have made. Grateful am I, so highly blessed, that thou, of saints the holiest, hast come, O Brahman, here with all these hermits to the festival. 12 days, O Brahman sage, remain, for so the learned priests ordain, and then, O heir of Kusik's name, the gods will come their dues to claim." With looks that testified delight thus spake he to the anchorite, then with his suppliant hands upraised, he asked, as earnestly he gazed, "These princely youths, O sage, who vie in might with children of the sky, heroic, born for happy fate, with elephants or lion's gait, bold as the tiger and the bull, with lotus eyes so large and full, armed with a quiver, sword and bow, whose figures like the aspens show, like children of the heavenly powers, come freely to these shades of ours. How have they reached on foot this place? What do they seek, and what their race? As sun and moon adorn the sky, this spot the heroes glorify, alike in stature, port, and mien, the same fair form in each is seen." 219 Thus spoke the monarch, lofty-souled, the saint, of heart unfathomed, told how, sons of Dasaratha, they accompanied his homeward way, how in the hermitage they dwelt, and slaughter to the demons dealt, their journey till the spot they neared whence fair Vis's towers appeared, a holy scene and freed from taint. Their meeting with her lord the saint. And how they thither came, to know the virtue of the famous bow. Thus Visvitra spoke the whole to royal Yanak, great of soul, and when this wondrous tale was o'er, the glorious hermit said no more. Canto Li. Visvitra. Wise Visvatra's tale was done. Then sainted Gautam's eldest son, great Satardayanda, far renowned, whom long austerities had crowned with glory, as the news he heard that down upon his body stirred, filled full of wonder at the sight of Ra, felt supreme delight. When Satardayanda saw the pair of youthful princes seated there, he turned him to the holy man who sate at ease, and thus began: "And didst thou, mighty sage, in truth show clearly to this royal youth my mother, glorious far and wide, whom penance rites have sanctified? And did my glorious mother he, heiress of noble destiny, serve her great guest with woodland store, whom all should honor evermore? Didst thou the tale to Ra tell of what in ancient days befell, the sin, the misery, and the shame of guilty god and faithless dame? And, O thou best of hermits, say, did Ra's healing presence stay her trial? Was the wife restored again to him, my sire and lord? Say, hermit, did that sire of mine receive her with a soul benign, when long austerities in time had cleansed her from the taint of crime? Pgo63 and, son of Cusick, let me know, did my great-minded father show honor to Ra, and regard, before he journeyed hitherward?" The hermit with attentive ear marked all the questions of the seer, to him for eloquence far famed. His eloquent reply he framed: "Yea, 'twas my care no task to shun, and all I had to do was done." As Re. Uck and Bhrigu's child, the saint and dame were reconciled. When the great sage had thus replied, to Ra Satardayanda cried: "A welcome visit, prince, is thine, thou scion of King Rahu's line. With him to guide thy way aright, this sage invincible in might, this Brahman sage, most glorious bright, by long austerities has wrought a wondrous deed, exceeding thought, thou knowest well, O strong of arm, this sure defends from scathe and harm. None, Ra, none is living now in all the earth more blessed than thou, that thou hast won a saint so tried in fervid rites thy life to guide. Now listen, prince, while I relate his lofty deeds and wondrous fate. He was a monarch pious souled. His foeman in the dust he rolled. Most learned, prompt at duty's claim, his people's good his joy and aim. Of old the Lord of Life gave birth to mighty Kusa, king of earth. His son was Kisanha, strong, friend of the right, the foe of wrong. Jihai, whose fame no time shall dim, heir of his throne was born to him, and Visvatra, Jihai's heir, governed the land with kingly care. While years unnumbered rolled away, the monarch reigned with equal sway. At length, assembling many a band, he led his warriors round the land complete in tale, a mighty force, cars, elephants, and foot, and horse. Through cities, groves, and floods he passed, o'er lofty hills, through regions vast. He reached Vaish's pure abode, where trees, and flowers, and creepers glowed, where troops of sylvan creatures fed, which saints and angels visited. Gods, fauns, and bards of heavenly race, and spirits, glorified the place. The deer their timid ways forgot, and holy Brahmans thronged the spot. Bright in their souls, like fire, were these, made pure by long austerities, bound by the rule of vows severe, and each in glory Brahma's peer. Some fed on water, some on air, some on the leaves that withered there. Root and wild fruit were others' food. All rage was checked, each sense subdued. There be Achilles 220 went and came, now breathed the prayer, now fed the flame. These, and ascetic bands beside, the sweet retirement beautified. Such was Vaish's blessed retreat, like Brahma's own celestial seat, which gladdened Visvatra's eyes, peerless for warlike enterprise. Canto Lii. Vaish's feast. Right glad was Visvatra when he saw the prince of saintly men. Low at his feet the hero bent, and did obeisance, reverent. The king was welcomed in, and shown a seat beside the hermit's own, who offered him, when resting there, fruit in due course, and woodland fare. And Visvatra, noblest king, received Vaish's welcoming, turned to his host, and prayed him tell that he and all with him were well. Vaish's Ha! To the king replied that all was well on every side, that fire, and vows, and pupils throve, and all the trees within the grove. And then the son of Brahm, best of all who pray with voice suppressed, questioned with pleasant words like these the mighty king who sate at ease, "And is it well with thee, I pray? And dost thou win by virtuous sway thy people's love, discharging all the duties on a king that fall? Are all thy servants fostered well? Do all obey, and none rebel? Hast thou, destroyer of the foe, no enemies to overthrow? Does fortune, conqueror, still attend thy treasure, host, and every friend? Is it all well? Does happy fate on sons and children's children wait?" He spoke. The modest king replied that all was prosperous far and wide. Pg 06 thus for a while the two conversed, as each to each his tale rehearsed, and as the happy moments flew, their joy and friendship stronger grew. When such discourse had reached an end, thus spoke the saint most reverend to royal Visvatra, while his features brightened with a smile, "O mighty lord of men! I fain would banquet thee and all thy train in mo that suits thy station high, and do not thou my prayer deny. Let my good lord with favor take the offering that I fain would make, and let me honor, ere we part, my royal guest with loving heart." Him Visvatra thus addressed, "Why make, O saint, this new request? Thy welcome and each gracious word sufficient honor have conferred. Thou gavest root and fruit to eat, the treasures of this pure treat, and water for my mouth and feet. And in I prize above the rest thy presence has mine eyesight blessed. Honored by thee in every way, to whom all honor all should pay, I now will go. My lord, good-bye. Regard me with a friendly eye." Him speaking thus Vasish ha stayed, and still to share his banquet prayed. The will of Jihai's son he bent, and won the monarch to consent, who spoke in answer, "Let it be, great hermit, as it pleases thee." When, best of those who breathe the prayer, he heard the king his will declare, he called the cow of spotted skin, all spot without, all pure within. "Come, dapple skin," he cried, with speed. "Hear thou my words and help at need. My heart is set to entertain this monarch and his mighty train with sumptuous meal and worthy fare. Be thine the banquet to prepare. Each dainty cate, each goodly dish, of sixfold taste to 21 as each may wish all these, O cow of heavenly power, rain down for me in copious shower, viands and drink for tooth and lip, to eat, to suck, to quaff, to sip of these sufficient, and to spare, O plenty-giving cow, prepare." Canto Lii. Visvatra's request. Thus charged, O slayer of thy foes, the cow from whom all plenty flows, obedient to her saintly lord, viands to suit each taste, outpoured. Honey she gave, and roasted grain, mead sweet with flowers, and sugar cane. Each beverage of flavor rare, and food of every sort, were there, hills of hot rice, and sweetened cakes, and curdled milk and soup in lakes. Vast beakers foaming to the brim with sugar drink prepared for him, and dainty sweetmeats, deftly made, before the hermit's guests were laid. So well regaled, so nobly fed, the mighty army banqueted, and all the train, from chief to least, delighted in Vasish ha's feast. Then Visvatra, royal sage, surrounded by his vassalage, prince, peer, and counselor, and all from highest lord to lowest thrall, thus feasted, to Vasish ha cried with joy, supremely gratified, "Rich honor I, thus entertained, most honorable lord, have gained. Now hear, before I journey hence, my words, O skilled in eloquence. Bought for 100,000 kine, let dapple skin, O saint, be mine. A wondrous jewel is thy cow, and gems are for the monarch's brow. 222 To me her rightful lord resign this dapple skin thou callest thine." The great Vasish ha, thus addressed, arch hermit of the holy breast, to Visvatra answer made, the king whom all the land obeyed, "Not for 100,000, not if 10,000,000 thou wouldst pay, with silver heaps the price to swell, will I my cow, O monarch, sell." Unmeet for her is such a fate, that I my friend should alienate. As glory with the virtuous, she forever makes her own with me. On her mine offerings which ascend to gods and spirits all depend, my very life is due to her, my guardian, friend, and minister. P.G.065 The feeding of the sacred flame, 223 The dole which living creatures claim 224 The mighty sacrifice by fire, each formula the rites require, 225 And various saving lore beside, are by her aid, in sooth, supplied. The banquet which thy host has shared, believe it, was by her prepared, in her mine only treasures lie, she cheers mine heart and charms mine eye. And reasons more could I assign why dapple skin can ne'er be thine. The royal sage, his suit denied, with eloquence more earnest cried, tusked elephants, a goodly train, each with a golden girth and chain, whose goads with gold well fashioned shine, of these be twice 7,000 thine. And 4 horse cars with gold made bright, with steeds most beautifully white, whose bells make music as they go, 800, saint, will I bestow. 11,000 mettled steeds from famous lands, of noble breeds these will I gladly give, O thou devoted to each holy vow. 10,000,000 heifers, fair to view, whose sides are marked with every hue, these in exchange will I assign. But let thy dapple skin be mine. Ask what thou wilt, and piles untold of priceless gems and gleaming gold, O best of Bearmans, shall be thine. But let thy dapple skin be mine. The great Vaisish, thus addressed, made answer to the king's request, ne'er will I give my cow away, my gem, my wealth, my life and stay. My worship at the moon's first show, and at the full, to her I owe. And sacrifices small and great, which largesse due and gifts await. From her alone, their root, O king, my rites and holy service spring. What boots it further words to say? I will not give my cow away who yields me what I ask each day. Canto live the battle, as Saint Vaisish answered so, nor let the cow of plenty go. The monarch, as a last resource, began to drag her off by force. While the king's servants tore away their moaning, miserable prey, sad, sick at heart, and sore distressed, she pondered thus within her breast, why am I thus forsaken? Why betrayed by him of soul most high? Vaisish? Ravished by the hands of soldiers of the monarch's bands? Ah me! What evil have I done against the lofty-minded one, that he, so pious, can expose the innocent whose love he knows? In her sad breast as thus she thought, and heaved deep sighs with anguish fraught, with wondrous speed away she fled, and back to Saint Vaisish sped. She hurled by hundreds to the ground the menial crew that hemmed her round, and flying swifter than the blast before the saint herself she cast. Their dapple skin before the saint stood moaning forth her sad complaint, and wept and lowed, such tones as come from wandering cloud or distant drum. O son of Brahm, thus cried she, why hast thou thus forsaken me, that the king's men, before thy face, bear off thy servant from her place? Then thus the Bearman saint replied to her whose heart with woe was tried, and grieving for his favourite's sake, as to a suffering sister spake, I leave thee not, dismiss the thought. Nor, duteous, hast thou failed in aught. This king, o'erweening in the pride of power, has reft thee from my side. Little, I ween, my strength could do gainst him, a mighty warrior too. Strong, as a soldier born and bred, great, as a king whom regions dread. See! What a host the conqueror leads, with elephants, and cars, and steeds. O'er countless bands his pennons fly. So is he mightier far than I. P.G.066 He spoke. Then she, in lowly mood, to that high saint her speech renewed, so judge not they who wisest are, the Bearman's might is mightier far. For Bearman's strength from heaven derive, and warrior's bow when Bearmans strive. A boundless power 'tis thine to wield, to such a king thou shouldst not yield, who, very mighty though he be, so fierce thy strength, us bow to thee. Command me, saint. Thy power divine has brought me here and made me thine. And I, howe'er the tyrant boast, will tame his pride and slay his host. Then cried the glorious sage, create a mighty force the foe to mate. She lowed, and quickened into life, Pallavas, 226 burning for the strife. King Visvatra's army slew before the very leader's view. The monarch in excessive ire, his eyes with fury darting fire, rained every missile on the foe till all the Pallavas were low. She, seeing all her champions slain, lying by thousands on the plain, created, by her mere desire, Yavans and Sakas, fierce and dire. And all the ground was overspread with Yavans and with Sakas dread, a host of warriors bright and strong, and numberless in closest throng. The threads within the lotus stem, so densely packed, might equal them. In gold-hued mail against war's attacks, each bore a sword and battle-axe. The royal host, where'er these came, fell as if burnt with ravening flame. The monarch, famous through the world, again his fearful weapons hurled, that made Kabojas, 227 barbers, 228 all, with Yavans, troubled, flee and fall. Canto LV. The hermitage burnt. So o'er the field that host lay strown, by Visvatra's darts o'erthrown. Then thus Vasish? Ha, charge the cow, create with all thy vigor now. Forth sprang Kabojas, as she lowed. Bright as the sun their faces glowed, forth from her utter barbers poured, soldiers who brandished spear and sword, and Yavans with their shafts and darts, and Sakas from her hinder parts. And every pore upon her fell, and every hair producing cell, with Mlekhas 229 and Kiras 230 teemed, and forth with them HS streamed. And Visvatra's mighty force, car, elephant, and foot, and horse, fell in a moment's time, subdued by that tremendous multitude. The monarch's 100 sons, whose eyes beheld the rout in wild surprise, armed with all weapons, mad with rage, rushed fiercely on the holy sage. One cry he raised, one glance he shot, and all fell scorched upon the spot, burned by the sage to ashes. They with horse, and foot, and chariot, lay. The monarch mourned, with shame and pain, his army lost, his children slain, like ocean when his roar is hushed, or some great snake whose fangs are crushed. PGO 67. Or as in swift eclipse the sun dark with the doom he cannot shun, or a poor bird with mangled wings so, reft of sons and host, the king no longer, by ambition fired, the pride of war his breast inspired. He gave his empire to his son of all he had, the only one, and bade him rule as kings are taught. Then straight a hermit grove he sought. Far to Himaya's side he fled, which bards and Enas visited, and, Ma'ava's 231 grace to earn, he gave his life to penance stern. A lengthened season thus passed by, when Siva's self, the Lord Most High, whose banner shows the pictured bull, 232 appeared, the God most bountiful. Why fervent thus in toil and pain? What brings thee here? What boon to gain? Thy heart's desire, O monarch, speak, I grant the boons which mortals seek. The king, his adoration paid, to Ma'ava answer made, if thou hast deemed me fit to win thy favor, O thou void of sin, on me, O mighty God, bestow the wondrous science of the bow, all mine, complete in every part, with secret spell and mystic art. To me be all the arms revealed that gods, and saints, and titans wield, and every dart that arms the hands of spirits, fiends and minstrel bands, be mine, O Lord supreme in place, this token of thy boundless grace. The Lord of gods then gave consent, and to his heavenly mansion went. Triumphant in the arms he held, the monarch's breast with glory swelled. So swells the ocean, when upon his breast the full moon's beams have shone. Already in his mind he viewed Vasish. Ha, at his feet subdued, he sought that hermit's grove, and there launched his dire weapons through the air, till scorched by might that none could stay the hermitage in ashes lay. Where'er the inmates saw, aghast, the dart that Visvatra cast, to every side they turned and fled in hundreds forth disquieted. Vasish? Ha's pupils caught the fear, and every bird and every deer, and fled in wild confusion forth eastward and westward, south and north, and so Vasish. His holy shade a solitary wild was made, silent awhile, for not a sound disturbed the hush that was around. Vasish. Ha then, with eager cry, called, Fear not, friends, nor seek to fly. This son of Jihai dies today, like hoar frost in the morning's ray. Thus having said, the glorious sage spoke to the king in words of rage, because thou hast destroyed this grove which long in holy quiet throve, by folly urged to senseless crime, now shalt thou die before thy time. Canto LVI. Vis Vitra's vow. But Vis Vitra, at the threat of that illustrious anchoret, cried, as he launched with ready hand a fiery weapon, Stand, oh stand! Vasish. Ha, wild with rage and hate, raising, as 'twere the rod of fate, his mighty Biarman wand on high, to Vis Vitra made reply, Nay, stand, O warrior thou, and show what soldier can gainst Biarman foe. O Jihai's son, thy days are told. Thy pride is tamed, thy dart is cold. How shall a warrior's puissance dare with Biarman's awful strength compare? Today, base warrior, shall thou feel that God-sent might is more than steel. He raised his Biarman staff, nor missed the fiery dart that near him hissed, and quenched the fearful weapon fell, as flame beneath the billows swell. Then Jihai's son in fury threw Lord Veru's arm in Rudra's too, Indra's fierce bolt that all destroys. That which the Lord of Herds employs, the human, that which minstrels keep, the deadly lure, the endless sleep, the yawner, and the dart which charms. Lament and torture, fearful arms, the terrible, the dart which dries, the thunderbolt which quenchless flies, and fate's dread net, and promise noose, and that which waits for Veru's use, the dart he loves who wields the bow pinna, and twin bolts that glow with fury as they flash and fly, the quenchless liquid and the dry, the dart of vengeance, swift to kill, the goblin's dart, the curlew's bill, P.G.068 the discus both of fate and right, and Vish's of unerring flight, the wine god's dart, the troubler dread, the weapon named the horse's head. From his fierce hand 2 spears were thrown, and the great mace that smashes bone. The dart of spirits of the air, and that which fate exults to bear, the trident dart which slaughters foes, and that which hanging skulls compose. 233 These fearful darts in fiery rain he hurled upon the saint amain, an awful miracle to view. But as the ceaseless tempest flew, the sage with wand of God-sent power still swallowed up that fiery shower. Then Jihai's son, when these had failed, with Brahma's dart his foe assailed. The gods, with Indra at their head, and As, quailed disquieted, and saints and minstrels, when they saw the king that awful weapon draw. And the 3 worlds were filled with dread, and trembled as the missile sped. The saint, with Biarman wand, empowered by Lord divine that dart devoured. Nor could the triple world withdraw rapt gazes from that sight of awe. For as he swallowed down the dart of Brahm, sparks from every part, from finest pore and hair cell, broke enveloped in a veil of smoke. The staff he waved was all aglow like Y's scepter, king below, or like the lurid fire of fate whose rage the worlds will desolate. The hermits, whom that sight had awed, extolled the saint, with him in laud. Thy power, O sage, is ne'er in vain, now with thy might restrain. Be gracious, Master, and allow the worlds to rest from trouble now. For Vis Vitra, strong and dread, by thee has been discomfited. Then, thus addressed, the saint, well pleased, the fury of his wrath appeased. The king, o'erpowered and ashamed, with many a deep-drawn sigh exclaimed, Ah! Warrior strength is poor and slight. A Biarman's power is truly might. This Biarman staff the hermit held the fury of my darts has quelled. This truth within my heart impressed, with senses ruled in tranquil breast my task austere will I begin, and Biarmanhood will strive to win. Canto LVII. Trisanku. Then with his heart consumed with woe, still brooding on his overthrow by the great saint he had defied, at every breath the monarch sighed. Forth from his home his queen he led, and to a land far southward fled. There, fruit and roots his only food, he practised penance, sense subdued, and in that solitary spot 4 virtuous sons the king begot, Havishand, from the offering named, and Medushand, for sweetness famed, Maath, chariot born in fight, Andri, Hanitra strong of sight. 1,000 years had passed away, when Brahm's sire whom all obey, addressed in pleasant words like these him rich in long austerities, thou by the penance, Cusick son, a place mid royal saints hast won. Pleased with thy constant penance, we this lofty rank assign to thee. Thus spoke the glorious Lord Most High, Father of earth and air and sky, and with the gods around him spread home to his changeless sphere he sped. But Visvitra scorned the grace, and bent in shame his angry face. Burning with rage, o'erwhelmed with grief, thus in his heart exclaimed the chief, no fruit, I ween, have I secured by strictest penance long endured, if gods and all the saints decree to make but royal saint of me. Thus pondering, he with sense subdued, with sternest zeal his vows renewed. Pgo 69 Then reigned a monarch, true of soul, who kept each sense in firm control. Of old IKSHVU's line he came, that glories in Trisanku's 234 name. Within his breast, O Rahu's child, arose a longing, strong and wild, great offerings to the gods to pay, and win, alive, to heaven his way. His priest Vasish Ha's aid he sought, and told him of his secret thought. But wise Vasish Ha showed the hope was far beyond the monarch's scope. Trisanku then, his suit denied, far to the southern region hied, to beg Vasish Ha's sons to aid the mighty plan his soul had made. Their king Trisanku, far renowned, Vasish Ha's 100 children found, each on his fervent vows intent, for mind and fame pre-eminent. To these the famous king applied, wise children of his holy guide. Saluting each in order due, his eyes, for shame, he downward threw, and reverent hands together pressed, the glorious company addressed, I as a humble suppliant seek succor of you who aid the weak. A mighty offering I would pay, but sage Vasish Ha answered, nay. Be yours permission to accord, and to my rights your help afford. Sons of my guide, to each of you with lowly reverence here I sue. To each, intent on penance vow, O be our mans, low my head I bow, and pray you each with ready heart in my great right to bear a part, that in the body I may rise and dwell with gods within the skies. Sons of my guide, none else I see can give what he refuses me. IKSHVU's children still depend upon their guide most reverend. And you, as nearest in degree to him, my deities shall be. Canto LVII Trisanku cursed. Trisanku's speech the 100 heard, and thus replied, to anger stirred, why foolish king, by him denied, whose truthful lips have never lied, dost thou transgress his prudent rule, and seek, for aid, another school? 235 IKSHVU's sons have I relied most surely on their holy guide, then how dost thou, fond monarch, dare transgress the rule his lips declare? Thy wish is vain, the saint replied, and bade thee cast the plan aside. Then how can we, his sons, pretend in such a right our aid to lend? O monarch, of the childish heart, home to thy royal town depart. That mighty saint, thy priest and guide, at noblest rites may well preside, the worlds for sacrifice combined a worthier priest could never find. Such speech of theirs the monarch heard, though rage distorted every word, and to the hermits made reply, you, like your sire, my suit deny. For other aid I turn from you, so, rich in penance, saints, adieu. Vasish Ha's children heard, and guessed his evil purpose scarce expressed, and cried, while rage their bosoms burned, be to a vile cha? A 236 turned. Pgo 70 This said, with lofty thoughts inspired, each to his own retreat retired. That night Trisanku underwent sad change in shape and lineament. Next morn, an outcast sword of hue, his dusky cloth he round him drew. His hair had fallen from his head, and roughness o'er his skin was spread. Such wreaths adorn him as are found to flourish on the funeral ground. Each armlet was an iron ring, such was the figure of the king, that every councillor and peer, and following townsman, fled in fear. Alone, unyielding to dismay, though burnt by anguish night and day, great Visva's side he sought, whose treasures were by penance bought. The hermit with his tender eyes looked on Trisanku's altered guise, and grieving at his ruined state addressed him thus: "Compassionate, great king," the pious hermit said, "what cause thy steps has hither led? Yes, mighty sovereign, whom a curse has plagued with outcast's doom." In Viltra? A 237 shape, the king heard Visva's questioning, and, suppliant palm to palm applied, with answering eloquence he cried, "My priest and all his sons refused to aid the plan on which I mused. Failing to win the boon I sought, to this condition I was brought. I, in the body, saint, would fain a mansion in the skies obtain. I planned 100 rites for this, but still was doomed the fruit to miss. Pure are my lips from falsehood stain, and pure they ever shall remain, yea, by a warrior's faith I swear, though I be tried with grief and care. Unnumbered rites to heaven I paid, with righteous care the sceptre swayed. And holy priest and high-souled guide my modest conduct gratified. But, O thou best of hermits, they oppose my wish these rites to pay. They one and all refuse consent, nor aid me in my high intent. Fate is, I ween, the power supreme, man's effort but an idle dream, fate whirls our plans, our all away. Fate is our only hope and stay. Now deign, O blessed saint, to aid me, even me by fate betrayed, who come, a suppliant, sore distressed, one grace, O hermit, to request. No other hope or way I see, no other refuge waits for me. Oh, aid me in my fallen state, and human will shall conquer fate. Canto Lix. The sons of Vasishtha. Then Cusick's son, by pity warmed, spoke sweetly to the king transformed, "Hail! Glory of Ikshvu's line, I know how bright thy virtues shine. Dismiss thy fear, O noblest chief, for I myself will bring relief. The holiest saints will I invite to celebrate thy proposed rite, so shall thy vow, O king, succeed, and from thy cares shalt thou be freed. Thou in the form which now thou hast, transfigured by the curse they cast, yea, in the body, king, shalt flee, transported, where thou fain wouldst be. O Lord of men, I ween that thou hast heaven within thy hand now, for very wisely hast thou done, and refuge sought with Cusick's son." Thus having said, the sage addressed his sons, of men the holiest, and bade the prudent saints waiter was needed for the rite prepare. The pupils he was wont to teach he summoned next, and spoke this speech: "Go bid Vasish highest sons appear, and all the saints be gathered here. And what they one and all reply when summoned by this mandate high, to me with faithful care report, omit no word and none distort." The pupils heard, and prompt obeyed, to every side their way they made. Then swift from every quarter sped the sages in the Vedas read. Back to that saint the envoys came, whose glory shone like burning flame, and told him in their faithful speech the answer that they bore from each: "Submissive to thy word, O seer, the holy men are gathering here." By all was meet obedience shown, Mahadaya 238 refused alone. PGO 71. And now, O chief of hermits, hear what answer, chilling us with fear, Vasish has 100 sons returned, thick speaking as with rage they burned. How will the gods and saints partake the offerings that the prince would make, and he a vile and outcast thing, his ministrant one born a king? Can we, great be our mans, eat his food, and think to win beatitude, by Visvitra purified? Thus sire and sons in scorn replied, and as these bitter words they said, wild fury made their eyeballs red. Their answer when the arch-hermit heard, his tranquil eyes with rage were blurred. Great fury in his bosom woke, and thus unto the youths he spoke: "Me, blameless me they dare to blame, and disallow the righteous claim my fierce austerities have earned, to ashes be the sinners turned. Caught in the noose of fate shall they to Y's kingdom sink today. 700 times shall they be born to wear the clothes the dead have worn. Dregs of the dregs, too vile to hate, the flesh of dogs their maws shall sate. In hideous form, in loathsome weed, a sad existence each shall lead. Mahadaya too, the fool who fain my stainless life would try to stain, stained in the world with long disgrace shall sink into a fowler's place. Rejoicing guiltless blood to spill, no pity through his breast shall thrill. Cursed by my wrath for many a day, his wretched life for sin shall pay. Thus, girt with hermit, saint, and priest, great Visvatra spoke and deceased. Canto LX. Trisanku's Ascension. So with ascetic might, in ire, he smote the children and the sire. Then Visvatra, far renowned, addressed the saints who gathered round. See by my side Trisanku stand, Ikshvu's son, of liberal hand. Most virtuous and gentle, he seeks refuge in his woe with me. Now, holy men, with me unite, and order so his proposed right that in the body he may rise and win a mansion in the skies. They heard his speech with ready ear and, every bosom filled with fear of Visvatra, wise and great, spoke each to each in brief debate. The breast of Kusik's son, we know, with furious wrath is quick to glow. Wait are the words he wills to say, we must, be very sure, obey. Fierce is our Lord as fire, and straight may curse us all infuriate. So let us in these rites engage, as ordered by the holy sage. And with our best endeavor strive that King Ikshvu's son, alive, in body to the skies may go by his great might who wills it so. Then was the rite begun with care, all requisites and means were there, and glorious Visvatra lent his willing aid as president. And all the sacred rites were done by rule and use, omitting none. By chaplain priest, the hymns who knew, in decent form and order due, some time in sacrifice had passed, and Visvatra made, at last, the solemn offering with a prayer that all the gods might come and share. But the immortals, one and all, refused to hear the hermit's call. Then red with rage his eyeballs blazed, the sacred ladle high he raised, and cried to King Ikshvu's son, behold my power, by penance won, now by the might my merits lend, Ikshvu's child, to heaven ascend. In living frame the skies attain, which mortals thus can scarcely gain. My vows austere, so long endured, have, as I ween, some fruit assured. Upon its virtue, King, rely, and in thy body reach the sky. His speech had scarcely reached its close, when, as he stood, the sovereign rose, and mounted swiftly to the skies before the wondering hermit's eyes. But Indra, when he saw the king his blissful regions entering, with all the army of the blessed thus cried unto the unbidden guest, with thy best speed, Trisanku, flee, here is no home prepared for thee. By thy great master's curse brought low, go, falling headlong, earthward go. Thus by the Lord of gods addressed, Trisanku fell from fancied rest, and screaming in a swift descent, oh, save me, hermit! Down he went. And Visvatra heard his cry, and marked him falling from the sky, and giving all his passion sway, cried out in fury, stay, oh stay! Pgo 7:2 By penance power and holy lore, like him who framed the worlds of yore, 7 other saints he fixed on high to star with light the southern sky. Girt with his sages forth he went, and southward in the firmament new wreathed stars prepared to set in many a sparkling coronet. He threatened, blind with rage and hate, another Indra to create, or, from his throne the ruler hurled, all Indraless to leave the world. Yea, borne away by passion's storm, the sage began new gods to form. But then each titan, god, and saint, confused with terror, sick and faint, to high-souled Visvatra hied, and with soft words to soothe him tried, Lord of high destiny, this king, to whom his master's curses cling, no heavenly home deserves to gain, unpurified from curse and stain. The son of Kusik, undeterred, the pleading of the immortals heard, and thus in haughty words expressed the changeless purpose of his breast, content ye, gods, I soothly swear Trisanku to the skies to bear clothes in his body, nor can I my promise cancel or deny. Embodied let the king ascend to life in heaven that ne'er shall end. And let these new-made stars of mine firm and secure forever shine. Let these, my work, remain secure long as the earth and heaven endure. This, all ye gods, I crave, do you allow the boon for which I sue? Then all the gods their answer made, so be it, saint, as thou hast prayed. Beyond the sun's diurnal way thy countless stars in heaven shall stay, and mid them hung, as one divine, head downward shall Trisanku shine. And all thy stars shall ever fling their rays attendant on the king. 239 The mighty saint, with glory crowned, with all the sages compassed round, praised by the gods, gave full assent, and gods and sages homeward went. Canto LXI. Sunasetha. Then vis Vitra, when the blessed had sought their homes of heavenly rest, thus, mighty prince, his counsel laid before the dwellers of the shade, the southern land where now we are offers this check our rights to bar. 242 Other regions let us speed, and ply our tasks from trouble freed. Now turn we to the distant west, to Pushkar's 241 wood where hermits rest, and there to rites austere apply, for not a grove with that can vie. The saint, in glory's light arrayed, in Pushkar's wood his dwelling made, and living there on root and fruit did penance stern and resolute. The king who filled Yadhi's throne, by Ambaraha's name far known, at that same time, it chanced, began a sacrificial rite to plan. But Indra took by force away the charger that the king would slay. The victim lost, the bear man sped to Ambaraha's side, and said, Gone is the steed, O king, and this is due to thee, in care remiss. PG 073 Such heedless faults will kings destroy who fail to guard what they enjoy. The flaw is desperate, we need the charger, or a man to bleed. Quick! Bring a man if not the horse, that so the right may have its course. The glory of IKSHVU's line made offer of 1,000 kine, and sought to buy at lordly price a victim for the sacrifice. To many a distant land he drove, to many a people, town, and grove, and holy shades where hermits rest, pursuing still his eager quest. At length on Bhrigu's sacred heights the saint rich met his sight sitting beneath the holy boughs. His children near him, and his spouse. The mighty lord drew near, essayed to win his grace, and reverence paid. And then the sainted king addressed the bear man saint with this request, bought with 100,000 kine, give me, O sage, a son of thine to be a victim in the right, and thanks the favour shall requite. For I have roamed all countries round, nor sacrificial victim found. Then, gentle hermit, deign to spare one child amid the number there. Then to the monarch's speech replied the hermit, penance glorified, for countless kine, for hills of gold, mine eldest son shall ne'er be sold. But, when she heard the saint's reply, the children's mother, standing nigh, words such as these in answer said to Ambaraha, monarch dread, my lord, the saint, has spoken well, his eldest child he will not sell. And know, great monarch, that above the rest my youngest born I love. 'Tis ever thus, the father's joy is centred in his eldest boy. The mother loves her darling best whom last she rocked upon her breast, my youngest I will ne'er forsake. As thus the sire and mother spake, young Sunasetha, of the three the midmost, cried and urged and free, my sire withholds his eldest son, my mother keeps her youngest one, then take me with thee, king, I ween the son is sold who comes between. The king with joy his home resought, and took the prize his kine had bought. He bade the youth his car ascend, and hastened back the rites to end. 242 Canto LXII. Ambaraha's sacrifice. As thus the king that youth conveyed, his weary steeds at length he stayed at height of noon their rest to take upon the bank of Pushkar's lake. There while the king enjoyed repose the captive Sunasetha rose, and hasting to the water's side his uncle Visvitra spied, with many a hermit neath the trees engaged in stern austerities. Distracted with the toil and thirst, with woeful mien, away he burst, Swift to the hermit's breast he flew, and weeping thus began to sue: "No sire have I, no mother dear, no kith or kin my heart to cheer, as justice bids. O hermit, deign to save me from the threatened pain. O thou to whom the wretched flee, and find a Saviour, saint, in thee, now let the king obtain his will, and me my length of days fulfill, that rights austere I too may share, may rise to heaven and rest me there. With tender soul and gentle brow be guardian of the orphan thou, and as a father pities, so preserve me from my fear and woe." When Visvitra, glorious saint, had heard the boy's heart-rending plaint, he soothed his grief, his tears he dried. Pgo then called his sons to him, and cried, "The time is come for you to show the duty and the aid bestow for which, regarding future life, a man gives children to his wife. This hermit's son, whom here you see a suppliant, refuge seeks with me. O sons, the friendless youth befriend, and, pleasing me, his life defend. For holy works you all have wrought, true to the virtuous life I taught. Go, and as victims doomed to bleed, die, and Lord Ani's hunger feed. So shall the rite completed end, this orphan gain a saving friend, due offerings to the gods be paid, and your own father's voice obeyed." Then Medushand and all the rest answered their sire with scorn and jest: "What? Aid to others' sons afford, and leave thine own to die, my lord? To us it seems a horrid deed, as 'twere on one's own flesh to feed." The hermit heard his son's reply, and burning rage inflamed his eye. Then forth his words of fury burst: "Audacious speech, by virtue cursed! It lifts on end each shuddering hair my charge to scorn, my wrath to dare. You, like Vasish, Ha's evil brood, shall make the flesh of dogs your food 1,000 years in many a birth, and punished thus shall dwell on earth." Thus on his sons his curse he laid. Then calmed again that youth dismayed, and blessed him with his saving aid, when in these sacred fetters bound, and with a purple garland crowned, at Vish U's post thou standest tied, with lauds be Ani glorified. And these two hymns of holy praise forget not, hermit's son, to raise in the king's right, and thou shalt be lord of thy wish, preserved, and free. He learnt the hymns with mind intent, and from the hermit's presence went. To Ambaraha thus he spake: "Let us our onward journey take. Haste to thy home, O king, nor stay the lustral rites with slow delay." The boy's address the monarch cheered, and soon the sacred ground he neared. The convocation's high decree declared the youth from blemish free. Clothed in red raiment he was tied a victim at the pillar's side. There bound, the fire god's hymn he raised, and Indra and Dipendra praised. Thousand-eyed Vish U, pleased to hear the mystic laud, incline his ear, and won by worship, swift to save, long life to Sunasepha gave. The king in bounteous measure gained the fruit of sacrifice ordained, by grace of him who rules the skies, Lord Indra of the 1,000 eyes. And Visvitra evermore pursued his task on Pushkar's shore until 1,000 years had passed in fierce austerity and fast. Canto Lxii Manak 1,000 years had thus flown by when all the gods within the sky, eager that he the fruit might gain of fervent rite and holy pain, approached the great ascetic, now bathed after toil and ended vow. Then Brahm speaking for the rest with sweetest words the sage addressed: "Hail, saint! This high and holy name thy rights have won, thy merits claim." Thus spoke the Lord whom gods revere, and sought again his heavenly sphere. But Visvitra, more intent, his mind to sterner penance bent. So many a season rolled away, when Manak fair nymph, one day came down from paradise to lave her perfect limbs in Pushkar's wave. The glorious son of Kusak saw that peerless shape without a flaw flash through the flood's translucent shroud like lightning gleaming through a cloud. He saw her in that lone retreat, most beautiful from head to feet, and by Kandarpa's 243 might subdued he thus addressed her as he viewed: "Welcome, sweet nymph! O deign, I pray, in these calm shades a while to stay. To me some gracious favor show, for love has set my breast aglow." He spoke. The fairest of the fair made for a while her dwelling there, while day by day the wild delight stayed vow austere and fervent right there as the winsome charmer wove her spells around him in the grove, and bound him in a golden chain. 5 sweet years fled, and 5 again. Then Visvatra woke to shame, and, fraught with anguish, memory came for quick he knew, with anger fired, that all the immortals had conspired Pgo75 to lap his careless soul in ease, and mar his long austerities. 10 years have passed, each day and night unheeded in delusive flight. So long my fervent rites were stayed, while thus I lay by love betrayed. As thus long sighs the hermit heaved, and, touched with deep repentance, grieved, he saw the fair one standing nigh with suppliant hands and trembling eye. With gentle words he bade her go, then sought the northern hills of snow. With firm resolve he vowed to beat the might of love beneath his feet. Still northward to the distant side of Cossack 44, the hermit hied, and gave his life to penance there with rites austere most hard to bear. 1,000 years went by, and still he labored on the northern hill with pains so terrible and drear that all the gods were chilled with fear, and gods and saints, for swift advice, met in the halls of paradise. Let Cossack's son, they counselled, be a mighty saint by just decree. His ear to hear their counsel lent the Sire of worlds, omnipotent. To him enriched by rites severe he spoke in accents sweet to hear, Hail, mighty saint! Dear son, all hail! Thy fervor wins, thy toils prevail. Won by thy vows and zeal intense I give this high pre-eminence. He to the general sire replied, not sad, nor wholly satisfied, when thou, O Brahm, shalt declare the title, great beyond compare, of be our man saint my worthy meed, hard earned by many a holy deed, then may I deem in sooth I hold each sense of body well controlled. Then Brahm cried, not yet, not yet, toil on a while O anchoret. Thus having said to heaven he went, the saint, upon his task intent, began his labors to renew, which sterner yet and fiercer grew. His arms upraised, without a rest, with but one foot the earth he pressed. The air his food, the hermit stood still as a pillar hewn from wood. Around him in the summer days 5 mighty fires combined to blaze. In floods of rain no veil was spread save clouds, to canopy his head. In the dank dews both night and day couched in the stream the hermit lay. Thus, till 1,000 years had fled, he plied his task of penance dread. Then Vish, you and the gods with all the labors of the hermit saw, and Sakra, in his troubled breast, Lord of the skies, his fear confessed, and brooded on a plan to spoil the merits of the hermit's toil. Encompassed by his gods of storm he summoned Rambh fair of form, and spoke a speech for woe and weal, the saint to mar, the god to heal. Canto LXIV. Rambh a great emprise, O lovely maid, to save the gods, awaits thine aid, to bind the son of Cossack sure, and take his soul with love's sweet lure. Thus ordered by the thousand-eyed the suppliant nymph in fear replied, O Lord of gods, this mighty sage is very fierce and swift to rage. I doubt not, he so dread and stern on me his scorching wrath will turn. Of this, my lord, am I afraid, have mercy on a timid maid. Her suppliant hands began to shake, when thus again Lord Indra spake, O Rambh, drive thy fears away, and as I bid do thou obey. In Ko's form, who takes the heart when trees in spring to blossom start, I, with Kandarpa for my friend, close to thy side mine aid will lend. Pgo76 do thou thy beauteous splendor arm with every grace and winsome charm, and from his awful rites seduce this Cossack's son, the stern recluse. Lord Indra ceased. The nymph obeyed, in all her loveliest charms arrayed, with winning ways and witching smile she sought the hermit to beguile. The sweet note of that tuneful bird the saint with ravished bosom heard, and on his heart a rapture passed as on the nymph a look he cast. But when he heard the bird prolong his sweet incomparable song, and saw the nymph with winning smile, the hermit's heart perceived the wile. And straight he knew the thousand-eyed a plot against his peace had tried. Then Cossack's son indignant laid his curse upon the heavenly maid, because thou wouldst my soul engage who fight to conquer love and rage. Stand, till 10,000 years have flown, ill-fated maid, transformed to stone. A Beer man then, in glory strong, mighty through penance stern and long, shall free thee from thine altered shape. Thou from my curse shalt then escape. But when the saint had cursed her so, his breast was burnt with fires of woe, grieved that long effort to restrain his mighty wrath was all in vain. Cursed by the angry sage's power, she stood in stone that self-same hour. Kandarpa heard the words he said, and quickly from his presence fled. His fall beneath his passion's sway had reft the hermit's meed away. Unconquered yet his secret foes, the humbled saint refused repose. No more shall rage my bosom till, sealed be my lips, my tongue be still. My very breath henceforth I hold until 1,000 years are told. Victorious o'er each erring sense, I'll dry my frame with abstinence, until by penance duly done a Beer man's rank be bought and won. For countless years, as still as death, I taste no food, I draw no breath, and as I toil my frame shall stand unharmed by time's destroying hand. Canto LXV. Visv Itra's triumph then from Himaya's heights of snow, the glorious saint prepared to go, and dwelling in the distant east his penance and his toil increased. 1,000 years his lips he held close by a vow unparalleled, and other marvels passing thought, unrivalled in the world, he wrought. In all the 1,000 years his frame dry as a log of wood became. By many a cross and check beset, rage had not stormed his bosom yet. With iron will that naught could bend he plied his labor till the end. So when the weary years were o'er, freed from his vows so stern and sore, the hermit, all his penance sped, sate down to eat his meal of bread. Then Indra, clad in Beer man guise, asked him for food with hungry eyes. The mighty saint, with steadfast soul, to the false Beer man gave the whole, and when no scrap for him remained, fasting and faint, from speech refrained. His silent vow he would not break, no breath he heaved, no word he spake. Then as he checked his breath, behold! Around his brow thick smoke clouds rolled, and the three worlds, as if o'erspread with ravening flames, were filled with dread. Then god and saint and bard convened, and Na lord, and snake, and fiend, thus to the general father cried, distracted, sad, and terrified, against the hermit, sore assailed. Lure, scathe, and scorn have not availed, proof against rage and treacherous art he keeps his vow with constant heart. Now if his toils assist him not to gain the boon his soul has sought, he through the worlds will ruin send that fixed and moving things shall end. The regions now are dark with doom, no friendly ray relieves the gloom. Each ocean foams with maddened tide, the shrinking hills in fear subside. Trembles the earth with feverous throe, the wind in fitful tempest blows. No cure we see with troubled eyes, and atheist brood on earth may rise. The triple world is wild with care, or spiritless in dull despair. Before that saint the sun is dim, his blessed light eclipsed by him. Now ere the saint resolved to bring destruction on each living thing, let us appease, while yet we may, him bright as fire, like fire to slay. Yea, as the fiery flood of fate lays all creation desolate, he o'er the conquered gods may reign. Oh, grant him what he longs to gain. PG077 Then all the blessed, by Brahm led, approached the saint and sweetly said, Hail, Beer man saint! For such thy place, thy vows austere have won our grace. A Beer man's rank thy penance stern and ceaseless labor richly earn. I with the gods of storm decree long life, O Beer man saint, to thee. May peace and joy thy soul possess, go where thou wilt in happiness. Thus by the general sire addressed, joy and high triumph filled his breast. His head in adoration bowed, thus spoke he to the immortal crowd, If I, ye gods, have gained at last both length of days and Beer man caste, grant that the high mysterious name, and holy Vedas, own my claim, and that the formula to bless the sacrifice, its Lord confess. And let Vasish, who excels in warrior's art and mystic spells, in love of God without a peer, confirm the boon you promise here. With Brahma's son Vasish, best of those who pray with voice repressed, the gods by earnest prayer prevailed, and thus his new made friend he hailed, "Thy title now is sure and good to rights of saintly be our manhood." Thus spake the sage. The gods, content, back to their heavenly mansions went. And vis vitra, pious souled, among the Beerman saints enrolled, on reverend Vasish ha pressed the honors due to holy guest. Successful in his high pursuit, the sage, in penance resolute, walked in his pilgrim wanderings o'er the whole broad land from shore to shore. 'Twas thus the saint, O Rahu's son, his rank among the Beermans won. Best of all hermits, prince, is he. In him incarnate penance see. Friend of the right, who shrinks from ill, heroic powers attend him still. The Beerman, versed in ancient lore, thus closed his tale, and said no more. To Saturday and Acusick's son cried in delight, "Well done! Well done!" Then Yannick, at the tale amazed, spoke thus with suppliant hands upraised, "High fate is mine, O sage, I deem, and thanks I owe for bliss supreme, that thou and Rahu's children too have come my sacrifice to view. To look on thee with blessed eyes exalts my soul and purifies. Yea, thus to see thee face to face enriches me with store of grace. Thy holy labors wrought of old, and mighty penance, fully told, Ra and I with great delight have heard, O glorious anchorite. Unrevolved thine ascetic deeds, thy might, O saint, all might exceeds. No thought may scan, no limit bound the virtues that in thee are found. The story of thy wondrous fate my thirsty ears can never sate. The hour of evening rites is near, the sun declines in swift career. At early dawn, O hermit, deign to let me see thy face again. Best of ascetics, pardon bliss, do thou thy servant now dismiss. The saint approved, and glad and kind dismissed the king with joyful mind. Around the sage King Yannick went with priests and kinsmen reverent. Then vis vitra, honored so, by those high-minded, rose to go, and with the princes took his way to seek the lodging where they lay. Canto LXVI. Yannick's speech. With cloudless luster rose the sun. The king, his morning worship done, ordered his heralds to invite the princes and the anchorite. With honor, as the laws decree, the monarch entertained the three. Then to the youths and saintly man Vidau's lord this speech began, "O blameless saint, most welcome thou. If I may please thee tell me how." "Speak, mighty lord, whom all revere, 'tis thine to order, mine to hear." Thus he on mighty thoughts intent. Then thus the sage most eloquent, King Dasaratha's sons, this pair of warriors famous everywhere, are come that best of bows to see that lies a treasure stored by thee. This, mighty Yannick, deign to show, that they may look upon the bow, and then, contented, homeward go. Then royal Yannick spoke in turn, "O best of saints, the story learn why this famed bow, a noble prize, a treasure in my palace lies. A monarch, Devar by name, who sixth from ancient Nimi came, held it as ruler of the land, a pledge in his successive hand. This bow the mighty Rudra bore Pgo78 at Daksha's 245 sacrifice of yore, when carnage of the immortals stained the rite that Daksha had ordained. Then as the gods sore wounded fled, victorious Rudra, mocking, said, Because, O gods, ye gave me naught when I my rightful portion sought, your dearest parts I will not spare, but with my bow your frames will tear." The sons of heaven, in wild alarm, soft flatteries tried his rage to charm. Then Bava, Lord whom gods adore, grew kind and friendly as before, and every torn and mangled limb was safe and sound restored by him. Thenceforth this bow, the gem of bows, that freed the god of gods from foes, stored by our great forefathers, lay a treasure and a pride for I. Once, as it chanced, I ploughed the ground, when sudden, 'neath the share was found an infant springing from the earth, named S from her secret birth. 246 inches strength and grace the maiden grew, my cherished daughter, fair to view. I vowed her, of no mortal birth, meet prize for noblest hero's worth. In strength and grace the maiden grew, and many a monarch came to woo. To all the princely suitors I gave, mighty saint, the same reply, I give not thus my daughter, she prize of heroic worth shall be 247 to Hill. The suitors press their power and might to manifest. To all who came with hearts aglow I offered Silva's wondrous bow. Not one of all the royal band could raise or take the bow in hand. The suitors' puny might I spurned, and back the feeble princes turned. Enraged thereat, the warriors met, with force combined my town beset. Stung to the heart with scorn and shame, with war and threats they madly came, besieged my peaceful walls, and long to Hill did grievous wrong. There, wasting all, a year they lay, and brought my treasures to decay, filling my soul, O hermit chief, with bitter woe and hopeless grief. At last by long-wrought penance I won favor with the gods on high, who with my labors well content a fourfold host to aid me sent. Then swift the baffled heroes fled to all the winds discomfited wrongdoers, with their lords and host, and all their valour's idle boast. This heavenly bow, exceeding bright, these youths shall see, O anchorite. Then if young R.A.'s hand can string the bow that baffled lord and king, to him I give, as I have sworn, my S not of woman born. Canto LXVII. The breaking of the bow. Then spoke again the great recluse, this mighty bow, O king, produce. King Yannick, at the saint's request, this order to his train addressed, let the great bow be hither borne, which flowery wreaths and scents adorn. Soon as the monarch's words were said, his servants to the city sped, 5,000 youths in number, all of manly strength and stature tall, the ponderous 8-wheeled chest that held the heavenly bow, with toil propelled. At length they brought that iron chest, and thus the godlike king addressed, this best of bows, O Lord, we bring, respected by each chief and king, and place it for these youths to see, if, sovereign, such thy pleasure be. With suppliant palm to palm applied King Yannick to the strangers cried, this gem of bows, O be our man sage, our race has prized from age to age, too strong for those who yet have reigned, though great in might each nerve they strained. PG-079 Titan and fiend its strength defies, God, spirit, minstrel of the skies, and bard above and snake below are baffled by this glorious bow. Then how may human prowess hope with such a bow as this to cope? What man with valour's choicest gift this bow can draw, or string, or lift? Yet let the princes, holy seer, behold it, it is present here. Then spoke the hermit pious souled, R.A., dear son, the bow behold. Then R.A. at his word unclosed the chest wherein its might reposed, thus crying, as he viewed it, Lo! I lay mine hand upon the bow, may happy luck my hope attend its heavenly strength to lift or bend. Good luck be thine, the hermit cried, assay the task. The king replied. Then Rahu's son, as if in sport, before the thousands of the court, the weapon by the middle raised that all the crowd in wonder gazed. With steady arm the string he drew till burst the mighty bow in two. As snapped the bow, an awful clang, loud as the shriek of tempests, rang. The earth, affrighted, shook amain as when a hill is rent in twain. Then, senseless at the fearful sound, the people fell upon the ground, none save the king, the princely pair, and the great saint, the shock could bear. When woke to sense the stricken train, and Yannick's soul was calm again, with suppliant hands and reverent head, these words, most eloquent, he said, O saint, Prince R.A. stands alone, his peerless might he well has shown. A marvel has the hero wrought beyond belief, surpassing thought. My child, to royal R.A. wed, new glory on our line will shed, and true my promise will remain that hero's worth the bride should gain. Dearer to me than light and life, my S shall be R.A.'s wife. If thou, O be our man, leave concede, my counselors, with eager speed, borne in their flying cars, to Feriadhi's town the news shall bear, with courteous message to entreat the king to grace my royal seat. This to the monarch shall they tell, the bride is his who won her well, and his 2 sons are resting here protected by the holy seer. So, at his pleasure, let them lead the sovereign to my town with speed. The hermit to his prayer inclined and Yannick, lord of virtuous mind, with charges, to Iadhe sent his ministers, and forth they went. Canto LXVII. The envoy's speech. 3 nights upon the road they passed to rest the steeds that bore them fast, and reached Iadhi's town at last. Then straight at Dasaratha's call they stood within the royal hall, where, like a god, inspiring awe, the venerable king they saw. With suppliant palm to palm applied, and all their terror laid aside, they spoke to him upon the throne with modest words, in gentle tone. Yanak, Vidau's king, O sire, has sent us hither to inquire the health of thee his friend most dear, of all thy priests and every peer. Next Cusick's son consenting, thus King Yanak speaks, Dread liege, by us, I made a promise and decree that Valor's prize my child should be. Kings, worthless found in worth's essay, with mien dejected turned away. Thy sons, by Visvitra led, unurged, my city visited, and peerless in their might have gained my daughter, as my vow ordained. Full in a vast assembly's view thy hero array broken to the gem of bows, of monstrous size, that came a treasure from the skies. Ordained the prize of hero's might, as my child is his by right. Fain would I keep my promise made, if thou, O king, approve and aid. Come to my town thy son to see, bring holy guide and priest with thee. O Lord of kings, my suit allow, and let me keep my promised vow. So join for thy children's sake their triumph too shalt thou partake, with Visvitra's high consent. Such words with friendship eloquent spoke Yanak, fair Vidau's king, by Saturday and as counselling. The envoys thus the king addressed, and mighty joy his heart possessed. To Vidava quick he cried, Vasish? Ha, and his lords beside, Lakshma? And he, my princely boy who fills Kausalia's soul with joy, by Visvitra guarded well among the good Vidans dwell. Pgo80 the ruler Yanak, prompt to own the peerless might my child has shown, to him would knit in holy ties his daughter, Valor's lovely prize. If Yanak's plans seem good to you, come, speed we to his city too, nor let occasion idly by. He ceased. There came a glad reply from priest and mighty saint and all the councillors who thronged the hall. Then cried the king with joyous heart, Tomorrow let us all depart. That night the envoys entertained with honor and all care remained. Canto LXIX. Dasaratha's visit. Soon as the shades of night had fled, thus to the wise Sumitra said the happy king, while priest and peer, each in his place, were standing near, Let all my treasures today, set foremost in the long array, with gold and precious gems supplied in bounteous store, together ride. And send you out a mighty force, foot, chariot, elephant, and horse. Besides, let many a car of state, and noblest steeds, my will await. Vasish? Ha, Viyadeva sage, and Emka? Dia's reverend age, Ji, Kasnap's godlike seed, and wise Kyana, shall lead. Thy care, Sumitra, let it be to yoke a chariot now for me, that so we part without delay, these envoys hasten me away. So fared he forth. That host, with speed, quadruple, as the king decreed, with priests to head the bright array, followed the monarch on his way. 4 days they travelled on the road, and Eve Vidau's kingdom showed. Yanak had left his royal seat the venerable king to greet, and, noblest, with these words addressed that noblest lord, his happy guest, Hail, best of kings, a blessed fate has led thee, monarch, to my state. Thy sons, supreme in high emprise, will gladden now their father's eyes. And high my fate, that hither leads Vasish? Ha, bright with holy deeds, girt with these sages far renowned, like Indra with the gods around. Joy, joy, for vanquished are my foes, joy. For my house in glory grows, with Rahu's noblest sons allied, supreme in strength and Valor's pride. Tomorrow with its early light will shine on my completed right. Then, sanctioned by the saints and thee, the marriage of thy Rac. Then Dasaratha, best of those whose speech in graceful order flows, with gathered saints on every side, thus to the Lord of earth replied, A truth is this I long have known, a favor is the giver's own. what thou shalt bid, O good and true, we, as our power permits, will do. That answer of the truthful Lord, with virtuous worth and honor stored, Yanak, Vidau's noble king, heard gladly, greatly marveling. With bosoms filled with pleasure met long-parted saint and anchoret, and linked in friendship's tie they spent the peaceful night in great content. Ra and Lakshma? Thither sped, by sainted Visvitra led, and bent in filial love to greet their father, and embraced his feet. The aged king, rejoiced to hear and see again his children dear, honored by Yanak's thoughtful care, with great enjoyment rested there. King Yanak, with attentive heed, consulted first his daughter's need, and ordered all to speed the right. Then rested also for the night. Canto LXX. The maiden sought. Then with the morn's returning sun, King Yanak, when his rites were done, skilled all the charms of speech to know, spoke to wise Saturday and as so, my brother, lord of glorious fame, my younger, Kizadwa by name, whose virtuous life has won renown, has settled in a lovely town, SKY decked with grace divine, whose glories bright as pushpacks shine, while Ikshumat rolls her wave her lofty ramparts foot to lave. Him, holy priest, I long to see, the guardian of my right is he, that my dear brother may not miss a share of mine expected bliss. Thus in the presence of the priest the royal Yanak spoke, and ceased. Then came his henchman, prompt and brave, Pgo81 to whom his charge the monarch gave. Soon as they heard his will, in haste with fleetest steeds away they raced, to lead with them that lord of kings, as Indra's call Lord Vish. U brings. SKY's walls they duly gained, and audience of the king obtained. To him they told the news they brought of marvels past and Yanak's thought. Soon as the king the story knew from those good envoys swift and true, to Yanak's wish he gave assent, and swift to Hill he went. He paid to Yanak reverence due, and holy Saturday and too, then sate him on a glorious seat for kings or gods celestial meet. Soon as the brothers, noble pair peerless in might, were seated there, they gave the wise Sudan, best of counselors, their high behest. Go, noble counselor, they cried, and hither to our presence guide Ikshvu's son, Iadhi's lord, invincible by foeman's sword, with both his sons, each holy seer, and every minister and peer. Sudan to the palace flew, and saw the mighty king who threw splendor on Rahu's splendid race, then bowed his head with seemly grace, O king, whose hand Iadhi sways, my lord, whom Hill obeys, yearns with desire, if thou agree, thee with thy guide and priest to see. Soon as the counsellor had ceased, the king, with saint and peer and priest, sought, speeding through the palace gate, the hall where Yanak held his state. There, with his nobles round him spread, thus to Vidau's lord be said, Thou knowest, king, whose aid divine protects Ikshvu's royal line. In every need, waiter befall, the saint Vasish? Ha speaks for all. If Visvitra so allow, and all the saints around me now, the sage will speak, at my desire, as order and the truth require. Soon as the king his lips had stilled, uprose Vasish. Ha, speaker skilled! And to Vidau's lord began in flowing words that holy man, from viewless nature Brahm rose, no change, no end, no waste he knows. A son had he Marhi styled, and Kasnap was Marhi's child. From him Vivasvat sprang, from him Manu whose fame shall ne'er be dim. Manu, who life to mortals gave, begot Ikshvu good and brave. First of Iadhi's kings was he, pride of her famous dynasty. From him the glorious Kukshi sprang, whose fame through all the regions rang. Rival of Kukshi's ancient fame, his heir, the great Vikakshi, came, his son was Va, lord of might. His Zanara? Ya, strong to fight. His son was Prithu, glorious name. From him the good Trisanku came. He left a son renowned afar, known by the name of Dundham. His son, who drove the mighty car, was Yuvanva, feared in war. He passed away. Him followed then his son Mdh king of men. His son was blessed in high emprise, Sasanti, fortunate and wise. Two noble sons had he, to wit Dhruvasanti and Prasenajit. Bharat was Dhruvasanti's son, and glorious fame that monarch won. The warrior as it he begot. As it had warfare, fierce and hot, with rival kings in many a spot, Hayhas, Tiajang has styled, and Sasavindus, strong and wild. Long time he strove, but forced to yield fled from his kingdom and the field. With his two wives away he fled where high Himalaya lifts his head, and, all his wealth and glory past, he paid the dues of fate at last. The wives he left had both conceived so as the ancient tale believed one, of her rival's hopes afraid fell poison in her vines laid. It chanced that Kaivan, Bhrigu's child, had wandered to that pathless wild, and there Himai's lovely height detained him with a strange delight. There came the other widowed queen, with lotus eyes and beauteous mien, longing a noble son to bear, and wooed the saint with earnest prayer. When thus Kindi, 248 fairest dame, with reverent supplication came, to her the holy sage replied, "Born with the poison from thy side, O happy queen, shall spring ere long an infant fortunate and strong. Then weep no more, and check thy sighs, sweet lady of the lotus eyes." The queen, who loved her perished lord, for meet reply, the saint adored, and, of her husband long bereaved, she bore a son by him conceived. Because her rival mixed the bane Pgoa2 to render her conception vain, and fruit unripened to destroy, Sagar 249 she called her darling boy. To Sagar Asaman was heir, bright Ansem his consort bare. Ansem's son, Dilla famed, begot a son Bagath named. From him the great Kakut's arose, from him came Rahu, feared by foes, of him sprang Purushak bold, fierce hero of gigantic mold. Kalmhap's name he bore, because his feet were spotted o'er 250. From him came Sangha, and from him Sudarsan, fair in face and limb. From beautiful Sudarsan came Prince Agnivar, bright as flame. His son was Estraga, for speed unmatched, and Meru was his seed. Prasasruka was Meru's child. His son was Ambarha styled. Nahush was Ambarha's heir, the mighty lord of regions fair. Nahush begot Yai, he, Nh of happy destiny. Son of Nh was Aya, his, the glorious Dasaratha is, whose noble children boast to be Ra and Lakshma, whom we see. Thus do those kings of purest race their lineage from Ikshve trace. Their hero lives the right maintained, their lips with falsehood ne'er were stained. In Ras and in Lakshma's name thy daughters as their wives I claim, so shall in equal bands be tied each peerless youth with peerless bride. Canto LXXI. Yannick's pedigree. Then to the saint supremely wise King Yannick spoke in suppliant guise, Dane, hermit, with attentive ear, envy race's origin to hear. When kings a daughter's hand bestow, 'tis right their line and fame to show. There was a king whose deeds and worth spread wide his name through heaven and earth, Nimi, most virtuous seen from youth, the best of all who love the truth. His son and heir was Mithi, and his Yannick, first who ruled this land. He left a son at Asu, blessed with all virtues, good and true. His son was Nandivardhan, dear for pious heart and worth sincere. His son Sukatu, hero brave, to Devar, existence gave. King Devar, a royal sage, for virtue, glory of the age, begot Vrihadratha. And he begot, his worthy heir to be, the splendid hero Mahu long in glory governed here. His son was Sudriti, a youth firm in his purpose, brave in sooth. His son was Dhris. Akatu, blessed with pious will and holy breast. The fame of royal saint he won. Haryasva was his princely son. Haryasva's son was Meru, who begot Pradak, wise and true. Next Katirtha held the throne, his son, for gentle virtues known. Then followed Devamidha, then Vibhud, Madhrak, kings of men. Madhrak's son, of boundless might, was Katur, who loved the right. He passed away, a sainted king, and Ma'am following to Swar. Aram left the state. Then Horsefarum good and great succeeded, and to him a pair of sons his royal consort bare. Elder of these I boast to be, brave Kizidho was next to me 251 me then, the elder of the twain, my sire anointed here to reign. He bade me tend my brother well, then to the forest went to dwell. He sought the heavens, and I sustained the burden as by law ordained, and noble Kizidho, the peer of gods, I ever held most dear. Then came Skys mighty lord, sudden threatening siege and sword, and bade me swift on him bestow Silva's incomparable bow, Pgo83 and S of the lotus eyes, but I refused each peerless prize. Then, host to host, we met the foes, and fierce the din of battle rose. Sudden foremost of his band, fell smitten by my single hand. When thus Skys lord was slain, I sanctified, as laws ordain, my brother in his stead to reign. Thus are we brothers, Saint Most High the younger he, the elder I. Now, mighty sage, my spirit joys to give these maidens to the boys. Let S be to our tide, and Urmil be Lakshma's bride. First give, O king, the gift of cows, as dowry of each royal spouse. Do offerings to the spirits pay, and solemnize the wedding day. The moon tonight, O royal sage Indiana Mag S252 house takes harborage. On the third night his rays benign and second Phgune 253 will shine, be that the day, with prosperous fate, the nuptial rites to celebrate. Canto LXXII. The gift of kine. When royal Yannick's words were done, joined with Vasish, Hakusik's son, the mighty sage began his speech. No mind may soar, no thought can reach the glories of Ikshvu's line, or, great Vidaz king, of thine, none in the whole wide world may vie with them in fame and honors high. Well matched, I ween, in holy bands, these peerless pairs will join their hands. But hear me as I speak once more. Thy brother, skilled in duty's lore, has at his home a royal pair of daughters most divinely fair. I for the hands of these sweet two for Bard and Citruna sue, both princes of heroic mold, wise, fair of form, and lofty souled. All day Serapha's sons, I ween, own each young grace of form and mien, brave as the gods are they, nor yield to the great lords the world's who shield. By these, good prince of merits high, Ikshvu's house with thine ally. The suit the holy sage preferred, with willing ear the monarch heard. Vasish Ha's lips the counsel praised, then spake the king with hands upraised. Now blessed indeed my race I deem, which your high will, O saint supreme, with day Serapha's house unites in bonds of love and marriage rites. So be it done. My nieces twain let Bard and Citruna gain, and the four youths the self same day for maiden hands in theirs shall lay. No day so lucky may compare, for marriage O the wise declare with the last day of Phgune ruled by the genial deity. Then with raised hands in reverence due to those arch saints he spoke anew, I am your pupil, ever true, to me high favor have ye shown. Come, sit ye on my royal throne, for day Saratha rules these towers e'en as Yadhi now is ours. Do with your own waiter ye choose, your lordship here will none refuse. He spoke, and to Vidaz came thus day Saratha, answering, boundless your virtues, lords, whose sway the realms of Mithil obey. With honoring care you entertain both holy sage and royal train. Now to my house my steps I bend, may blessings still on you add, and do offerings to the shades to pay. Thus spoke the king, and turned away. To Yannick first he bade adieu, then followed fast those holy two. The monarch reached his palace where the rites were paid with solemn care. When the next sun began to shine he rose and made his gift of kine. 100,000 cows prepared for each young prince the beermans shared. Each had her horns adorned with gold, and duly was the number told, 400,000 perfect tale, each brought a calf, each filled a pail. And when that glorious task was o'er, the monarch with his children four, showed like the Lord of life divine when the world's guardians round him shine. Pgo84 Canto LXXII. The nuptials. On that same day that saw the king his gift of kine distributing, the lord of Kakaya's son, by name Yudit, Bharat's uncle, came, asked of the monarch's health, and then addressed the reverend king of men, the lord of Kakaya's realm, by me sends greeting, noble king, to thee, asks if the friends thy prayers would bless uninterrupted health possess. Right anxious, mighty king, is he my sister's princely boy to see. For this I sought Yadhi fair the message of my sire to bear. Their learning, O my liege, that thou with sons and noble kinsmen now wast resting here, I sought the place longing to see my nephew's face. The king with kind observance cheered his friend by tender ties endeared, and every choicest honor pressed upon his honorable guest. That night with all his children spent, at morn King Dasaratha went, behind Vasish, and the rest, to the fair ground for rites addressed. Then when the lucky hour was nigh, called victory, of omen high, came R.A., after vow and prayer for nuptial bliss and fortune fair, with the three youths in bride attire, and stood beside his royal sire. To Yanik then Vasish sped, and to Vidau's monarch said, O king, Yadhiest ruler now has breathed the prayer and vowed the vow, and with his sons expecting stands the giver of the maiden's hands. The giver and the taker both must ratify a mutual oath, perform the part for which we wait, and rites of marriage celebrate. Skilled in the laws which scriptures teach, he answered thus Vasish Ha's speech, O saint, what warder bars the gate? Whose bidding can the king await? In one's own house what doubt is shown? This kingdom, sage, is all thine own. E'en now the maidens may be found within the sacrificial ground, each vow is vowed and prayed each prayer, and they, like fire, are shining there. Here by the shrine my place I took, expecting thee with eager look, no bar the nuptial rites should stay, what cause have we for more delay? When Yanik's speech the monarch heard, to sons and saints he gave the word, and set them in the holy ring. Then to Vasish spoke the king of Mithila, O mighty sage, now let this task thy care engage, and lend thine aid and counsel wise the nuptial rites to solemnize. The saint Vasish gave assent, and quickly to the task he went, with vis vitra, nothing loth, and Saturday and aiding both. Then, as the rules prescribe, they made an altar in the midst, and laid fresh wreaths of fragrant flowers thereon. The golden ladles round it shone, and many a vase, which branches hid fixed in the perforated lid, and sprays, and cups, and censers there stood filled with incense rich and rare. Shell bowls, and spoons, and salvers dressed with gifts that greet the honored guest. Piles of parched rice some dishes bore, others with corn prepared ran o'er. And holy grass was duly spread in equal lengths, while prayers were said. Next chief of saints, Vasish came and laid the offering in the flame. Then by the hand King Yanik drew his est beautiful to view, and placed her, bright in rich attire, to face, before the fire, thus speaking to the royal boy who filled Kausalia's heart with joy, Here stands, my daughter fair, the duties of thy life to share. Take from her father, take thy bride. Join hand to hand, and bliss betide. A faithful wife, most blessed is she, and as thy shade will follow thee. Thus as he spoke the monarch threw o'er her young limbs the holy dew, while gods and saints were heard to swell the joyous cry, 'Tis well! 'Tis well! His daughter thus bestowed, o'er whom the sacred drops had flowed. King Yanik's heart with rapture glowed. Then to Prince Lakshma thus he cried, Take Urmil thine offered bride, and clasp her hand within thine own ere yet the lucky hour be flown. Then to Prince Bharat thus cried he, Come, take the hand of Amdavi. Then to Citruna, in thy grasp the hand of Sradakti clasp. Now, Rahu's sons, may all of you be gentle to your wives and true. Pgo85 Keep well the vows you make today, nor let occasion slip away. King Yanik's word the youths obeyed. The maidens' hands in theirs they laid. Then with their brides the princes went with ordered steps and reverent round both the fire and Yanik, round the sages and the sacred ground. A flowery flood of lucid dyes and rain descended from the skies, while with celestial voices blent sweet strains from many an instrument, and the nymphs danced in joyous throng responsive to the minstrel's song. Such signs of exultation they saw on the prince's wedding day. Still rang the heavenly music sound when Rahu's sons thrice circled round the fire, each one with reverent head, and homeward them their brides they led. They to the sumptuous palace hied that Yannick's care had seen supplied. The monarch girt with saint and peer still fondly gazing followed near. Canto LXXIVRA with the Acts 254. Soon as the night had reached its close the hermit Visvitra rose. To both the kings he bade adieu and to the northern hill withdrew. Iadhes lord of high renown received farewell, and sought his town. Then as each daughter left her bower King Yannick gave a splendid dower, rugs, precious silks, a warrior force, cars, elephants, and foot, and horse, divine to see and well arrayed. And many a skilful tiring maid, and many a young and trusty slave the father of the ladies gave. Silver and coral, gold and pearls he gave to his beloved girls. These precious gifts the king bestowed and sped his guest upon his road. The lord of Mithil's sweet town rode to his court and lighted down. Iadhes monarch, glad and gay, led by the seers pursued his way with his dear sons of lofty mind, the royal army marched behind. As on he fared the voice he heard around of many a dismal bird, and every beast in wild affright began to hurry to the right. The monarch to Vasish ha cried, what strange misfortune will betide? Why do the beasts in terror fly, and birds of evil omen cry? What is it shakes my heart with dread? Why is my soul disquieted? Soon as he heard, the mighty saint thus answered Dacerapha's plaint in sweetest tone, now, monarch, mark, and learn from me the meaning dark. The voices of the birds of air great peril to the host declare, the moving beasts the dread allay, so drive thy whelming fear away. As he and Dacerapha spoke a tempest from the welkin broke, that shook the spacious earth amain and hurled high trees upon the plain. The sun grew dark with murky cloud, and o'er the skies was cast a shroud, while o'er the army, faint with dread, a veil of dust and ashes spread. King, princes, saints their sense retained, fear stupefied the rest remained. At length, their wits returning, all beneath the gloom and ashy pall saw Jamadani's son with dread, his long hair twisted round his head, who, sprung from Brigu, loved to beat the proudest kings beneath his feet. Firm as Kale's hill he showed, fierce as the fire of doom he glowed. His axe upon his shoulder lay, his bow was ready for the fray, with thirsty arrows wont to fly like lightnings from the angry sky. A long keen arrow forth he drew, invincible like those which flew from Siva's ever-conquering bow and Tripura in death laid low. When his wild form, that struck with awe, fearful as ravening flame, they saw, Vasish ha and the saints whose care was sacrifice and muttered prayer, drew close together, each to each, and questioned thus with bated speech, indignant at his father's fate will he on warriors vent his hate, the slayers of his father slay, and sweep the loathed race away? But when of old his fury raged seas of their blood his wrath assuaged, Pgo86 so doubtless now he has not planned to slay all warriors in the land. Then with a gift the saints drew near to Brigu's son whose look was fear, and Ra. Soft they cried. The gift he took, no word replied. Then Brigu's son his silence broke and thus to Ra spoke, Canto LXXV. The Parle. Heroic Ra, men proclaim the marvels of thy matchless fame, and I from loud voice rumor know the exploit of the broken bow, yea, bent and broken, mighty chief, of feat most wondrous, past belief. Stirred by thy fame thy face I sought, a peerless bow I too have brought. This mighty weapon, strong and dire, great Jamadani owned, my sire. Draw with its shaft my father's bow, and thus thy might, O Ra, show. This proof of prowess let me see the weapon bent and drawn by thee. Then single fight our strength shall try, and this shall raise thy glory high. King Dacerapha heard with dread the boastful speech, and thus he said, raising his hands in suppliant guise, with pallid cheek and timid eyes, forgetful of the bloody feud ascetic toils hast thou pursued. Then, be our man, let thy children be untroubled and from danger free. Sprung of the race of Bhrigu, who read holy lore, to vows most true, thou swearest to the thousand-eyed and thy fierce axe was cast aside. Thou turnedst to thy rights away, leaving the earth to Kasnap's sway, and wentest far a grove to seek beneath Mahendra's 255 mountain peak. Now, mighty hermit, art thou here to slay us all with doom severe? For if alone my array fall, we share his fate and perish all. As thus the aged sire complained, the mighty chief no answer deigned. To Ra only thus he cried, two bows, the heavenly artist's pride, celestial, peerless, vast, and strong, by all the worlds were honored long. One to the three-eyed god 256 was given, by glory to the conflict driven, thus armed fierce Tripura he slew, and then by thee 'twas burst in two. The second bow, which few may brave, the highest gods to Vish you gave. This bow I hold. Before it fall the foeman's fence tower and wall. Then prayed the gods the sire most high by summoning proof to try where praise for might Lord Vish use due, or his whose neck is stained with blue. 257 The mighty sire their wishes knew, and he whose lips are ever true caused the two gods to meet as foes. Then fierce the rage of battle rose, bristled in dread each starting hair as Siva strove with Vish you there. But Vish you raised his voice amain, and Siva's bowstring twanged in vain. Its master of the three bright eyes stood fixed in fury and surprise. Then all the dwellers in the sky, minstrel, and saint, and god drew nigh, and prayed them that the strife might cease, and the great rivals met in peace. 'Twas seen how Siva's bow has failed unnerved, when Vish you's might assailed, and gods and heavenly sages thence to Vishnu gave preeminence. Then glorious Siva in his rage gave it to Devar the sage who ruled Vida's fertile land, to pass it down from hand to hand. But this my bow, whose shaft smite down the foeman's fence tower and town, to great rich Vish you lent to be a pledge and ornament. Then Jamadani, be our man dread, my sire, the bow inherited. But Arjun stooped to treachery vile and slew my noble sire by guile, whose penance awful strength had gained, whose hand the God-given bow retained. PGO 87 I heard indignant how he fell by mournful fate, too sad to tell. My vengeful fury since that time scourges all warriors for the crime. As generations spring to life I wore them down in endless strife. All earth I brought beneath my sway, and gave it for his meed and pay to holy Kasnap, when of yore the rites performed by him were o'er. Then to Mahendra's hill I turned strong in the strength that penance earned, and toiled upon his lofty head by gods immortal visited. The breaking of the bow I knew from startled gods conversing, through the airy regions, of thy deed, and hither came with swiftest speed. Now, for thy warrior's honor's sake, this best of bows, O-R-A, take, this, owned by Vish you's self of old, my sire and grandsire loved to hold. Drawn to its head upon the string, one town-destroying arrow bring. If this thou can, O hero, I in single fight thy strength will try. Canto LXXVI Debarred from heaven. The haughty challenge, undeterred the son of Dasaratha heard, and cried, while reverence for his sire checked the full torrent of his ire, before this day have I been told the deed that stained thy hands of old. But pity bids my soul forget, thy father, murdered, claim the debt. My strength, O chief, thou deemest slight, too feeble for a warrior's might. Now will I show thy wondering eyes the prowess which they dare despise. He hastened then with graceful ease that mighty bow and shaft to seize. His hand the weapon strung and swayed, the arrow on the string was laid. Then Jamadani's son he eyed, and thus in words of fury cried, Thou art to be our man, still to be most highly honored, chief, by me. For Visva's sake beside shall reverence due be ne'er denied. Though mine the power, I would not send a dart at thee thy life to end. But thy great power to wander free, which penance rites have won for thee, or glorious worlds from thee to wrest, is the firm purpose of my breast, And Vish? Use dart which now I strain can ne'er be shot to fall in vain, it strikes the mighty, and it stuns the madness of the haughty ones. Then gods, and saints and heavenly choir preceded by the general sire, met in the air and gazed below on Ra with that wondrous bow. Nymph, minstrel, angel, all were there, snake god, and spirit of the air, giant, and bard, and griffin, met, their eyes upon the marvel set. In senseless hush the world was chained while Ra's hand the bow retained, and Jamadani's son amazed and powerless on the hero gazed. Then when his swelling heart had shrunk, and his proud strength in torpor sunk, scarce his voice ventured, low and weak, to Ra load aside, to speak, when long ago I gave away the whole broad land to Casnap's sway he charged me never to remain within the limits of his reign. Obedient to my guide's behest on earth by night I never rest. My choice is made, I will not dim mine honor and be false to him. So, son of Rahu, leave me still the power to wander where I will, and swifter than the thought my flight shall place me on Mahendra's heights my mansions of eternal joy, by penance won, thou mayst destroy, my path to these thy shaft may stay. Now to the work. No more delay. I know thee Lord of gods. I know thy changeless might laid Madhu low. All other hands would surely fail to bend this bow. All hail! All hail! See! All the gods have left the skies to bend on thee their eager eyes, with whose achievements none compete, whose arm in war no god can meet. No shame is mine, I ween, for thou, Lord of the worlds, hast dimmed my brow. Now, pious Ra, 'tis thy part to shoot afar that glorious dart. I, when the fatal shaft is shot, will seek that hill and tarry not. He ceased. The wondrous arrow flew, and Jamadani's offspring knew those glorious worlds to him were barred, once gained by penance long and hard. Then straight the airy quarters cleared, and the mid-regions bright appeared, while gods and saints unnumbered praised Ra, the mighty bow who raised. And Jamadani's son, Orad, extolled his name with highest laud, Pgo88 with reverent steps around him strode, then hastened on his airy road. Far from the sight of all he fled, and rested on Mahendra's head, Canto LXXVII. Bard's departure. Then Ra with a cheerful mind the bow to Veru's hand resigned. Due reverence to the saints he paid, and thus addressed his sire dismayed, as Bhrigu's son is far from view, now let the host its march pursue, and to Yadhi's town proceed in fourfold bands, with thee to lead. King Dasaratha thus addressed his lips to Ra's forehead pressed, and held him to his aged breast. Rejoiced in sooth was he to know that Bhrigu's son had parted so, and hailed a second life begun for him and his victorious son. He urged the host to speed renewed, and soon Yadhi's gates he viewed. High o'er the roofs gay pennons played. Tabor and drum loud music made. Fresh water cooled the royal road, and flowers in bright profusion glowed. Glad crowds with garlands thronged the ways rejoicing on their king to gaze, and all the town was bright and gay exulting in the festive day. People and beermans flocked to meet their monarch ere he gained the street. The glorious king amid the throng rode with his glorious sons along, and passed within his dear abode that like him I's mountain showed. And their causally noble queen, Sumitra with her lovely mien, Kaki of the dainty waist, and other dames his bowers who graced, stood in the palace side by side and welcomed home each youthful bride, Fairest lofty fated dame, Urmil of the glorious fame, and Kizidha's children fair, with joyous greeting and with prayer, as all in linen robes arrayed with offerings at the altars prayed. Due reverence paid to God above, each princess gave her soul to love, and hidden in her inmost bower passed with her lord each blissful hour. The royal youths, of spirit high, with whom in valor none could vie, lived each within his palace bounds bright as Kuvra's pleasure grounds, with riches, troops of faithful friends, and bliss that wedded life attends, brave princes trained in warlike skill, and duteous to their father's will. At length the monarch called one morn Prince Bharat, of Kaki born, and cried, "My son, within our gates Lord Yudit thine uncle waits. The son of Kakai's king is he, and came, my child, to summon thee. Then Bharat for the road prepared, and with Satruna forth he fared. First to his sire he bade adieu, brave Ra, and his mothers too. Lord Udid with joyful pride went forth, the brothers by his side, and reached the city where he dwelt, and mighty joy his father felt. Ra and Lakshma honored still their godlike sire with duteous will. Two constant guides for Ra stood, his father's wish, the people's good. Attentive to the general will he thought and wrought to please and heal. His mothers too he strove to please with love and sonly courtesies. At every time, in every spot, his holy guides he ne'er forgot. So for his virtues kind and true dearer and dearer Ra grew to Dasaratha, Br man's, all in town and country, great and small. And Ra by his darling's side saw many a blissful season glide, lodged in her soul, each thought on her, lover, and friend, and worshipper. He loved her for his father's voice had given her and approved the choice, he loved her for each charm she wore and her sweet virtues more and more. So he her lord and second life dwelt in the bosom of his wife, in double form, that, e'en apart, each heart could commune free with heart. Still grew that child of Yannick's race, more goddess fair in form and face, the loveliest wife that e'er was seen, in mortal mould sweet beauty's queen. Then shone the sun causally bore, with this bright dame allied, like Vish, you whom the gods adore, with Lakshmi by his side. Pg 089 Book 2 Canto I. The heir apparent. So Bharat to his grandsire went obedient to the message sent, and for his fond companion chose Satruna slayer of his foes 258. There Bharat for a time remained with love and honour entertained, King Asvapati's constant care, beloved as a son and heir. Yet ever, as they lived at ease, while all around combined to please, the aged sire they left behind was present to each hero's mind. Nor could the king's fond memory stray from his brave children far away, dear Bharat and Satruna dear, each Varu's match or Indra's peer. To all the princes, young and brave, his soul with fond affection clave. Around his loving heart they clung like arms from his own body sprung 259. But best and noblest of the four, good as the God whom all adore, Lord of all virtues, undefiled, his darling was his eldest child. For he was beautiful and strong, from envy free, the foe of wrong, with all his father's virtues blessed, and peerless in the world confessed. With placid soul he softly spoke, no harsh reply could taunts provoke. He ever loved the good and sage, revered for virtue and for age, and when his martial tasks were o'er sate listening to their peaceful lore. Wise, modest, pure, he honored eld, his lips from lying tales withheld. Due reverence to the Br man's gave, and ruled each passion like a slave. Most tender, prompt at duty's call, loved by all men he loved them all. Proud of the duties of his race, with spirit meet for warrior's place. He strove to win by glorious deed, throned with the gods, a priceless meed. With him in speech and quick reply Vrahaspati might hardly vie, but never would his accents flow for evil or for empty show. In art and science duly trained, his student vow he well maintained. He learnt the lore for princes fit, the Vedas and their holy writ, and with his well-drawn bow at last his mighty father's fame surpassed. Of birth exalted, truthful, just, with vigorous hand, with noble trust, well taught by aged twice-born men who gain and right could clearly ken, full well the claims and bounds he knew of duty, gain, and pleasure too, of memory keen, of ready tact, in civil business prompt to act. Reserved, his features ne'er disclosed what counsel in his heart reposed. All idle rage and mirth controlled, he knew the times to give and told, firm in his faith, of steadfast will, he sought no wrong, he spoke no ill, not rashly swift, not idly slow, his faults and others keen to know. Each merit, by his subtle sense, he matched with proper recompense. He knew the means that wealth provide, and with keen eye expense could guide. Wild elephants could he reclaim, and mettled steeds could mount and tame. No arm like his the bow could wield, or drive the chariot to the field. Skill to attack, to deal the blow, or lead a host against the foe, yea, e'en infuriate gods would fear to meet his arm in full career. As the great sun in noontide blazes glorious with his world of rays, so Ra with these virtues shone which all men love to gaze upon. The aged monarch fain would rest, and said within his weary breast, "Oh that I might, while living yet, my Ra o'er the kingdom set, and see, before my course be run, the hallowed drops anoint my son. See all this spacious land obey, from side to side, my firstborn sway, and then, my life and joy complete, obtain in heaven a blissful seat." In him the monarch saw combined the fairest form, the noblest mind, and counselled how his son might share the throne with him as regent heir. For fearful signs in earth and sky, and weakness warned him death was nigh, but Ra to the world endeared by every grace his bosom cheered, Pgo90 the moon of every eye, whose ray drove all his grief and fear away. So duty urged that hour to seize, himself, his realm, to bless and please. From town and country, far and near, he summoned people, prince, and peer. To each he gave a meet abode, and honored all and gifts bestowed. Then, splendid in his king's attire, he viewed them, as the general sire, in glory of a god arrayed, looks on the creatures he has made. But Kakaya's king he called not then for haste, nor Yanak, lord of men. For after to each royal friend a joyful tidings he would send. Mid crowds from distant countries met the king upon his throne was set. Then honored by the people, all the rulers thronged into the hall. On thrones assigned, each king in place looked silent on the monarch's face. Then girt by lords of high renown and throngs from hamlet and from town he showed in regal pride, as, honored by the radiant band of blessed gods that round him stand, Lord Indra, thousand-eyed. Canto 2 The people's speech. Then to the full assembly bowed the monarch, and addressed the crowd with gracious speech, in accents loud as heavenly drum or thundercloud. Needs not to you who know declare however with paternal care my fathers of IKSHVU's line have ruled the realm which now is mine. I too have taught my feet to tread the pathway of the mighty dead, and with fond care that never slept have, as I could, my people kept. So toiling still, and ne'er remiss for all my people's weal and bliss, beneath the white umbrella's 260 shade. Old age is come and strength decayed. Thousands of years have o'er me flown, and generations round me grown and passed away. I crave at length repose and ease for broken strength. Feeble and worn I scarce can bear the ruler's toil, the judge's care, with royal dignity, a weight that tries the young and temperate. I long to rest, my labor done, and in my place to set my son, if to the twice-born gathered here my counsel wise and good appear. For greater gifts than mine adorn Ra my son, my eldest born. Like Indra brave, before him fall the foeman's cities, tower and wall. Him prince of men for power and might, the best maintainer of the right, fair as the moon when nothing bars his glory close to Pishia's stars, him with tomorrow's light I fain would throne the consort of my reign. A worthy lord for you, I ween, marked as her own by fortune's queen. The triple world itself would be well ruled by such a king as he. To such high bliss and happy fate will I the country dedicate, and my sad heart will cease to grieve if he the precious charge receive. Thus is my careful plan matured, thus for myself is rest secured. Lieges, approve the words I say, or point ye out some wiser way. Devise your prudent plan. My mind is fondly to this thought inclined, but men by keen debating move some middle course which all approve. The monarch ceased. In answer came the joyous prince's glad acclaim. So peacocks in the rain rejoice and hail the cloud with lifted voice. Murmurs of joy from thousands round shook the high palace with a sound. Then when the gathered throng had learned his will who right and gain discerned, peasant and townsman, priest and chief, all met in consultation brief, and soon agreed with one accord gave answer to their sovereign lord, king of the land. We know thee old, thousands of years have o'er thee rolled, Ra thy son, we pray, anoint, and at thy side his place appoint our gallant prince, so brave and strong, riding in royal state along our eyes with joyful pride will see screened by the shade that shelters thee. Then spake the king again, as though their heart's true wish he sought to know, these prayers for our A's rule suggest one question to my doubting breast. This thing, I pray, with truth explain, why would ye, while I justly reign, that he, mine eldest son, should bear his part with me as ruling heir? Then all the people made reply, peasant and townsman, low and high, each noblest gift of form and mind, PGO 910 monarch, in thy son we find. Do thou the godlike virtues hear which are to our hearts endear. So richly blessed with graces, none in all the earth excels thy son, nay, who to match with him may claim in truth, in justice, and in fame. True to his promise, gentle, kind, unenvious, of grateful mind, versed in the law and firm of soul, he keeps each sense with strict control. With duteous care he loves to sit by be our man skilled in holy writ. Hence brightest glory, ne'er to end, and matchless fame his youth attend. Skilled in the use of spear and shield, and arms which heavenly warriors wield, supreme in war, unconquered yet by man, fiend, god in battle met, whene'er in pomp of war he goes gains town or city of the foes, he ever comes with Lakshma back victorious from the fierce attack. Returning homeward from afar borne on his elephant or car, he ever to the townsmen bends and greets them as beloved friends, asks how each son, each servant thrives, how fare our pupils, offerings, wives. And like a father bids us tell, each for himself, that all is well. If pain or grief the city tries, his heart is swift to sympathize. When festive scenes our thoughts employ, he like a father shares the joy. High is the fate, O King, that gave thy R.A. born to bless and save, with filial virtues fair and mild like Casnap old Marhi's child. Hence to the kingdom's distant ends one general prayer for him ascends. Each man in town and country prays for our A's strength, health, length of days. With hearts sincere, their wish the same, the tender girl, the aged dame, subject and stranger, peasant, hind, one thought impressed on every mind, at evening and at dawning day to all the gods for our A pray. Do thou, O King, of grace comply, and hear the people's longing cry, and let us on the throne by thee the lotus-tinted RAC. O thou who givest boons, attend. A gracious ear, O monarch, lend and for our will install, consenting to our earnest prayer, thy godlike RA regent heir, who seeks the good of all. Canto 3 de Serapha's Precepts. The monarch with a prayer complied of suppliant hands, on every side uplifted like a lotus bed, and then these gracious words he said, Great joy and mighty fame are mine because your loving hearts incline, in full assembly clearly shown to place my RA on the throne. Then to Vasish, standing near, and Vivadeva loud and clear the monarch spoke that all might hear, 'Tis pure and lovely Chaitra now when flowers are sweet on every bough. All needful things with haste prepare that RA be appointed heir. Then burst the people's rapture out in loud acclaim and joyful shout. And when the tumult slowly ceased the king addressed the holy priest, Give order, saint, with watchful heed for what the coming rite will need. This day let all things ready wait mine eldest son to consecrate. Best of all men of second birth Vasish, heard the Lord of earth, and gave commandment to the bands of servitors with lifted hands who waited on their master's eye, now by tomorrow's dawn supply rich gold and herbs and gems of price and offerings for the sacrifice, wreaths of white flowers and roasted rice, and oil and honey, separate. New garments and a car of state, an elephant with lucky signs, a fourfold host in ordered lines, the white umbrella, and a pair of chowries, 261 and a banner fair. 100 vases, row on row, to shine like fire in splendid glow, a tiger's mighty skin, a bull with gilded horns most beautiful. All these, at dawn of coming day, around the royal shrine array, where burns the fire's undying ray. Each palace door, each city gate with wreaths of sandal decorate. And with a garland's fragrant scent let clouds of incense smoke be blent. Let food of noble kind and taste be for 100,000 placed. fresh curds with streams of milk bedu to feed the beerman multitude. Pgo 9 with care be all their wants supplied. And mid the twice-born chiefs divide rich largesse, with the early morn, and oil and curds and roasted corn. Soon as the sun has shone his light pronounce the prayer to bless the rite, and then be all the beermans called and in their ordered seats installed. Let all musicians skill to play, and dancing girls in bright array stand ready in the second ring within the palace of the king. Each honored tree, each holy shrine with leaves and flowery reeds entwine, and here and there beneath the shade be food prepared and presents laid. Then brightly clad, in warlike guise, with long swords girt upon their thighs, let soldiers of the nobler sort march to the monarch's splendid court. Thus gave command the twice-born pair to active servants stationed there. Then hastened to the king and said that all their task was duly sped. The king to wise Sumantra spake, "Now quick, my lord, thy chariot take, and hither with thy swiftest speed my son, my noble R.A. lead." Sumantra, ere the word was given, his chariot from the court had driven, and R.A., best of all who ride in cars, came sitting by his side. The lords of men had hastened forth from east and west and south and north, yan and stranger, those who dwell in the wildwood and on the fell, and as the gods to Indra, they showed honor to the king that day. Like Vyavnu, when his glorious form is circled by the gods of storm, girt in his hall by kings he saw his car-borne R.A. near him draw, like him who rules the minstrel band of heaven. 262 Whose valor filled the land, of mighty arm and stately pride like a wild elephant in stride, as fair in face as that fair stone dear to the moon, of moonbeams grown. 263 With noble gifts and grace that took the hearts of all, and chained each look, world-cheering as the Lord of rain when floods relieve the parching plain. The Father, as the sun came nigh, gazed with an ever-thirstier eye. Sumantra helped the prince alight from the good chariot passing bright, and as to meet his sire he went followed behind him reverent. Then R.A. clomb, the king to seek that terrace like Kaila's peak, and reached the presence of the king, Sumantra closely following. Before his father's face he came, raised suppliant hands and named his name. 264 And bowing lowly as is meet paid reverence to the monarch's feet. But soon as Dasaratha viewed the prince in humble attitude, he raised him by the hand in haste and his beloved son embraced, then signed him to a glorious throne, gem-decked and golden, near his own. Then R.A., best of Rahu's line, made the fair seat with luster shine as when the orient sun upsprings and his pure beam on Meru flings. The glory flashed on roof and wall, and with strange sheen suffused the hall, as when the moon's pure rays are sent through autumn's starlit firmament. Then swelled his breast with joy and pride as his dear son the father eyed, e'en as himself more fair arrayed in some clear mirror's face displayed. The aged monarch gazed awhile, then thus addressed him with a smile, as Kasnap, whom the worlds revere, speaks for the Lord of gods to hear. "O thou of all my sons most dear, in virtue best, thy father's peer, child of my consort first in place, mine equal in her pride of race, because the people's hearts are bound to thee by graces in thee found, be thou in Pashaya's favouring hour made partner of my royal power. I know that thou by nature's bent both modest art and excellent, but though thy gifts no counsel need my love suggests the friendly reed. Mine own dear son, be modest still, and rule each sense with earnest will. Keep thou the evils far away that spring from love and anger's sway. Thy noble course alike pursue in secret as in open view, and every nerve, the love to gain of ministers and subjects, the strain. The happy prince who sees with pride his thriving people satisfied, whose arsenals with arms are stored, and treasury with golden hoard. Pgo 9 His friends rejoice as joyed the blessed when Amrit crowned their eager quest. So well, my child, thy course maintain, and from all ill thy soul refrain. The friends of R.A., gathered nigh, longing their lord to gratify, ran to Kausalia's bower to tell the tidings that would please her well. She, host of dames, with many a gem, and gold, and coin rewarded them. Then R.A. paid the reverence due, mounted the chariot, and withdrew, and to his splendid dwelling drove, while crowds to show him honor strove. The people, when the monarch's speech their willing ears had heard, were wild with joy, as though on each great gifts had been conferred. With meek and low salute each man turned to his home away, and there with happy heart began to all the gods to pray. Canto 4 summoned. The crowd dismissed, to high debate the monarch called his peers of state, and, counsel from their lips obtained, firm in his will explained, tomorrow with auspicious ray the moon in Pashaya's sign will stay. Be that the time with happy fate mine eldest son to consecrate, and let my array, lotus-eyed, as regent o'er the state preside. He sought, within, his charioteer, and cried again, bring Ra here. To Ra's home Sumatra hied again to be the prince's guide. His coming, told to Ra's ear, suggested anxious doubt and fear. He bade the messenger be led that instant in, and thus he said, tell me the cause, omitting naught, why thou again my house hast sought. The envoy answered, Prince, thy sire has sent thy presence to require. My sender known, 'tis thine to say if thou wilt go or answer nay. Then Ra, when he heard his speech, made haste the royal court to reach. Soon as the monarch was aware his dearest son was waiting there, eager the parley to begin, he bade them lead the prince within. Soon as he passed the chamber door the hero bent him to the floor, and at a distance from his seat raised his joined hands his sire to greet. The monarch raised him from the ground, and loving arms about him wound, then pointed to a seat that shone with gold for him to rest upon. Aged am I, he said, and worn. In life's best joys my share have borne. Rites to the gods, in hundreds, paid, with gifts of corn and largesse made. I yearn for sons, my life is blessed with them, and thee of sons the best. No debt to saints or be man's, no, nor spirits, gods, or self I owe. One duty now remains alone, to set thee on thy father's throne. Now therefore, Ra, hear my rede, and mark my words with duteous heed. This day the people's general voice elects thee king of love and choice, and I, consenting to the prayer, will make thee, darling, regent heir. Dread visions, each returning night, with evil omens scare my sight. Red meteors with a fearful sound shoot wildly downward to the ground, while tempests lash the troubled air. And they who read the stars declare that, leagued against my natal sign, are you, 265 the sun, 266 and Mars combine. When portents dire as these appear, a monarch's death or woe is near. Then while my senses yet are spared, and thought and will are unimpaired, be thou, my son, anointed king. Men's fancy is a fickle thing. Today the moon, in order due, entered the sign Punarvasu, 267 tomorrow, as the wise foretell, in Pashaya's favoring stars will dwell, then on the throne shalt thou be placed. My soul, prophetic, counsels haste, thee, O my son, tomorrow I as regent heir will sanctify. So till the coming night be past do thou and strictly fast. From worldly thoughts thy soul refrain, and couched on holy grass remain. Pgo 9:4 And let thy trusted lords attend in careful watch upon their friend, for, unexpected, check and bar our weightiest counsels often mar. While Bharat too is far away making with royal kin his stay, I deem the fatest time of all the chosen regent to install. It may be Bharat still has stood true to the counsels of the good, faithful to thee with tender trust, with governed senses, pure and just. But human minds, too well I know, will sudden changes undergo, and by their constant deeds alone the virtue of the good is shown. Now, Ra, go. My son, good night. Fixed is tomorrow for the right. Then Ra paid the reverence due, and quickly to his home withdrew. He passed within, nor lingered there, but sought his mother's mansion, where the dame in linen robes arrayed devoutly in the chapel prayed to Fortune's queen, with utterance checked, that she her Ra would protect. There was Sumitra too, and there was Lakshma, led by loving care, and when the royal choice they knew in haste was summoned to. Absorbed, with half-shut eyes, the queen attended by the three was seen. She knew that Pashaya's lucky hour would raise her son to royal power, so fixed with bated breath each thought on God supreme, by all men sought. To her, as thus she knelt and prayed, Ra drew near, due reverence paid, and then to swell his mother's joy, thus spoke her own beloved boy. O mother dear, my sire's decree entrusts the people's will to me. Tomorrow I, for so his will, anointed king, the throne shall fill. The few last hours till night shall end with me must fasting spend, for so my father has decreed, and holy priests with him agreed. What vows soever thou mayst deem my consecration's eve beseem, do thou, sweet mother, for my sake and for beloved SS make. When the glad news causally heard, so long desired, so long deferred, while tears of joy her utterance broke, in answer to her son she spoke, long be thy life, my darling, now thy prostrate foes before thee bow. Live long and with thy bright success my friends and dear Sumitra bless. Surely the stars were wondrous fair when thee, sweet son, thy mother bare, that thy good gifts such love inspire and win the favor of thy sire. With thee I travailed not in vain. Those lotus eyes reward my pain, and all the glory of the line of old IKSHVU will be thine. He smiled, and on his brother gazed who sate with reverent hands upraised, and said, My brother, thou must be joint ruler of this land with me. My second self thou, Lakshma, art, and in my fortune bearest part. Be thine, Sumitra's son, to know the joys from regal power that flow. My life itself, the monarch's seat, for thy dear sake to me are sweet. Thus Ra to his brother said, to both his mothers 268 bowed his head, and then with Est by his side to his own house the hero hied. Canto 5 Ra's fast. Then Saint Vasish to the king came ready at his summoning. Now go, exclaimed the monarch, thou enriched by fervent rite and vow, for Ra and his wife ordain the fast, that joy may bless his reign. The best of those whose scripture know said to the king, My lord, I go to Ra's house Vasish. Hide, the hero's fast by rule to guide, and skilled in sacred texts to tell each step to him instructed well. Straight to Prince Ra's high abode, that like a cloud pale tinted showed, borne in his priestly car he rode. 2 courts he passed, and in the third he stayed his car. Then Ra heard the holy sage was come, and flew to honor him with honor due. He hastened to the car and lent his hand to aid the priest's descent. Then spoke Vasish words like these, pleased with his reverent courtesies, with pleasant things his heart to cheer who best deserved glad news to hear. Prince, thou hast won thy father's grace, and thine will be the regent's place. Now with thy SS is right, in strictest fasting spend the night. PGO 95 For when the morrow's dawn is fair the king will consecrate his heir. So Nahush, 269 as the wise relate, yea I joyed to consecrate. Thus having said, Vasish next ordained the fast by rule and text, for Ra faithful to his vows and the Vidhan dame his spouse. Then from the prince's house he hied with courteous honors gratified. Round Ra gathered every friend in pleasant talk a while to spend. He bade good night to all at last, and to his inner chamber passed. Then Ra's house shone bright and gay with men and maids in glad array, as in the morning some fair lake when all her lotuses awake, and every bird that loves the flood flits joyous round each opening bud. Forth from their house Vasish drove, that with the kings in splendor strove, and all the royal street he viewed filled with a mighty multitude. The eager concourse blocked each square, each road and lane and thoroughfare, and joyous shouts on every side rose like the roar of ocean's tide, as streams of men together came with loud huzzah and glad acclaim. The ways were watered, swept and clean, and decked with flowers and garlands green, and all Yadhi shone arrayed with banners on the roofs that played. Men, women, boys with eager eyes, expecting when the sun should rise, stood longing for the herald ray of Ra's consecration day, to see, a source of joy to all, the people-honored festival. The priest advancing slowly through the mighty crowd he cleft in two, near to the monarch's palace drew. He sought the terrace, by the stair, Like a white cloud peak high in air, the reverend King of men to meet who sate upon his splendid seat, thus will V. I body arise to meet the monarch of the skies. But when the king his coming knew, he left his throne and near him drew questioned by him Vasish. Said that all his task was duly sped. Then all who sate there, honoring Vasish, rose as rose the king. Vasish, bade his lord adieu, and all the peers, dismissed, withdrew. Then as a royal lion seeks his cave beneath the rocky peaks, so to the chambers where abode his consort Dasaratha strode. Full thronged were those delightful bowers with women richly dressed, and splendid as the radiant towers where Indra loves to rest. Then brighter flashed 1,000 eyes with the light his presence lent, as, when the moon begins to rise the star-thronged firmament. Canto 6. The city decorated. Then Ra bathed in order due, his mind from worldly thoughts withdrew, and with his large-eyed wife besought Na, as a votary ought. Upon his head the brimming cup of holy oil he lifted up, then placed within the kindled fire the offering to the heavenly Sire, and as he sipped the remnant prayed to him for blessing and for aid. Then with still lips and tranquil mind with his Vidhan he reclined, in Vishnu's chapel, on a bed where holy grass was duly spread, while still the prince's every thought the God supreme, Na, sought. One watch remained the night to close when Ra from his couch arose, and bade the men and maids adorn his palace for the solemn morn. He heard the bards and heralds raise auspicious strains of joy and praise, and breathed devout, with voice restrained, the hymn for morning rites ordained. Then, with his head in reverence bowed, praised Madhu's conquering foe aloud, and, in pure linen robes arrayed, the priests to raise their voices prayed. Obedient to the summons they proclaimed to all the festal day. The Brahman's voices, deep and sweet, resounded through the crowded street, and echoed through Ayodhya went by many a loud-toned instrument. Then all the people joyed to hear that Ra with his consort dear had fasted till the morning light in preparation for the rite. Swiftly the joyful tidings through Ayodhya's crowded city flew, and soon as dawn appeared, each man to decorate the town began. Pgo 96 in all the temples bright and fair as white clouds towering in the air, in streets, and where the crossways met, where holy fig trees had been set, in open square, in sacred shade, where merchants' shops their wealth displayed, on all the mansions of the great, and householders of wealth and state, where'er the people loved to meet, where'er a tree adorned the street, gay banners floated to the wind, and ribbons round the staves were twined. Then clear the singers' voices rang, as, charming mind and ear, they sang. Here players shone in bright attire, there dancing women swelled the choir. Each with his friend had much to say of Ra's consecration day, yea, even children, as they played at cottage doors beneath the shade. The royal street with flowers was strewn which loving hands in heaps had thrown, and here and there rich incense lent its fragrance to the garland sent. And all was fresh and fair and bright in honor of the coming rite. With careful foresight to illume with borrowed blaze the midnight gloom, the crowds erected here and there trees in each street gay lamps to bear. The city thus from side to side in festal guise was beautified. The people of the town who longed to view the rite together thronged, and filling every court and square praised the good king and converse there, our high-souled king. He throws a grace on old Ikshvu's royal race. He feels his years' increasing weight, and makes his son associate. Great joy to us the choice will bring of Ra for our lord and king. The good and bad to him are known, and long will he protect his own. No pride his prudent breast may swell, most just, he loves his brothers well, and to us all that love extends, cherished as brothers and as friends. Long may our Lord in life remain, good Dasaratha, free from stain, by whose most gracious favor we Ra anointed king shall see. Such were the words the townsmen spoke heard by the gathering country folk, who from the south, north, east, and west, stirred by the joyful tidings, pressed. For by their eager longing led to Ra's consecration sped the villagers from every side, and filled Ayodhya city wide. This way and that way strayed the crowd, while rose a murmur long and loud, as when the full moon floods the skies and ocean's waves with thunder rise. That town, like Indra's city fair, while peasants thronged her ways, tumultuous roared like ocean, where each flood-born monster plays. Canto 7 Manthar's Lament. It chanced a slave-born handmaid, bred with Queen Kaki fancy led, mounted the stair and stood upon the terrace like the moon that shone. Thence Manthar at ease surveyed Iadhi to her eyes displayed, where water cooled the royal street, where heaps of flowers were fresh and sweet, and costly flags and pennons hung on roof and tower their shadow flung. With covered ways prepared in haste, and many an awning newly placed. With sandal-scented streams bedewed, thronged by a new-bathed multitude, whose streets were full of beer-man bands with wreaths and sweetmeats in their hands. Loud instruments their music raised, and through the town, where'er she gazed, the doors of temples glittered white, and the maid marvelled at the sight of R.A.'s nurse who, standing by, gazed with a joy-expanded eye, in robes of purest white attired. The wondering damsel thus inquired, "Does R.A.'s mother give away rich largesse to the crowds today, on some dear object fondly bent, or blessed with measureless content? What mean these signs of rare delight on every side that meet my sight? Say, will the king with joy elate some happy triumph celebrate?" The nurse, with transport uncontrolled, her glad tale to the humpback told. "Our lord the king tomorrow morn will consecrate his eldest born, and raise, in Pashia's favouring hour, Prince R.A. to the royal power." As thus the nurse her tidings spoke, rage in the humpback's breast awoke. Down from the terrace, like the head of high Kaila's hill, she sped. Sin in her thoughts, her soul aflame, where Queen Kaki slept, she came. PGO 97, why sleepest thou? She cried, arise, peril is near, unclose thine eyes. Ah, heedless queen, too blind to know what floods of sin above thee flow. Thy boasts of love and grace are o'er, thine is the show and nothing more. His favour is an empty cheat, a torrent dried by a summer's heat. Thus by the artful maid addressed in cruel words from raging breast, the queen, sore troubled, spoke in turn. What evil news have I to learn? That mournful eye, that altered cheek of sudden woe or danger speak. Such were the words Kaki said, then Manthar her eyeballs red with fury, skilled with treacherous art to grieve yet more her lady's heart, from R.A., in her wicked hate, Kaki's love to alienate, upon her evil purpose bent began again most eloquent, peril awaits thee swift and sure, an utter woe-defying cure. King Dasaratha will create Prince R.A. heir associate. Plunged in the depths of wild despair, my soul a prey to pain and care, as though the flames consumed me, zeal has brought me for my lady's weal. Thy grief, my queen, is grief to me, thy gain my greatest gain would be. Proud daughter of a princely line, the rights of consort queen are thine. How art thou, born of royal race, blind to the crimes that kings debase? Thy lord is gracious, to deceive, and flatters, but thy soul to grieve, while thy pure heart that thinks no sin knows not the snares that hem thee in. Thy husband's lips on thee bestow soft soothing word, an empty show, the wealth, the substance, and the power this day will be causally as dower. With crafty soul thy child he sends to dwell among thy distant friends, and, every rival far from sight, to R.A. gives the power and might. Ah me! For thou, unhappy dame, deluded by a husband's name, with more than mother's love hast pressed a serpent to thy heedless breast, and cherished him who works thee woe, no husband but a deadly foe. For like a snake, unconscious queen, or enemy who stabs unseen, King Dasaratha all untrue has dealt with thee and Bharat too. Ah, simple lady, long beguiled by his soft words who falsely smiled. Poor victim of the guileless breast, a happier fate thou meritest. For thee and thine destruction waits when he Prince R.A. consecrates. Up, lady, while there yet is time. Preserve thyself, prevent the crime. Up, from thy careless ease, and free thyself, O queen, thy son, and me. Delighted at the words she said, Kaki lifted from the bed, like autumn's moon, her radiant head, and joyous at the tidings gave a jewel to the humpback slave. And as she gave the precious toy she cried in her exceeding joy, "Take this, dear maiden, for thy news most grateful to mine ear, and choose what grace beside most fitly may the welcome messenger repay. I joy that Ra gains the throne, Kausalia's son is as mine own." Canto 8 Manthara's speech. The damsel's breast with fury burned, she answered, as the gift she spurned, "What time, O simple queen, is this for idle dreams of fancied bliss? Hast thou not sense thy state to know, engulfed in seas of welling woe? Sick as I am with grief and pain, my lips can scarce a laugh restrain to see thee hail with ill-timed joy a peril mighty to destroy. I mourn for one so fondly blind. What woman of a prudent mind would welcome, e'en as thou hast done, the lordship of a rival's son, rejoice to find her secret foe empowered, like death, to launch the blow? I see that Ra still must fear thy Bharat, to his throne too near. Hence is my heart disquieted, for those who fear are those we dread. Lakshma? The mighty bow who draws, with all his soul serves Ra's cause. And chains as strong to Bharat bind Satruna, with his heart and mind. Now next to Ra, lady fair, thy Bharat is the lawful heir, and far remote, I ween, the chance that might the younger two advance. Yes, queen, 'tis Ra that I dread, wise, prompt, in warlike science bred. And oh, I tremble when I think of thy dear child on ruin's brink. Pgo98 blessed with a lofty fate is she, causally for her son will be placed, when the moon and Pashaya meet, by Bharmans on the royal seat. Thou as a slave in suppliant guise must wait upon Kausalia's eyes, with all her wealth and bliss secured and glorious from her foes assured. Her slave with us who serve thee, thou wilt see thy son to Ra bow, and SS friends exult o'er all, while Bharat's wife shares Bharat's fall. As thus the maiden wrath complained, Kaki saw her heart was pained, and answered eager in defense of Ra's worth and excellence, "Nay, Ra, born the monarch's heir, by holy fathers trained with care, virtuous, grateful, pure, and true, claims royal sway as rightly due. He, like a sire, will long defend each brother, minister, and friend. Then why, O humpback, art thou pained to hear that he the throne has gained? Be sure when Ra's empire ends, the kingdom to my son descends, who, when 100 years are flown, shall sit upon his father's throne. Why is thine heart thus sad to see the joy that is and long shall be, this fortune by possession sure and hopes which we may count secure? Dear as the darling son I bore is Ra, yea, or even more. Most duteous to Kausalia he is yet more dutiful to me. What though he rule, we need not fear, his brethren to his soul are dear. And if the throne Prince Ra fill, Bharat will share the empire still." She ceased. The troubled damsel sighed long and hot, and thus replied, "What madness has possessed thy mind, to warnings deaf, to dangers blind? Canst thou not see the floods of woe that threaten o'er thine head to flow? First Ra will the throne acquire, then Ra's son succeed his sire, while Bharat will neglected pine excluded from the royal line. Not all his sons, O lady fair, the kingdom of a monarch share, all ruling when a sovereign dies, while tumult in the state would rise. The eldest, be he good or ill, is ruler by the father's will. Know, tender mother, that thy son without a friend and all undone, far from the joyous ease of home and alien from his race will roam. I sped to thee for whom I feel, but thy fond heart mistakes my zeal, thy hand a present would bestow because thy rival triumphs so. When Ra once begins his sway without a foe his will to stay, thy darling Bharat he will drive to distant lands if left alive. By thee the child was sent away beneath his grandsire's roof to stay. Even in stocks and stones perforce will friendship spring from intercourse. The young Satruna too would go with Bharat, for he loved him so. As Lakshma still to Ra cleaves, he his dear Bharat never leaves. There is an ancient tale they tell, a tree the foresters would fell was saved by reeds that round it stood, for love that sprang of neighborhood. So Lakshma Ra will defend, and each on each for aid depend. Such fame on earth their friendship wins as that which binds the heavenly twins. And ne'er will purpose wrong to Lakshma? For their love is strong. But Bharat, oh, of this be sure, must evil at his hands endure. Come, from his home expel and exile in the woods to dwell. The plan, O Queen, which I advise secures thy will if thou be wise. So we and all thy kith and kin advantage from thy gain shall win. Shall Bharat meet for happier fate, born to endure his rival's hate, with all his fortune ruined coer and dread his brother's mightier power. Up, Queen, to save thy son, arise. Prostrate at Ra's feet he lies. So the proud elephant who leads his trooping consorts through the reeds falls in the forest shade beneath the lion's spring and murderous teeth. Scorned by thee in thy bliss and pride causally was of old defied, and will she now forbear to show the vengeful rancor of a foe? O Queen, thy darling is undone when Ra's hand has once begun Yadhiest realm to sway. Come, win the kingdom for thy child and drive the alien to the wild in banishment today. Canto 9 The Plot. As fury lit Kakeya's eyes she spoke with long and burning sighs, Pgo 99 This day my son enthroned shall see, and Ra to the woods shall flee. But tell me, damsel, if thou can, a certain way, a skilful plan that Bharat may the empire gain, and Ra's hopes be nursed in vain. The lady ceased. The wicked maid the mandate of her queen obeyed, and darkly plotting Ra's fall responded to Kakeya's call. I will declare, do thou attend, how Bharat may his throne ascend. Dost thou forget what things befell? Or dost thou feign, remembering well? Or wouldst thou hear my tongue repeat a story for thy needs so meet? Gay lady, if thy will be so, now hear the tale of long ago, and when my tongue has done its part ponder the story in thine heart. When gods and demons fought of old, thy lord, with royal saints enrolled, sped to the war with thee to bring his might to aid the immortals king. Far to the southern land he sped where Ak's mighty wilds are spread, to Vajjayanta's city swayed by Sambara, whose flag displayed the hugest monster of the sea. Lord of 100 wiles was be. With might which gods could never blame against the King of Heaven he came. Then raged the battle wild and dread, and mortal warriors fought and bled. The fiends by night with strength renewed charged, slew the sleeping multitude. Thy lord, King Dasaratha, long stood fighting with the demon throng, but long of arm, unmatched in strength, fell wounded by their darts at length. Thy husband, senseless, by thine aid was from the battlefield conveyed, and wounded nigh to death thy lord was by thy care to health restored. Well pleased the grateful monarch swear to grant thy first and second prayer. Thou for no favor then wouldst sue, the gifts reserved for season due. And he, thy high-souled lord, agreed to give the boons when thou shouldst need. Myself I knew not what befell, but oft the tale have heard thee tell, and close to thee in friendship knit deep in my heart have treasured it. Remind thy husband of his oath, recall the boons and claim them both, that Bharat on the throne be placed with rites of consecration graced, and Ra to the woods be sent for twice 7 years of banishment. Go, Queen, the mourner's chamber 270 seek, with angry eye and burning cheek. And with disordered robes and hair on the cold earth lie prostrate there. When the king comes still mournful lie, speak not a word nor meet his eye, but let thy tears in torrent flow, and lie enamored of thy woe. Well do I know thou long hast been, and ever art, his darling queen. For thy dear sake, O well-loved dame, the mighty king would brave the flame, but ne'er would anger thee, or brook to meet his favourite's wrathful look. Thy loving lord would even die thy fancy, queen, to gratify, and never could he arm his breast to answer nay to thy request. Listen and learn, O dull of sense, thine all resistless influence. Gems he will offer, pearls and gold, refuse his gifts, be stern and cold. Those proffered boons at length recall, and claim them till he grants thee all. And O my lady, high in bliss, with heedful thought forget not this. When from the ground his queen he lifts and grants again the promised gifts, bind him with oaths he cannot break and thy demands unflinching, make that Ra travel to the wild 5 years and 9 from home exiled, and Bharat, best of all who reign, the empire of the land obtain. For when this term of years has fled over the banished Ra's head, thy royal son to vigour grown and rooted firm will stand alone. The king, I know, is well inclined, and this the hour to move his mind. Be bold, the threatened right prevent, and force the king from his intent. She ceased. So counselled to her bane disguised beneath a show of gain, Kaki in her joy and pride to Manthar again replied, Thy sense I envy, prudent maid. With sagest lore thy lids persuade. No humpback maid in all the earth, for wise resolve, can match thy worth. Thou art alone with constant zeal devoted to thy lady's weal. Dear girl, without thy faithful aid I had not marked the plot he laid. PG 100 full of all guile and sin and spite misshapen humpbacks shock the sight, but thou art fair and formed to please, bent like a lily by the breeze. I look thee o'er with watchful eye, and in thy frame no fault can spy. The chest so deep, the waist so trim, so round the lines of breast and limb 271 thy cheeks with moon-like beauty shine, and the warm wealth of youth is thine. Thy legs, my girl, are long and neat, and somewhat long thy dainty feet, while stepping out before my face thou seemest like a crane to pace. The thousand wiles are in thy breast which Sambara the fiend possessed, and countless others all thine own, O damsel sage, to thee are known. Thy very hump becomes thee too, O thou whose face is fair to view, for there reside in endless store plots, wizard wiles, and warrior lore. A golden chain I'll round it fling when Ra's flight makes Bharat king, yea, polished links of finest gold, when once the wished-for prize I hold with naught to fear and none to hate, thy hump, dear maid, shall decorate. A golden frontlet wrought with care, and precious jewels shalt thou wear, 2 lovely robes around thee fold, and walk a goddess to behold, bidding the moon himself compare his beauty with a face so fair. With scent of precious sandal sweet down to the nails upon thy feet, first of the household thou shalt go and pay with scorn each battled foe. Kaki's praise the damsel heard, and thus again her lady stirred, who lay upon her beauteous bed like fire upon the altar fed. Dear queen, they build the bridge in vain when swollen streams are dry again. Arise, thy glorious task complete, and draw the king to thy retreat. The large-eyed lady lift her bower exulting in her pride of power, and with the humpback sought the gloom and silence of the mourner's room. The string of priceless pearls that hung around her neck to earth she flung, with all the wealth and luster lent by precious gem and ornament. Then, listening to her slave's advice, lay, like a nymph from paradise. As on the ground her limbs she laid once more she cried unto the maid, Soon must thou to the monarch say Kaki's soul has passed away, or, Ra banished as we planned, my son made king shall rule the land. No more for gold and gems I care, for brave attire or dainty fare. If Ra should the throne ascend, that very hour my life will end. The royal lady wounded through the bosom with the darts that flew launched from the humpback's tongue pressed both her hands upon her side, and o'er again she cried with wildering fury stung, Yes, it shall be thy task to tell that I have hurried hence to dwell in wise realms of woe, or happy Bharat shall be king, and doomed to years of wandering Kausalia's son shall go. I heed not dainty viands now fair wreaths of flowers to twine my brow, soft balm or precious scent, my very life I count as naught, nothing on earth can claim my thought but Ra's banishment. She spoke these words of cruel ire. Then stripping off her gay attire, the cold bare floor she pressed. So, falling from her home on high, some lovely daughter of the sky upon the ground might rest. With darkened brow and furious mien, stripped of her gems and wreath, the queen in spotless beauty lay, like heaven obscured with gathering cloud, when shades of midnight darkness shroud each star's expiring ray. Canto 10 De Serapha's speech. As Queen Kaki thus obeyed the sinful counsel of her maid she sank upon the chamber floor, as sinks in anguish, wounded sore, an elephant beneath the smart of the wild hunter's venomed dart. The lovely lady in her mind revolved the plot her maid designed, and prompt the gain and risk to scan she step by step approved the plan. Misguided by the humpback's guile she pondered her resolve awhile, as the fair path that bliss secured the miserable lady lured, PG 101 devoted to her queen, and swayed by hopes of gain and bliss, the maid rejoiced, her lady's purpose known, and deemed the prize she sought her own. Then bent upon her purpose dire, Cakey with her soul on fire, upon the floor lay, languid, down, her brows contracted in a frown. The bright-hued wreath that bound her hair, chains, necklets, jewels rich and rare, stripped off by her own fingers lay spread on the ground in disarray, and to the floor a lustre lent as stars light up the firmament. Thus prostrate in the mourner's cell, in garb of woe the lady fell, her long hair in a single braid, like some fair nymph of heaven dismayed. 272 The monarch, R.A. to install, with thoughtful care had ordered all, and now within his home withdrew, dismissing first his retinue. Now all the town has heard, thought he, what joyful rite the morn will see. So turned he to her bower to cheer with the glad news his darling's ear. Majestic, as the lord of night, when threatened by the dragon's might, bursts radiant on the evening sky pale with the clouds that wander by, so Dasaratha, great in fame, to Queen Cakey's palace came. There parrots flew from tree to tree, and gorgeous peacocks wandered free, while ever and anon was heard the note of some glad water-bird. Here loitered dwarf and humpbacked maid, their lute and lyre sweet music played. Here, rich in blossom, creepers twined o'er grots with wondrous art designed, their champak and asoka flowers hung glorious o'er the summer bowers, and mid the waving verdure rose gold, silver, ivory porticos. Through all the months in ceaseless store the trees both fruit and blossom bore. With many a lake the grounds were graced. Seats gold and silver, here were placed. Here every viand wooed the taste, it was a garden meet to vying with the home of gods on high. Within the mansion rich and vast the mighty Dasaratha passed, not there was his beloved queen on her fair couch reclining seen. With love his eager pulses beat for the dear wife he came to meet, and in his blissful hopes deceived, he sought his absent love and grieved. For never had she missed the hour of meeting in her sumptuous bower, and never had the king of men entered the empty room till then. Still urged by love and anxious thought news of his favorite queen he sought, for never had his loving eyes found her or selfish or unwise. Then spoke at length the warder maid, with hands upraised and sore afraid, "My lord and king, the queen has sought the mourner's cell with rage distraught." The words the warder made and said he heard with soul disquieted, and thus as fiercer grief assailed, his troubled senses wellnigh failed. Consumed by torturing fires of grief the king, the world's imperial chief, his lady lying on the ground in most unqueenly posture, found. The aged king, all pure within, saw the young queen resolved on sin, low on the ground, his own sweet wife, to him far dearer than his life, like some fair creeping plant uptorn, or like a maid of heaven forlorn, a nymph of air or goddess sent from Swarga down in banishment. As some wild elephant who tries to soothe his consort as she lies struck by the hunter's venom dart, so the great king disturbed in heart, strove with soft hand and fond caress to soothe his darling queen's distress, and in his love addressed with sighs the lady of the lotus eyes, "I know not, queen, why thou shouldst be thus angered to the heart with me. Say, who has slighted thee, or whence has come the cause of such offence that in the dust thou liest low, and rendest my fond heart with woe, as if some goblin of the night had struck thee with a deadly blight, and cast foul influence on her whose spells my loving bosom stir? I have physicians famed for skill, each trained to cure some special ill. My sweetest lady, tell thy pain, and they shall make thee well again. Whom, darling, wouldst thou punish see? Or whom enriched with lordly fee? PG 102 Weep not, my lovely queen, and stay this grief that wears thy frame away. Speak, and the guilty shall be freed. The guiltless be condemned to bleed, the poor enriched, the rich abased, the low set high, the proud disgraced. My lords and I thy will obey, all slaves who own thy sovereign sway. And I can ne'er my heart incline to check in not one wish of thine. Now by my life I pray thee tell the thoughts that in thy bosom dwell. The power and might thou knowest well, should from thy breast all doubt expel. I swear by all my merit won, speak, and thy pleasure shall be done. Far as the world's wide bounds extend my glorious empire knows no end. Mine are the tribes in eastern lands, and those who dwell on Sindhu's sands. Mine is Sir H. Ra, far away, Sarva's realm admits my sway. My best the southern nations fear, the Yungas and the Vangas here. And as Lord Paramount I reign o'er Magad and the Matsyash plain, Kosal, and Kai's wide domain, 273 all rich in treasures of the mine, in gold and corn, sheep, goats, and kine. Choose what thou wilt. Kaki thence, but tell me, O my darling, whence arose thy grief, and it shall fly like hoar frost when the sun is high. She, by his loving words consoled, longed her dire purpose to unfold, and sought with sharper pangs to wring the bosom of her lord the king. Canto I. The Queen's demand. To him enthralled by love, and blind, pierced by his darts who shakes the mind, 274 kk with remorseless breast her grand purpose thus expressed, O King, no insult or neglect have I endured, or disrespect. One wish I have, and faith would see that longing granted, Lord, by thee. Now pledge thy word if thou incline to listen to this prayer of mine, then I with confidence will speak, and thou shalt hear the boon I seek. Ere she had ceased, the monarch fell, a victim to the lady's spell, and to the deadly snare she set sprang, like a rope up to the net. Her lover raised her drooping head, smiled, playing with her hair, and said, Hast thou not learnt, wild dame, till now that there is none so dear as thou to me thy loving husband, save my array bravest of the brave? By him my race is high-souled heir, by him whom none can match, I swear, now speak the wish that on thee weighs, by him whose right is length of days, whom if my fond paternal I saw not 1 hour I needs must die, I swear by Ra my dear son, speak, and thy bidding shall be done. Speak, darling. If thou choose, request to have the heart from out my breast. Regard my words, sweet love, and name the wish thy mind thinks fit to frame. Nor let thy soul give way to doubt, my power should drive suspicion out. Yea, by my merits won I swear, speak, darling, I will grant thy prayer. The Queen, ambitious, overjoyed to see him by her plot decoyed, more eager still her aims to reach, spoke her abominable speech, a boon thou grantest, nothing loth, and swearest with repeated oath. Now let the 30 gods and 3 my witnesses, with Indra, be. Let sun and moon and planets hear, heaven, quarters, day and night, give ear. The mighty world, the earth outspread, with bards of heaven and demons dread. The ghosts that walk in midnight's shade, and household gods, our present aid, every being great and small to hear and mark the oath I call. When thus the archer king was bound, with treacherous arts and oaths enwound, she to her bounteous lord subdued by blinding love, her speech renewed, Remember, king, that long past day of gods and demons' battle fray, and how thy foe in doubtful strife had nigh bereft thee of thy life. Remember, it was only I preserved thee when about to die, and thou for watchful love and care wouldst grant my first and second prayer. Those offered boons, pledged with thee then, I now demand, O King of men, pg 103 of thee, O monarch, good and just, whose righteous soul observes each trust. If thou refuse thy promise sworn, I die, despised, before the morn. These rights in Ra's name begun transfer them, and enthrone my son. The time is come to claim at last the double boon of days long past, when gods and demons met in fight, and thou wouldst fain my care requite. Now forth to Tao? Axe force drive thy Ra for 9 years and 5, and let him dwell a hermit there with deerskin coat and matted hair. Without a rival let my boy the empire of the land enjoy, and let mine eyes ere morning see thy Ra to the forest flee. Canto XII. De Serapha's Lament. The monarch, as Kaki pressed with cruel words her dire request, stood for a time absorbed in thought while anguish in his bosom wrought. Does some wild dream my heart assail? Or do my troubled senses fail? Does some dire portent scare my view? Or frenzies stroke my soul subdue? Thus as he thought, his troubled mind in doubt and dread no rest could find, distressed and trembling like a deer who sees the dreaded tigress near. On the bare ground his limbs he threw, and many a long deep sigh he drew, like a wild snake, with fury blind, by charms within a ring confined. Once as the monarch's fury woke, shame on thee from his bosom broke, and then in sense bewildering pain he fainted on the ground again. At length, when slowly strength returned, he answered as his eyeballs burned with the wild fury of his ire consuming her, as 'twere with fire, fell traitress, thou whose thoughts design the utter ruin of my line, what wrong have I or done? Speak, murderess, speak, thou wicked one, seeks he not evermore to please thee with all son-like courtesies? By what persuasion art thou led to bring this ruin on his head? Ah me, that fondly unaware I brought thee home my life to share, called daughter of a king, in truth a serpent with a venomed tooth. What fault can I pretend to find in Ra praised by all mankind, that I my darling should forsake? No, take my life, my glory take, let either queen be from me torn, but not my well-loved eldest born. Him but to see is highest bliss, and death itself his face to miss. The world may sunless stand, the grain may thrive without the genial rain, but if my Ra be not nigh my spirit from its frame will fly. Enough, thine impious plan forego, O thou who plottest sin and woe. My head before thy feet, I kneel, and pray thee some compassion feel. O wicked dame, what can have led thy heart to dare a plot so dread? Perchance thy purpose is to sound the grace thy son with me has found. Perchance the words that, all these days, thou still hast said in Ra's praise, were only feigned, designed to cheer with flatteries a father's ear. Soon as thy grief, my queen, I knew, my bosom felt the anguish too. In empty halls art thou possessed, and subject to another's hest? Now on Ikshvu's ancient race falls foul disorder and disgrace, if thou, O queen, whose heart so long has loved the good should choose the wrong. Not once, O large-eyed dame, hast thou been guilty of offence till now, nor said a word to make me grieve, now will I now thy sin believe. With thee my Ra used to hold like place with Bard lofty souled, as thou so often, when the pair were children yet, wouldst fain declare. And can thy righteous soul endure that Ra glorious, pious, pure, should to the distant wilds be sent for 14 years of banishment? Yea, Ra bar itself exceeds in love to thee and son-like deeds, and, for deserving love of thee, as Bharat, even so is he. Who better than that chieftain may obedience, love, and honor pay, thy dignity with care protect, thy slightest word and wish respect? Of all his countless followers none can breathe a word against my son. Of many thousands not a dame can hint reproach or whisper blame. All creatures feel the sweet control of Ra's pure and gentle soul. The pride of Manu's race he binds to him the people's grateful minds. He wins the subjects with his truth, pg 104 the poor with gifts and gentle ruth, his teachers with his docile will, the foeman with his archer skill. Truth, purity, religious zeal, the hand to give, the heart to feel, the love that ne'er betrays a friend, the rectitude that naught can bend, knowledge, and meek obedience grace my Ra pride of Rahu's race. Canst thou thine impious plot design gainst him in whom these virtues shine, whose glory with the sages vies, peer of the gods who rule the skies? From him no harsh or bitter word to pain one creature have I heard, and how can I my son address, for thee, with words of bitterness? Have mercy, queen, some pity show to see my tears of anguish flow, and listen to my mournful cry, a poor old man who soon must die. Waiter this sea-girt land can boast of rich and rare from coast to coast, to thee, my queen, I give it all, but oh, thy deadly words recall, oh see, my suppliant hands entreat, again my lips are on thy feet, save Ra, save my darling child, nor kill me with this sin defiled. He grovelled on the ground, and laid to burning grief a senseless prey, and ever and anon, assailed by floods of woe he wept and wailed, striving with eager speed to gain the margent of his sea of pain. With fiercer words she fiercer yet the hapless father's pleading met, O monarch, if thy soul repent the promise and thy free consent, how wilt thou in the world maintain thy fame for truth unsmirched with stain? When gathered kings with thee converse, and bid thee all the tale rehearse, what wilt thou say, O truthful King Indiana? Answer to their questioning. She to whose love my life I owe, who saved me smitten by the foe, Kaki for her tender care, was cheated of the oath I swear. Thus wilt thou answer, and forsworn wilt draw on thee the prince's scorn. Learn from that tale, the hawk and dove, 275, how strong for truth was Savia's love. Pledged by his word the monarch gave his flesh the suppliant bird to save. So King Alarka gave his eyes, and gained a mansion in the skies. The sea himself his promise keeps, and ne'er beyond his limits weeps. My deeds of old again recall, nor let thy bond dishonored fall. The rights of truth thou wouldst forget, thy RA on the throne to set, and let thy days in pleasure glide, fond king, causally by thy side. Now call it by what name thou wilt, justice, injustice, virtue, guilt, thy word and oath remain the same, and thou must yield what thus I claim. If RA be anointed, I this very day will surely die, before thy face will poison drink, and lifeless at thy feet will sink. Yea, better far to die than stay alive to see one single day the crowds before causally stand and hail her queen with reverent hand. Now by my son, myself, I swear, no gift, no promise had so o'er my steadfast soul shall now content, but only RA's banishment. So far she spake by rage impelled, and then the queen deep silence held. He heard her speech full fraught with ill, but spoke no word, bewildered still, gazed on his love once held so dear, whose spoken lovely reed to hear. Then as he slowly pondered o'er the queen's resolve and oath she swore, one sighing forth, "Ah, RA!" he fell prone as falls a smitten tree. His senses lost like one insane, faint as a sick man weak with pain, or like a wounded snake dismayed, so lay the king whom earth obeyed. Long burning sighs he slowly heaved, as, conquered by his woe, he grieved, and thus with tears and sobs between his sad faint words addressed the queen, "By whom, Kaki, wast thou taught this flattering hope with ruin fraught? Have goblins seized thy soul, O dame, who thus canst speak and feel no shame? Thy mind with sin is sicklied o'er, from thy first youth ne'er seen before. A good and loving wife wast thou, but all, alas, is altered now. What terror can have seized thy breast to make thee frame this dire request, that Bard o'er the land may reign, and RA in the woods remain? Turn from thine evil ways, O turn, and thy perfidious counsel spurn, if thou would fain a favor do to people, lord, and Bard too. O wicked traitress, fierce and vile, who lovest deeds of sin and guile, PG 105, what crime or grievance dost thou see, what fault in RA or in me? Thy son will ne'er the throne accept if RA from his rights be kept, for Bard's heart more firmly yet than RA's is on justice set. How shall I say, go forth, and brook upon my RA's face to look, see his pale cheek and ashy lips dim like the moon in sad eclipse? How see the plans so well prepared when prudent friends my counsels shared, all ruined, like a host laid low beneath some foeman's murderous blow? What will these gathered princes say, from regions near and far away? Or long endures the monarch's reign, or now he is a child again? When many a good and holy sage in scripture versed, revered for age, shall ask for RA, what shall I unhappy, what shall I reply? By Queen Kaki long distressed I drove him forth and dispossessed. Although herein the truth I speak, they all will hold me false and weak. What will causally say when she demands her son exiled by me? Alas! What answer shall I frame, or how console the injured dame? She like a slave on me attends, and with a sister's care she blends a mother's love, a wife's, a friend's. In spite of all her tender care, her noble son, her face most fair, another queen I could prefer, and for thy sake neglected her. But now, O queen, my heart is grieved for love and care by thee received, e'en as the sickening wretch repents his dainty meal and condiments. And how will Queen Sumitra trust the husband whom she finds unjust, seeing my array driven hence dishonored, and for no offense? Ah! The vine and bride will hear a double woe, a double fear, two welling sorrows at one breath, her lord's disgrace, his father's death. Mine aged bosom she will wring and kill me with her sorrowing, sad as a fair nymph left to weep deserted on Himaya's steep. For short will be my days, I ween, when I with mournful eyes have seen my array wandering forth alone and heard dearest sob and moan. Ah me! My fond belief I rue. Vile traitress, loved as good and true, as one who in his thirst has quaffed, deceived by looks, a deadly draught. Ah! Thou hast slain me, murderess, while soothing my soul with words of guile, as the wild hunter kills the deer lured from the brake his song to hear. Soon every honest tongue will fling reproach on the dishonest king. The people's scorn in every street the seller of his child will meet, and such dishonor will be mine as whelms a beer man drunk with wine. Ah me, for my unhappy fate, compelled thy words to tolerate. Such woe is sent to scourge a crime committed in some distant time. For many a day with sinful care I cherished thee, thou sin and snare, kept thee, unwitting, like a cord destined to bind its hapless lord. Mine hours of ease I spent with thee, nor deemed my love my death would be, while like a heedless child I played, on a black snake my hand I laid. A cry from every mouth will burst and all the world will hold me cursed, because I saw my high-souled son unkinged, unfathered, and undone. The king by power of love beguiled is weaker than a foolish child, his own beloved son to make an exile for a woman's sake. By chaste and holy vows restrained, by reverend teachers duly trained. When he his virtue's fruit should taste he falls by sin and woe disgraced. 2 words will all his answer be when I pronounce the stern decree, hence, R.A., to the woods away, all he will say is, I obey. Oh, if he would my will withstand when banished from his home and land, this were a comfort in my woe. But he will ne'er do this, I know. My array to the forest fled, and curses thick upon my head, grim death will bear me hence away, his world abominated prey. When I am gone and R.A. too, how wilt thou those I love pursue? What vengeful sin will be designed against the queens I leave behind? When thou hast slain her son and me causally soon will follow, she will sink beneath her sorrow's weight, and die like me disconsolate. Exist, Kaki, in thy pride, and let thy heart be gratified, when thou my queens and me hast hurled, and children, to the underworld. Soon wilt thou rule as empress o'er my noble house unvexed before. But then to wild confusion left, PG 106 of R.A. and of me bereft. If Bharat to thy plan consent and long for R.A.'s banishment, ne'er let his hands presume to pay the funeral honors to my clay. Vile foe, thou cause of all mine ill, obtain at last thy cursed will. A widow soon shalt thou enjoy the sweets of empire with thy boy. O princess, sure some evil fate first brought thee here to devastate, in whom the night of ruin lies veiled in a consort's fair disguise. The scorn of all and deepest shame will long pursue my hated name, and dire disgrace on me will press, misled by thee to wickedness. How shall my array, whom, before, his elephant or chariot bore, now with his feet, a wanderer, tread the forest wilds around him spread? How shall my son, to please whose taste, the deftest cooks, with earrings graced, with rivalry and jealous care the dainty meal and cates prepare, how shall he now his life sustain with acid fruit and woodland grain? He spends his time unvexed by cares, and robes of precious texture wears, how shall he, with one garment round his limbs recline upon the ground? Whose was this plan, this cruel thought unheard till now, with ruin fraught, to make thy son Yodhi's king, and send my R.A. wandering? Shame, shame on women! Vile, untrue, their selfish ends they still pursue. Not all of womankind I mean, but more than all this wicked queen. O worthless, cruel, selfish dame, I brought thee home, my plague and woe. What fault in me hast thou to blame, or in my son who loves thee so? Fond wives may from their husbands flee, and fathers may their sons desert, but all the world would rave to see my R.A. touched with deadly hurt. I joy his very step to hear, as though his godlike form I viewed. And when I see my R.A. near I feel my youth again renewed. There might be life without the sun, yea, e'en if Indra sent no rain, but, were my R.A. banished, none would, so I think, alive remain. A foe that longs my life to take, I brought thee here my death to be, cares thee long, a venomed snake, and through my folly die. Ah me! R.A. and me and Lakshma? Slay, and then with Bharat rule the state. So bring the kingdom to decay, and fawn on those thy lord who hate, plotter of woe, for evil bred, for such a speech why do not all thy teeth from out thy wicked head split in 1,000 pieces fall? My R.A.'s words are ever kind, he knows not how to speak in ire, then how canst thou presume to find a fault in him whom all admire? Yield to despair, go mad, or die, or sink within the rifted earth. Thy fell request will I deny, thou shamer of thy royal birth. Thy longer life I scarce can bear, thou ruin of my home and race, who wouldst my heart and heartstrings tear, keen as a razor, false and base. My life is gone, why speak of joy? For what, without my son, were sweet? Spare, lady, him thou canst destroy. I pray thee as I touch thy feet. He fell and wept with wild complaint, heart struck by her presumptuous speech, but could not touch, so weak and faint, the cruel feet he strove to reach. Canto XIII. Dasaratha's distress. Unworthy of his mournful fate, the mighty king, unfortunate, lay prostrate in unseemly guise, as, banished from the blissful skies, yea, in his evil day. His merit all exhausted, lay 276 the queen, triumphant in the power won by her beauty's fatal dower, still terrible and unsubdued, her dire demand again renewed, great monarch, 'twas thy boast till now to love the truth and keep the vow. Then wherefore would thy lips refuse the promised boon 'tis mine to choose? King Dasaratha, thus addressed, with anger raging in his breast, sank for a while beneath the pain, then to Kaki spoke again, PG 107 childless so long, at length I won, with mighty toil, from heaven a son, R.A., the mighty armed. And how shall I desert my darling now? A scholar wise, a hero bold, of patient mood, with wrath controlled, how can I bid my R.A. fly, my darling of the lotus eye? In heaven itself I scarce could bear, when asking of my R.A. there, to hear the gods his griefs declare, and oh, that death would take me hence before I wrong his innocence. As thus the monarch wept and wailed, and maddening grief his heart assailed, the sun had sought his resting place, and night was closing round apace. But yet the moon-crowned night could bring no comfort to the wretched king. As still he mourned with burning sighs and fixed his gaze upon the skies, O night whom starry fires adorn, I long not for the coming morn. Be kind and show some mercy, see, my suppliant hands are raised to thee. Nay, rather fly with swifter pace. No longer would I see the face of Queen Kaki cruel, dread, who brings this woe upon mine head. Again with suppliant hands he tried to move the queen, and wept and sighed, to me, unhappy me, inclined to good, sweet dame, thou shouldst be kind. Whose life is well nigh fled, who cling to thee for succor, me thy king. This, only this, is all my claim, have mercy, O my lovely dame. None else have I to take my part, have mercy, thou art good at heart. Here, lady of the soft black eye, and win a name that ne'er shall die, let R.A. rule this glorious land, the gift of thine imperial hand. O lady of the dainty waist, with eyes and lips of beauty graced, please R.A., me, each saintly priest, Bharat, and all from chief to least. She heard his wild and mournful cry, she saw the tears his speech that broke, saw her good husband's reddened eye, but, cruel still, no word she spoke. His eyes upon her face he bent, and sought for mercy, but in vain. She claimed his darling's banishment, he swooned upon the ground again. Canto XIV. R.A. summoned. The wicked queen her speech renewed, when rolling on the earth she viewed Ikshvu's son, Iadhi's king, for his dear R.A. sorrowing. Why, by a simple promise bound, liest thou prostrate on the ground, as though a grievous sin dismayed thy spirit? Why so sore afraid? Keep still thy word. The righteous deem that truth, mid duties, is supreme, and now in truth and honor's name I bid thee own the binding claim. Saviour, a king whom earth obeyed, once to a hawk a promise made, gave to the bird his flesh and bone, and by his truth made heaven his own. 277 Alarka, when a beer man famed for scripture lore his promise claimed, tore from his head his bleeding eyes and unreluctant gave the prize. His narrow bounds prescribed restrained the river's lord, the mighty main, who, though his waters boil and rave, keeps faithful to the word he gave. Truth all religion comprehends, through all the world its might extends, in truth alone is justice placed, on truth the words of God are based, a life in truth unchanging past will bring the highest bliss at last. If thou the right would still pursue, be constant to thy word and true, let me thy promise fruitful see, for boons, O King, proceed from thee. Now to preserve thy righteous fame, and yielding to my earnest claim thrice I repeated and thy child, thy R.A., to the forest wild. But if the boon thou still deny, before thy face, forlorn, I die. Thus was the helpless monarch stung by Queen Keki's fearless tongue, as Bali strove in vain to loose his limbs from Indra's fatal noose. Dismayed in soul and pale with fear, the monarch, like a trembling steer between the chariot's wheel and yoke, again to Queen Keki spoke, with sad eyes fixed in vacant stare, gathering courage from despair. That hand I took, thou sinful dame, with texts, before the sacred flame, thee and thy son, I scorn and hate, and all at once repudiate. PG 108 The night is fled, the dawn is near, soon will the holy priests be here to bid me for the rite prepare that with my son the throne will share. The preparation made to grace my R.A. in his royal place with this, e'en this, my darling for my death the funeral flood shall pour. Thou and thy son at least forbear in offerings to my shade to share, for by the plot thy guile has laid his consecration will be stayed. This very day how shall I brook to meet each subject's altered look? To mark each gloomy joyless brow that was so bright and glad but now? While thus the high-souled monarch spoke to the stern queen, the morning broke, and holy night had slowly fled, with moon and stars engarlanded. Yet once again the cruel queen spoke words in answer fierce and keen, still on her evil purpose bent, wild with her rage and eloquent. What speech is this? Such words as these seem sprung from poison-sown disease. Quick to thy noble R.A. send and bid him on his sire attend. When to my son the rule is given. When R.A. to the woods is driven. When not a rival copes with me, from chains of duty thou art free. Thus goaded, like a generous steed urged by sharp spurs to double speed, my senses are astray, he cried, and duty's bonds my hands have tied. I long to see mine eldest son, my virtuous, my beloved one. And now the night had passed away. Out shone the maker of the day, bringing the planetary hour and moment of auspicious power. Vasish? Ha, virtuous, far renowned, whose young disciples girt him round, with sacred things without delay through the fair city took his way. He traversed, where the people thronged, and all for R.A.'s coming longed, the town as fair and festive show as his who lays proud cities low. 278 He reached the palace where he heard the mingled notes of many a bird, where crowded thick high-honored bands of guards with truncheons in their hands. Beggared by many a sage, elate, Vasish Ha reached the royal gate, and standing by the door he found Sumitra, for his form renowned, the king's illustrious charioteer and noble counselor and peer. To him well skilled in every part of his hereditary art Vasish Ha said, O charioteer, inform the king that I am here ready by my side. Behold these sacred vessels made of gold, which water for the right contain from Gang and each distant main. Here for installing I have brought the seat prescribed of fig wood wrought, all kinds of seed and precious scent and many a gem and ornament. Grain, sacred grass, the garden spoil, honey and curds and milk and oil. 8 radiant maids, the best of all war elephants that feed in stall. A 4-horse car, a bow and sword. A litter, men to bear their lord. A white umbrella bright and fair that with the moon may well compare. 2 chowries of the whitest hair. A golden beaker rich and rare. A bull high humped and fair to view, girt with gold bands and white of hue. A 4-toothed steed with flowing mane, a throne which lions carved sustain. A tiger's skin, the sacred fire, fresh kindled, which the rites require. The best musicians' skill to play, and dancing girls in rhyme and gay. Kine, be our mans, teachers fill the court, and bird and beast of purest sort. From town and village, far and near, the noblest men are gathered here. Here merchants with their followers crowd, and men in joyful converse loud, and kings from many a distant land to view the consecration stand. The dawn is come, the lucky day. Go bid the monarch haste away, that now Prince Ra may obtain the empire, and begin his reign. Soon as he heard the high behest, the driver of the chariot pressed within the chambers of the king, his lord with praises honoring. And none of all the warders checked his entrance, for their great respect of him well known, in place so high, still fain their king to gratify. He stood beside the royal chief, unwitting of his deadly grief, and with sweet words began to sing the praises of his lord and king, as, when the sun begins to rise, the sparkling sea delights our eyes. Wake, come with gentle soul, and thus PG 109 give rapture, mighty king, to us. As Emali 279 this self-same hour sang lauds of old to Indra's power, when he the Titan hosts o'erthrew, so him I thee with praises do. The Vedas, with their kindred lore, Brahm their soul-born lord adore, with all the doctrines of the wise, and bid him, as I bid thee, rise. As, with the moon, the lord of day wakes with the splendor of his ray prolific earth, who 'neath him lies, so, mighty king, I bid thee rise. With blissful words, O Lord of men, rise, radiant in thy form, as when the sun ascending darts his light from Meru's everlasting height. May Siva, Ani, sun, and moon bestow on thee each choicest boon, Kuvara, Veru? Indra bless Kukut's the sun with all success. Awake, the holy night is fled, the happy light abroad is spread. Awake, O best of kings, and share the glorious task that claims thy care. The holy sage Vasish waits, with all his Brahmans, at the gate. Give thy decree, without delay, to consecrate thy son today. As armies, by no captain led, as flocks that feed unshepherded, such is the fortune of a state without a king and desolate. Such were the words the bard addressed, with weight of sage advice impressed. And, as he heard, the hapless king felt deeper yet his sorrow's sting. At length, all joy and comfort fled, he raised his eyes with weeping red, and, mournful for his Ra's sake, the good and glorious monarch spake, Why seek with idle praise to greet the wretch for whom no praise is meet? Thy words mine aching bosom tear, and plunge me deeper in despair. Sumitra heard the sad reply, and saw his master's tearful eye. With reverent palm to palm applied he drew a little space aside. Then, as the king, with misery weak, with vain endeavor strove to speak, Kaki skilled in plot and plan, to sage Sumitra thus began, the king, absorbed in joyful thought for his dear son, no rest has sought, sleepless to him the night has passed, and now o'erwatched he sinks at last. Then go, Sumitra, and with speed the glorious Ra hither lead, go, as I pray, nor longer wait. No time is this to hesitate. How can I go, O lady fair, unless my lord his will declare? Fain would I see him, cried the king, quick, quick, my beauteous Ra bring. Then rose the happy thought to cheer the bosom of the charioteer, the king, I ween, of pious mind, the consecration has designed. Sumitra for his wisdom famed, delighted with the thought he framed, from the calm chamber, like a bay of crowded ocean, took his way. He turned his face to neither side, but forth he hurried straight. Only a little while he eyed the guards who kept the gate. He saw in front a gathered crowd of men of every class, who, parting as he came, allowed the charioteer to pass. Canto XV. The Preparations. There slept the Brahmans, deeply read in scripture, till the night had fled. Then, with the royal chaplains, they took each his place in long array. There gathered fast the chiefs of trade, nor peer nor captain long delayed, assembling all in order do the consecrating rite to view. The morning dawned with cloudless ray on Pashaya's high auspicious day, and Cancer with benignant power looked down on Ra's natal hour. The twice-born chiefs, with zealous heed, made ready what the rite would need. The well-wrought throne of holy wood and golden urns in order stood. There was the royal car whereon a tiger's skin resplendent shone. Their water, brought for sprinkling thence where, in their sacred confluence, blend Jum's waves with Ganges tide, from many a holy flood beside, from brook and fountain far and near, from pool and river, sea and mere. And there were honey, curd, and oil, parched rice and the grass, the garden spoil, fresh milk, 8 girls in bright attire, an elephant with eyes of fire, and urns of gold and silver made, with milky branches overlaid, all brimming from each sacred flood, and decked with many a lotus bud. PG 110. And dancing women fair and free, gay with their gems, were there to see, who stood in bright apparel by with lovely brow and witching eye. White flashed the jeweled chowry there, and shone like moonbeams through the air. The white umbrella overhead a pale and moon-like lustre shed, wont in pure splendor to proceed, and in such rites the pomp to lead. There stood the charger by the side of the great bull of snow-white hide. There was all music soft and loud, and bards and minstrels swelled the crowd. For now the monarch bade combine each custom of his ancient line with every rite he estate observed, her kings to consecrate. Then, summoned by the king's behest, the multitudes together pressed, and, missing still the royal sire, began, impatient, to inquire, who to our lord will tidings bear that all his people throng the square? Where is the king? The sun is bright, and all is ready for the rite. As thus they spoke, Sumitra, tried in council, to the chiefs replied, gathered from lands on every side, to Ra's house I swiftly drave, for so the king his mandate gave. Our aged lord and Ra too in honor high hold all of you, I in your words belong your days. Well, ask him why he thus delays. Thus spoke the peer in scripture read, and to the lady's bower he sped. Quick through the gates Sumitra hied, which access ne'er to him denied. Behind the curtained screen he drew, which veiled the chamber from the view. In benediction loud he raised his voice, and thus the monarch praised, Sun, Moon, Kuvera, Silva bless Cucuts the sun with high success. The lords of air, flood, fire decree the victory, my king, to thee. The holy night has passed away, auspicious shines the morning's ray. Rise, Lord of men, thy part to take in the great rite. Awake! Awake! Brahmans and captains, chiefs of trade, all wait in festive garb arrayed. For thee they look with eager eyes, O Rahu's son, awake! Arise! To him in holy scripture read, who hailed him thus, the monarch said, upraising from his sleep his head, Go, Ra, hither lead as thou wast ordered by the queen but now. Come, tell me why my mandate laid upon thee thus is disobeyed. Away! And Ra hither bring. I sleep not, make no tarrying. Thus gave the king command anew, Sumitra from his lord withdrew. With head in lowly reverence bent, and filled with thoughts of joy, he went. The royal street he traversed, where waved flag and pennon to the air, and, as with joy the car he drove, he let his eyes delighted rove. On every side, where'er he came, he heard glad words, their theme the same, as in their joy the gathered folk of Ra and the thrinning spoke. Then saw he Ra's palace bright and vast as Mount Kaila's height, that glorious in its beauty showed as Indra's own supreme abode. with folding doors both high and wide, with 100 porches beautified, where golden statues towering rose o'er gemmed and corralled porticos, bright like a cave in Meru's side, or clouds through autumn sky that ride, festooned with length of bloomy twine, flashing with pearls and jewels shine, while sandalwood and aloe lent the mingled riches of their scent, with all the odorous sweets that fill the breezy heights of Dardar's hill. There by the gate the SS screamed, and shrill-toned peacock's plumage gleamed. Its floors with deftest art inlaid, its sculptured wolves in gold arrayed, with its bright sheen the palace took the mind of man and chained the look, for like the sun and moon it glowed, and mocked Kuvra's loved abode. Circling the walls a crowd he viewed who stood in reverent attitude, with throngs of countrymen who sought acceptance of the gifts they brought. The elephant was stationed there, appointed R.A.'s self to bear, adorned with pearls. His brow and cheek were sandal-dyed in many a streak, while he, in stature, bulk, and pride, with Indra's own heir at 280 vied. Sumitra, borne by coursers fleet, flashing a radiance o'er the street, to R.A.'s palace flew, and all who lined the royal road, or thronged the prince's rich abode, rejoiced as near he drew. And with delight his bosom swelled as onward still his course he held PG 111 through many a sumptuous court like Indra's palace nobly made, where peacocks revelled in the shade, and beasts of sylvan sort. Through many a hall and chamber wide, that with Kaila's splendor vied, or mansions of the blest, while R.A.'s friends, beloved and tried, before his coming stepped aside, still on Sumitra pressed. He reached the chamber door, where stood around his followers young and good, bard, minstrel, charioteer, well skilled the tuneful chords to sweep, with soothing strain to lull to sleep, or laud their master dear. Then, like a dolphin darting through unfathomed depths of ocean's blue with store of jewels decked, through crowded halls that rock like rose, or as proud hills where clouds repose, Sumitra sped unchecked halls like the glittering domes on high reared for the dwellers of the sky by heavenly architect. Canto XVI. R.A. summoned. So through the crowded inner door Sumitra, skilled in ancient lore, on to the private chambers pressed which stood apart from all the rest. There youthful warriors, true and bold, whose ears were ringed with polished gold, all armed with trusty bows and darts, watched with devoted eyes and hearts. And hoary men, a faithful train, whose aged hands held staves of cane, the ladies' guard, apparelled fair in red attire, were stationed there. Soon as they saw Sumitra nigh, each longed his lord to gratify, and from his seat beside the door up sprang each ancient servitor. Then to the warders quickly cried the skilled Sumitra, void of pride, tell R.A. that the charioteer Sumitra waits for audience here. The ancient men with one accord seeking the pleasure of their lord, passing with speed the chamber door to R.A.'s ear the message bore. Forthwith the prince with duteous heed called in the messenger with speed, for 'twas his sire's command, he knew, that sent him for the interview. Like Lord Kuvra, well arrayed, he pressed a couch of gold, where from a covering of brocade hung down in many a fold. Oil and the sandal's fragrant dust had tinged his body o'er dark as the stream the spearman's thrust drains from the wounded boar. Him as watched with tender care, a chowry in her hand, as Chitra 281 ever fond and fair, beside the moon will stand. Him glorious with unborrowed light, a liberal lord, of sun-like might, Sumitra hailed in words like these, well skilled in gentle courtesies, as, with joined hands in reverence raised, upon the beauteous prince he gazed. Happy causally blessed is she, the mother of a son like thee. Now rise, O R.A., speed away. Go to thy sire without delay, for he and Queen Kaki seek an interview with thee to speak. The lion lord of men, the best of splendid heroes, thus addressed, to us spake with joyful cheer, the king and queen, my lady dear, touching the threatening, for my sake some salutary counsel take. The lady of the full black eye would fain her husband gratify, and, all his purpose understood, counsels the monarch to my good. A happy fate is mine, I ween, when he, consulting with his queen, Sumitra on this charge, intent upon my gain and good, has sent. An envoy of so noble sort well suits the splendor of the court. the consecration rite this day will join me in imperial sway. To meet the Lord of earth, for so his order bids me, I will go. Thou, lady, here in comfort stay, and with thy maidens rest or play. Thus R.A. spake. For meet reply the lady of the large black eye attended to the door her lord, and blessings on his head implored, the majesty and royal state which holy be our man's venerate, the consecration and the rite which sanctifies the ruler's might, and all imperial powers should be thine by thy father's high decree, as he, the worlds who formed and planned, the kingship gave to Indra's hand. PG 112 Then shall mine eyes my king adore when lustral rites and fast are o'er, and black deer's skin and roebuck's horn thy lordly limbs and hand adorn. May he whose hands the thunder wield be in the east thy guard and shield. May wise care the south befriend, and Veru arm the west defend. And let Kuvera, lord of gold, the north with firm protection hold. Then R.A. spoke a kind farewell, and hailed the blessings as they fell from S.'s gentle lips. And then, as a young lion from his den descends the mountain's stony side, so from the hall the hero hied. First Lakshma? At the door he viewed who stood in reverent attitude, then to the central court he pressed where watched the friends who loved him best. To all his dear companions there he gave kind looks and greeting fair. On to the lofty car that glowed like fire the royal tiger strode. Bright as himself its silver shone, a tiger's skin was laid thereon. With cloud like thunder, as it rolled, it flashed with gems and burnished gold, and, like the sun's meridian blaze, blinded the eye that none could gaze. Like youthful elephants, tall and strong, fleet coursers whirled the car along. In such a car the thousand-eyed born by swift horses loves to ride. So like Parjanya, 282 when he flies thundering through the autumn skies, the hero from the palace sped, as leaves the moon some cloud o'erhead. Still close to R.A. Lakshma kept, behind him to the car he leapt, and, watching with fraternal care, waved the long chowri's silver hair, as from the palace gate he came up rose the tumult of acclaim. While loud huzzah and jubilant shout pealed from the gathered myriads out. Then elephants, like mountains vast, and steeds who all their kinds surpassed, followed their lord by hundreds, nay by thousands, led in long array. First marched a band of warriors trained, with sandal dust and aloe stained. Well armed was each with sword and bow, and every breast with hope aglow, and ever, as they onward went, shouts from the warrior train, and every sweet-toned instrument prolonged the minstrel strain. On passed the tamer of his foes, while well-clad dames, in crowded rows, each chamber lattice thronged to view, and chaplets on the hero threw. Then all, of peerless face and limb, sang R.A.'s praise for love of him, and blent their voices, soft and sweet, from palace high and crowded street. Now, sure, Kausalia's heart must swell to see the son she loves so well, the R.A., her joy and pride, triumphant o'er the realm preside. Then or they knew his bride most fair of all who part the soft dark hair, his love, his life, possess the whole of her young hero's heart and soul. Be sure the lady's fate repays some mighty vow of ancient days. 283 For blessed with R.A.'s love is she as, with the moon's sweet Rohin. 284 Such were the witching words that came from lips of many a peerless dame crowding the palace roofs to greet the hero as he gained the street. Canto XVI R.A.'s approach. As R.A., rendering blithe and gay his loving friends, pursued his way, he saw on either hand a press of mingled people numberless. The royal street he traversed, where incense of aloe filled the air, where rose high palaces, that vied with paly clouds, on either side, with flowers of myriad colors graced, and food for every varied taste, bright as the glowing path o'erhead which feet of God celestial tread, loud benedictions, sweet to hear, from countless voices soothed his ear. While he to each gave due salute his place and dignity to suit, be thou, the joyful people cried, be thou our guardian, Lord and guide. Throned and anointed King today, thy feet set forth upon the way wherein, each honored as a god, thy fathers and forefathers trod. Thy sire and his have graced the throne, and loving care to us have shown, Thus blessed shall we and ours remain, yea still more blessed in our A's reign. PG 113 No more of dainty fare we need, and but one cherished object heed, that we may see our prince today invested with imperial sway. Such were the words and pleasant speech that R.A. heard, unmoved, from each of the dear friends around him spread, as onward through the street he sped, for none could turn his eye or thought from the dear form his glances sought, with fruitless ardor forward cast even when Rahu's son had passed. And he who saw not R.A. nigh, nor caught a look from R.A.'s eye, a mark for scorn and general blame, reproached himself in bitter shame. For to each class his equal mind with sympathy and love inclined most fully of the princely four, so greatest love to him they bore. His circling course the hero bent round shrine and altar, reverent, round homes of gods, where cross-roads met, where many a sacred tree was set. Near to his father's house he drew like Indra's beautiful to view, and with the light his glory gave within the royal palace drave. Through 3 broad courts, where bowmen kept their watch and ward, his coursers swept, then through the 2 remaining went on foot the prince pre-eminent. Through all the courts the hero passed, and gained the lady's bower at last. Then through the door alone withdrew, and left without his retinue. When thus the monarch's noble boy had gone his sire to meet, the multitude, elate with joy, stood watching in the street, and his return with eager eyes expected at the gates. As for his darling moon to rise the king of rivers 285 waits. Canto XVII. The sentence. With hopeless eye and pallid mien there sat the monarch with the queen. His father's feet with reverence due he clasped, and touched Keki's too. The king, with eyes still brimming o'er, cried R.A. and could do no more. His voice was choked, his eye was dim, he could not speak or look on him. Then sudden fear made R.A. shake as though his foot had roused a snake, soon as his eyes had seen the change so mournful, terrible, and strange. For there his reason well nigh fled, sighing, with soul disquieted, to torturing pangs a prey, dismayed, despairing, and distraught, in a fierce whirl of wildering thought the hapless monarch lay, like ocean wave and garlanded storm driven from his tranquil bed, the sun god in eclipse. Or like a holy seer, heart stirred with anguish, when a lying word has passed his heedless lips. The sight of his dear father, pained with woe and misery unexplained filled R.A. with unrest, as ocean's pulses rise and swell when the great moon he loves so well shines full upon his breast. So grieving for his father's sake, to his own heart the hero spake, "Why will the king my sire today no kindly word of greeting say?" At other times, though wroth he be, his eyes grow calm that look on me. Then why does anguish wring his brow to see his well-beloved now? Sick and perplexed, distraught with woe, to Queen Keki bowing low, while pallor o'er his bright cheeks spread, with humble reverence he said, "What have I done, unknown, amiss to make my father wroth like this? Declare it, O dear Queen, and win his pardon for my heedless sin. Why is the sire I ever find filled with all love today unkind? With eyes cast down and pallid cheek this day alone he will not speak. Or lies he prostrate 'neath the blow of fierce disease or sudden woe? For all our bliss is dashed with pain, and joy unmixed is hard to gain. Does stroke of evil fortune smite dear Bharat, charming to the sight, or on the brave Satruna fall, or consorts, for he loves them all? Against his words when I rebel, or fail to please the monarch well, when deeds of mine his soul offend, that are I pray my life may end. How should a man to him who gave his being and his life behave? The sire to whom he owes his birth should be his deity on earth. Hast thou, by pride and folly moved, PG 114 with bitter taunt the king reproved? Has scorn of thine or cruel jest to passion stirred his gentle breast?